Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Space Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No man was created equal in this world of quirks. But you already knew that, didn't you? Let's talk about something you truly don't know. Flashback. Houses burned. Fire raged everywhere. The thick scent of smoke clogged the air. Screams echoed in every direction, so many voices crying out in terror. But in this story, we focus on only one voice, mine. I screamed harder than I ever had before. My throat burned, my lungs ached, but I didn't care. I cried. I ran. I searched desperately, yet I found nothing. Nothing but flames. Nothing but pain. Mom! The world around me blurred into fire and destruction. My tiny hands reached out, grasping at empty space. Or at least I thought it was. I could barely see through the smoke, barely breathe, barely think. But I knew I saw something. Something that. And then suddenly, darkness. Somehow, you're physically fine. No broken bones, no burns. Not even a scar. It's a miracle, especially in a fire that big. The doctor's voice was distant, hollow. I had been rushed to the hospital after the fire, but I barely remembered how I got there. I'm sorry for your loss, kid. He placed a hand on my shoulder. It didn't bring me any comfort, but I could tell he wanted it to. I applaud the doctor for at least trying. You didn't deserve to see her. That word haunted me. It followed me in my nightmares, in my waking moments, in the silence that stretched between my own ragged breaths. Mom. I keep remembering that day. It was 10 years ago. I was just 5. Funny how time works. Who am I even talking to? I muttered to myself as I stared out the window, seeing nothing but space itself, planets drifting past me, floating in the vast emptiness. The past is a scar that never fades. But right now, I focus on the present. The me of today. Izuku Midoriya, better known as Deku, the greatest space pirate of this age. This is my story. Silence. Space is full of it. People think it's loud out here, that battles shake the void, that explosions rip through warships with a deafening roar. But there's no sound in space. Just the hum of the engines, the soft beeping of controls, and the quiet thoughts of a man with nowhere left to run. Or, in my case, the quiet thoughts of a man who talks to himself too much. I leaned back in the captain's chair, staring at the cracked display. Sparks flickered from a damaged panel. The ship groaned beneath me, barely holding together. The galleon had seen better days. So have I muttered, rolling my shoulders. My body ached. My head throbbed. My ribs? Probably bruised. My fingers drifted to my right eye, brushing against the fabric covering it. The patch was still there. Not that I could see out of that eye anymore. I glanced at the viewport. A planet loomed in the distance. Blue and green, swirling with white clouds. Just another planet. Just another hiding spot. That's what I told myself. I sighed. Not like I have a choice. An hour earlier, the first blast came out of nowhere. The ship lurched, alarms blaring as red lights flashed across the control panels. Ah, great. Just what I needed, I groaned, slamming a hand on the sensors. Multiple ships. Small fast. Bounty hunters. They really don't give up, huh? I pushed the thrusters to full. The galleon roared, banking hard to dodge another blast. Warning, shields at 36%, the AI chimed. I scowled. Yeah, I noticed. The comms crackled to life. A voice filled the cabin. Gravelly, arrogant. Deku, you've got a pretty price on your head. How about you make this easy for us, huh? I rolled my eyes. Another person who thinks they're a hotshot. Let me think about it. No. I flipped SWC. The ship's cannons powered up and I fired back. One of their ships exploded in a burst of fire and metal. One down. The rest kept coming. I gritted my teeth. All right, fine. If this is how it's gonna be dash. Then the second fleet dropped out of hyperspace. I stared at the new ships, bigger and better armed. Oh, come on. I could fight one group, maybe 2. But this? The galleon wasn't built for a full-scale battle. I needed to escape. I flipped the emergency warp drive. The engines flared. Then the third blast hit. The ship screamed as power flickered. The warp drive overloaded, cutting out before I could reach full speed. Instead of a smooth jump, the galleon was thrown violently through space, spiraling out of control. The ship rattled violently as I cut through the atmosphere. The controls sparked in protest. Hold together, girl. Just a little more. The ground rushed up to meet me. I braced for impact. The crash landing rattled my bones. The metal beneath me groaned, the impact sending debris flying in every direction. The ship skidded to a halt, half buried in concrete and rubble. A crash so big that it might have even rattled the whole world. I exhaled. Barely. Could have been worse though. The airlock hissed as I forced it open. Smoke and steam billowed out. I stepped forward, boots crunching against the wreckage. The city loomed beyond, a mix of metal, neon lights, and shadows. I adjusted my coat, feeling the weight of the device on my wrist and the key. My only power in a world where I was otherwise powerless. I caught my reflection in the wreckage. Green hair, messy and dust-covered. A long coat, tattered at the edges. A single eye, sharp and tired. And the patch covering the other. I exhaled. Alright. Step 1, find parts. Step 2, lay low. Step 3, figure out who sold me out. My fingers clenched. Because if they think I'm gone, they're about to be very, very disappointed. Katsuki Bakugo didn't believe in ghosts. The dead were dead. End of story. But sometimes, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between his thoughts, he could still hear a voice from long ago. Kakakin, wait up. A voice that hadn't called his name in 10 years. A voice that belonged to a missing boy. The night of the impact. Katsuki barely registered it at first. A tremor. Subtle but real. The kind of thing you'd feel in your bones rather than notice outright. He stirred, blinking into the darkness of his room, his instincts briefly on high alert. Earthquake? Too short. Too sudden. Earthquakes had a build-up, a rumble before the real shake. This had been different. A single jolt. Like the whole planet had just skipped a beat. His grip tightened around the blanket before he exhaled through his nose, rolling onto his side. DMN construction, he muttered, half asleep. Who's making noise this late? The thought came and went. It wasn't his problem. And so, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. The next morning, the first thing he did was turn on the TV. It was just background noise, something to fill the space while he made breakfast. He cracked eggs into a pan, the sizzle of oil drowning out the distant chatter of the news anchors. Then a particular phrase caught his ear. Worldwide phenomenon, an unexplained impact felt across the entire globe. His brow furrowed. He set down his spatula and turned to face the screen. Breaking news, mysterious impact shakes the planet, experts investigating possible meteorite or explosion. The footage on screen was of a news station interviewing scientists. Their words blurred together, something about energy readings, seismic activity, gravitational anomalies. Governments were scrambling. Experts had no idea what had caused it. Katsuki scowled, crossing his arms. Weird, he muttered, but that was all it was. Weird. Not something to waste brain cells on. He clicked off the TV and got on with his day. 10 years ago. The world had been burning. Flames everywhere. Thick smoke choking the air. Distant screams, scattered in every direction. Katsuki remembered the chaos, the heat licking at his skin, the deafening crack of collapsing structures. The orange glow of houses being swallowed whole. And the way his mother held him back. Let me go, he had shouted, thrashing against her grip. I gotta get him. I gotta dash. Stay put, Katsuki. Mitsuki had barked, her own voice raw from shouting. There's nothing you can do. But he felt there had to be something. Somewhere in the inferno, Deku was there. He should have fought harder. Should have broken free. Should have done something. Instead, he had stood there, watched as the flames devoured the house, as the walls collapsed inward. And then, nothing. Later, at the hospital, he sat outside a room, fists clenched, shoulders stiff. His mom was crying. Katsuki had never seen his mom cry before. Mitsuki Bakugo wasn't the type to break down, but that night, she had. Face buried in her hands, shaking as she mourned her friend, Izuku Midoriya, lost in the fire. Inside the hospital room, behind a closed door, lay a boy who wasn't crying at all. Katsuki hadn't been able to bring himself to go in. Because for the first time in his life, he didn't know what to say. Deku had always been the one to talk too much. Always rambling, always muttering, always clinging to Katsuki's words like they meant something. But that night he hadn't said a single thing. No tears. No questions. Just blank, empty silence. Katsuki remembered seeing a glimpse of him through the doorway. Sitting upright in bed, hands limp in his lap. Eyes vacant. And just for a moment, Katsuki had felt afraid. Not of death, but of the look on his face. Like something inside him had been wiped clean. Like he wasn't even there anymore. Deku had stayed with them after that. A few months, maybe. Long enough for the authorities to sort things out. Long enough for Katsuki to get used to the quiet presence in his home, the empty look in those green eyes, the way Deku barely spoke. Long enough to make himself believe that maybe, just maybe, things could go back to the way they were. Then one morning, Deku was gone. No note. No warning. Gone. Like a ghost. The present. Katsuki walked through the city streets, hands stuffed in his pockets. Around him, People murmured about the strange bump from last night. The news was still buzzing about it. Interviews, theories, speculation. People were excited, nervous, curious. Katsuki wasn't any of those things. But for some reason he couldn't shake the feeling crawling up his spine. Something was different. He just didn't know what. 10 years ago. It was a bright afternoon, the kind where the sun hung lazily in the sky, casting warm rays across the park. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo sat cross-legged on the grass, surrounded by cards scattered between them like pieces of their childhood. The excitement of trading hero cards still lingered between them, even if the world outside was filled with the uncertainty of what the future would hold. Midoriya flipped through a stack of cards in his hands, eyes lighting up as he found a new addition. Crimson Riot? I'll take it, he said, his voice full of childish enthusiasm. What cards did you get, Kaken? Bakugo grinned, his fiery energy never quite dampened by the moments they spent in each other's company. He held up a card with pride, nearly glowing with confidence. He waved the card in front of Midoriya, eager for his friend's reaction. Midoriya's eyes widened as he took in the card, his breath catching for a moment. All Might? Man, you're lucky. Bakugo's grin grew wider, savoring the victory. Course I am Mudik. He stopped himself, his expression faltering. Something heavy settled between them, like a sudden gust of wind. Midoriya tilted his head, not quite understanding the shift. HM? What's wrong? Bakugo's gaze dropped, his pride warring with something deeper. It's nothing. I almost called you. You know. His voice trailed off, uncomfortable with the words. Midoriya's brow furrowed. Deku. Bakugo grimaced but didn't look up. Yeah. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. Midoriya studied him, searching for the reason behind the awkwardness. Then he smiled. I don't mind at all, he said, trying to ease the tension. Bakugo fidgeted, shifting in his seat. No, listen, Midoriya. I don't like using that word. After your mom. Well. The mention of Inko Midoriya's passing hung in the air, thick with sorrow. Midoriya's smile faltered. His heart tightened, but he said nothing. Instead, he forced himself to act normal. Bakugo quickly added, I'm sorry for bringing that up. Also, Mom said I can't use it anymore, so, yeah. Midoriya tried to keep the conversation light. You listened to her? I'm surprised. You usually never do. Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms. Well, whatever. Morals, like what adults say or something. I don't know. Midoriya smirked, poking fun at his friend's tough guy act. He leaned forward and placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, his tone playful yet warm. Deku means something nice from now on, then. Doesn't that sound rad? Bakugo rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile. It kinda does. Nerd. Hey, not funny. Midoriya retorted, shoving him lightly. It is. Bakugo shot back. Is not. Midoriya laughed, the sound light and carefree. Is too. Bakugo insisted, grinning widely. Midoriya paused, watching his friend's teasing grin. Then, without missing a beat, he pointed. Show me your All Might card. Bakugo blinked, confused by the sudden shift. Huh? Where did that even come from? Midoriya beamed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just show it to me, Kaken. Bakugo groaned, but he relented, pulling the coveted card out and waving it in front of Midoriya's face. Alrighty, fine, Dek. The use of his old nickname made Midoriya's heart skip a beat. He smiled wide, feeling a sense of victory. Yes. Present day. The dream faded slowly, leaving only the lingering echoes of a time long past. Midoriya, now Deku, woke up with a start, disoriented before the familiar surroundings of his ship brought him back to reality. The ship's hum filled the silence, a reminder of the distance between the person he had been and the man he had become. It was just a dream, he muttered, rubbing his eyes. He glanced over at his desk, where a small collection of trinkets lay scattered. Among them, a lone All Might card rested, forgotten for the time being. Deku reached over and pulled the drawer open, his fingers brushing the edges of the card. His chest tightened for a moment. He hadn't meant to take it, hadn't meant to mix his collection with Bakugo's all those years ago, but here it was, a piece of their childhood still hanging on, like the memory of something that could never quite fade. Heh. Deku chuckled softly. I messed up and somehow mixed my collection with his. He picked it up, turning it over in his hands, feeling the weight of the memories it carried. Maybe I can return this one day. And apologize for accidentally taking his card, he mused with a quiet smile. There was no hurry. Time had a funny way of working, and someday, maybe not today, maybe not even in the near future, he would find his way back to where it all started. His eyes lingered on the card, remembering Bakugo's stubborn grin, his fiery personality, the banter they used to share. But it didn't linger too long. It was a part of him he didn't want to forget, but it was also a part of him that he had to keep locked away for now. Deku slid the card back into his pocket with a soft sigh, the motion almost instinctual, like a reminder to keep moving forward. The past had its place, but the future was what mattered now. A future where, someday, he would return everything that had been left behind. Even the cards. The streets of the city buzzed with life, filled with the usual sounds of chatter, footsteps, and the occasional blare of car horns. The sky was overcast, a thick layer of clouds hiding the sun, but the city remained as lively as ever. People rushed about, lost in their routines, unaware that something, or rather, someone had arrived. Deku stepped onto the pavement, his boots clicking against the stone as he walked with an air of effortless confidence. His long coat, black with gold trim, billowed slightly as he moved, swaying with each step. Strapped to his hip was a holster carrying his signature flintlock-inspired blaster, gleaming under the city lights. His posture was relaxed, but his piercing green eye, his only visible one, thanks to the sleek black eye patch covering his left, scanned everything with precision. The people of Earth had no idea a legend was walking among them. He smirked, adjusting his gloves as he navigated through the crowded streets. Earth felt smaller than he remembered, almost suffocating compared to the vastness of space. Yet there was something nostalgic about it. Doesn't mean I'm happy to be back, he thought. As he passed storefronts and food stalls, the aroma of grilled meat and fresh bread filled the air, making his stomach growl. Right. Deku muttered. Haven't eaten anything since the crash. Although not wealthy, he had always found a way. Spotting a food stand selling skewers, he approached with a confident grin, leaning slightly against the counter. The vendor, an older man with graying hair, glanced up. "What'll it be, kid?" he asked, barely looking at him. Deku tapped his chin thoughtfully. I'll take 3 of those, he pointed at the skewers sizzling on the grill, and that onigiri looks good too. The vendor nodded and wrapped up his order. That'll be 1,500 yen. Deku reached into his coat pocket, fishing around with exaggerated motions. Then, with a sheepish chuckle, he snapped his fingers. Seems I left my wallet. In another galaxy. The vendor blinked. Before the man could react further, Deku reached into his coat and, with a flourish, produced a single, glistening gold coin. It wasn't Earth currency, it was far more valuable. The coin had an intricate design, an insignia from a now-extinct empire. This should more than cover it, Deku said, flipping the coin effortlessly before setting it on the counter. The vendor picked it up, inspecting it. This isn't yen. Nope, Deku grinned. The vendor squinted at him, trying to gauge whether he was being scammed. After a moment, he shrugged. Meh. Looks fancy. Fine deal. He handed Deku the skewers and rice ball. Deku took a triumphant bite of the onigiri, savoring the taste. Earth food really hits different. He continued walking, taking in his surroundings. The city felt strange to him. Too clean. Too organized. Too normal. In space, everything was unpredictable, asteroid fields, battles, bounties on his head. Just regular people living regular lives. It felt distant. He wandered, letting himself get lost in the city's twists and turns. Eventually, he found himself at the edge of a park, a quiet space surrounded by trees and benches. Kids played, laughing as they chased each other, their parents sitting nearby, chatting or scrolling through their phones. Deku stopped walking. His gaze softened for a moment. The sight stirred something in him. Used to be me and Kaken running around like that. Back when things were simpler. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Getting sentimental isn't very pirate-like, he muttered to himself. Then, something caught his eye. A newsstand displaying the latest headlines on a television screen. Breaking news, unknown celestial event shakes the world. Scientists investigating possible meteor impact. Deku nearly choked on his skewer. The footage showed aerial shots of the crash site, the very one he'd crawled out of hours ago. Authorities had already begun surveying the area, though it seemed no one had any idea what had really happened. Deku smirked, taking another bite of his food. Guess I made a bit of an entrance. He was about to turn away when something else on the screen made him freeze. Experts speculate possible connection to extraterrestrial activity. The report such to grainy footage of something moving in the sky. A blurry shape, but Deku knew exactly what it was. That's one of them. The ones who attacked my ship. Deku's grip tightened on his skewer. Looks like Earth wasn't as quiet as it seemed. The city bustled with life, unaware of the storm brewing in the shadows. Neon signs flickered above crowded streets. Civilians walked about, lost in their daily routines. The scent of street food mixed with the urban air. A normal evening. Then, chaos erupted. A deafening explosion rocked the streets, sending people into a panic. A building's windows shattered as smoke and debris filled the air. From the thick haze, armored figures emerged, mercenaries, heavily armed and battle-worn. Some bore the insignia of the fallen Zangyack Empire, remnants of a once-galactic force. Others were new players, bounty hunters, criminals, each with one goal in mind. The Standing atop a streetlight, silhouetted by the burning wreckage, was the pirate himself. His long coat billowed dramatically as he adjusted the moberates on his belt, fingers already gripping a red key. "So," he mused, tilting his head, "which one of you wants to go first?" The leader of the mercenaries, a towering brute with cybernetic arms, stepped forward. "Deku, you have no idea how much you're worth." His voice crackled through a metallic filter. "Dead or alive, doesn't matter." Deku grinned, rolling his shoulders. "Funny. I was just about to say the same thing about you guys." Without another word, they opened fire. Plasma bolts and energy rounds tore through the air. Civilians screamed, scrambling for safety. Deku moved. With the agility of a seasoned warrior, he leaped from the streetlight, flipping midair before landing in the center of the battlefield. Blaster fire barely grazed him as he dashed between enemies, using the environment to his advantage. A well-timed kick sent one mercenary flying into a food stand. But they kept coming. Deku sighed. "Alright, playtime's over." He flipped the red key in his hand before shoving it into the moberates. "Gokai change." The device roared to life, gears turning as a blinding red light engulfed him. His coat shimmered, morphing into something entirely new. When the light faded, Deku stood clad in a red pirate suit, golden accents glinting under the city lights. "Gokaiger!" The moberates announced, "Gokai Red." Deku said, loud and proud. He adjusted his gloves and smirked beneath his visor. "Alright, let's make this showy." With newfound power, Deku lunged into the fray. His movements were precise, honed by years of battle. He weaved between enemies, striking with efficiency. A punch to the gut sent one mercenary sprawling, while a spinning slash from his saber disarmed another. He fired his flintlock pistol, taking down foes from a distance. The mercenaries quickly realized their mistake. This isn't just some pirate," one stammered. "No," another whispered in horror. "This guy took down the entire Zangyack empire." But reinforcements were already arriving. More mercenaries. More threats. Deku scoffed. "Man, you guys just don't quit." He reached for another key. "Alright, let's SWH it up." He inserted a new key into the moberates. "Gokai change." "Jetman." "Black Condor." A new transformation overtook him. His suit shifting, a black suit with wings forming over his back. Deku smirked as he felt the power of flight kick in. Before his enemies could react, Deku launched himself into the sky, soaring high above the battlefield. The wind rushed past him, the city sprawling below. From the air he drew his saber. A mercenary on a rooftop tried to aim his rifle, too slow. Deku dived down, sword flashing, and with a single slash, the weapon was knocked from his hands. Another mercenary leaped, jetpack flaring. Deku twisted midair, blocking his strike with his sword before countering with a midair kick. The ground forces fired into the sky, hoping to clip his wings. Deku dodged effortlessly, using the height advantage to pick off enemies one by one. "Flying's pretty fun," he taunted, before swooping down with a powerful slash that sent 3 enemies sprawling. The commotion had drawn attention. Not just from civilians, but from Earth's criminals. A group of villains arrived, drawn by the sound of destruction. Local gang members, rogue quirk users, and even a few escaped convicts. One particularly large villain, his arms lined with pulsating veins, cracked his knuckles. "This guy thinks he's tough. Let's show him what real power looks like." Deku turned, tilting his head. "Oh, you guys want to dance too?" The villain lunged, his fists crashing down like hammers. Deku barely dodged, flipping backward. "Fine," he said, pulling out another key. Another SWH. He inserted it into the moberates. "Gokai change." Another surge of energy. His armor shifted once more. A new helmet, a striking purple suit with a shark motif and a blade resting at his back. "Don Brothers. Don Murasame." Deku's stance changed, his body now exuding a more precise, deadly aura. The villain swung again, too slow. Deku disappeared. A blur of purple and red streaked across the battlefield, cutting down enemies before they could react. His movements were calculated, almost inhuman. A smaller villain tried to strike, but before he could, Deku submerged into the ground with only the sword visible, like a shark. What in the world? Deku was already behind him. A flash of his Muramasa blade. The villain collapsed instantly, unconscious. The giant brute roared, charging. Deku remained still until the last moment. Then, a single step. A slash. Silence. The villain froze. Then crumpled. Civilians watched in stunned silence. This wasn't a pro hero. This wasn't someone they recognized. This was someone entirely new. The battlefield was littered with unconscious enemies. The Earth villains had already fallen, and the Zangyack remnants barely clung to their weapons. The streets, once filled with chaos, were now eerily quiet. Only the hum of Deku's energy blade remained. One mercenary trembled as he raised his blaster. The hell is this guy? Deku sighed, spinning his Muramasa blade before sheathing it. Still got some fight in you? You guys are persistent, I'll give you that. The mercenary fired. Deku dodged without looking. A single sidestep. The shot flew past him, shattering a street lamp. The pirate exhaled, then reached for another key. Alright, next up. He inserted the key into the Mobarates. Gokai change. A surge of energy erupted around him. His form shifted once again, his armor turning a bright orange with white racing stripes running down his suit. His helmet took the shape of a sleek sports car grille, and his boom change axe, a hybrid blade and axe, appeared in his hands. Bunbunger. Bun orange. A mercenary rushed at him with a spiked club. Deku sidestepped and swung his blade, slicing straight through the club like a high-speed drift. Another mercenary fired a plasma bolt. Deku spun the boom change axe, shifting it into its axe form mid-spin, and deflected the shot with a powerful swing. You're all moving way too slow, he taunted. A Zangyack brute, towering over the others, charged at Deku like a runaway truck. Deku smirked. Time for a boost. Suddenly, his entire body surged forward in a burst of speed, like a car going 0 to 60 in an instant. He zipped past the brute, slashing his side with the boom blade before flipping over him. Sparks erupted from the wound. The brute barely had time to turn before Deku spun his weapon into axe mode and slammed it down on his back. The impact cratered the pavement beneath them, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The remaining mercenaries hesitated. Deku flipped the boom change axe back into blade form and pointed it at them. Anyone else want to get run over? The mercenaries backed away instinctively. Deku laughed. Thought so. He reached for his next key. Gokai change. His suit shifted, trading orange for deep green armor with a tiger motif. A knightly visor formed over his helmet, and a massive sword materialized in his hands. Ryu soldier. Ryu Soul green. Deku twirled his sword, feeling the power of a dinosaur warrior surge through him. The Zangyack soldier swung his hammer. Deku blocked it effortlessly. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal. Not bad, Deku admitted. But he countered with a devastating slash, sending the soldier crashing through a building. The world had just witnessed something extraordinary. News outlets scrambled to analyze the footage, social media exploded with debates, and both heroes and villains turned their attention to the mysterious warrior who had appeared in the streets of Tokyo. The battle had ended, but its impact had only just begun. Breaking news and public frenzy. Breaking news. The headline flashed across multiple screens, anchoring countless reports across the nation. A lone fighter, displaying never-before-seen abilities, single-handedly took down a group of mercenaries in a battle unlike anything we've seen before, a reporter announced, standing in front of a ruined street. Who is he? A hero? A vigilante? Or something else entirely? Clips of the battle looped endlessly on every screen, Deku shifting through multiple warrior forms, overwhelming his enemies with skill that rivaled the top pros. But the most replayed moment was the last, when he untransformed, revealing his face before vanishing into the shadows. And now, an official statement from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. A suited officer stood behind a podium, his expression stern. At this time, we have no official identity for the individual involved in the incident. However, we are actively investigating and urge anyone with information to come forward. The reporters pounced. Was he a hero? A vigilante? Do we know his quirk? Is he connected to any known pro-heroes? The officer remained firm. We cannot confirm anything at this time. While his actions did prevent further civilian harm, they were unauthorized. Vigilantism remains a crime, and we will take appropriate measures once more information is gathered. That response only added fuel to the fire. Government and hero agencies react. In a high-security conference room, top government officials and pro-hero representatives sat in silence, watching the footage on repeat. A man in a dark suit leaned forward. Enhance that frame. The screen zoomed in on Deku mid-transformation. Analysts slowed it down frame by frame, watching as his body shifted between forms. A silence settled over the room. Then, no quirk factor detected, an analyst murmured, breaking the tension. That's not possible, another official said, frowning. No quirk means no superhuman abilities. But he was faster, stronger, and more skilled than most pros. Then what the hell is he? A senior officer exhaled sharply. A problem. One of the hero representatives tapped his fingers on the table. If he's this powerful, then the villains are going to notice him, if they haven't already. Too late for that, someone muttered. They have. The League of Villains take notice. The dim glow of a television flickered inside the League of Villains hideout. The broadcast ended, leaving the room in an unsettling silence. Shigaraki's fingers twitched at his neck. That he's annoying. Kurogiri's voice was smooth. He's powerful. Dabi leaned against the wall, smirking as blue flames flickered at his fingertips. A guy like that showing up out of nowhere? Either fate's playing a joke, or someone's pulling strings. Toga twirled a knife between her fingers, giggling. He's strong. And he fights with style. Twice hummed from the couch. I like him. No, I hate him. He's powerful. Too powerful. I want him on our side. No, I want him gone. Spinner crossed his arms, studying the screen. But he reminds me of the old heroes. The ones who didn't follow the rules but still protected people. Shigaraki's lip curled. That's what bothers me. His scratching grew rougher. He's unpredictable. And if there's one thing I hate, it's not knowing what comes next. His gaze darkened. Find out everything you can. If he's in our way, we get rid of him. And if he's not. A slow grin crept onto his face. Maybe he'll be useful. Class 1A reacts. At UA High, Class 1A crowded around the classroom, their eyes locked on their phones, the news on screen. The footage played again, and the room buzzed with reactions. Kirishima grinned. That was so manly. He took on an entire group like it was nothing. Who is he? Mina leaned closer. I don't think I've ever seen a pro hero fight like that before. Iida adjusted his glasses. Whoever he is, he possesses an incredible level of skill. However, if he is not a licensed hero, then he is engaging in illegal vigilantism. Yeah, but come on, Iida, Kaminari interrupted. He saved people. And those transformations? What kind of quirk even does that? Todoroki, arms crossed, stared at the screen. It's not a quirk. Everyone turned. What do you mean? Uraraka asked. His transformations. They don't follow any known quirk behavior, Todoroki explained. He's not using external energy or manifesting physical mutations. It's different. Like he's drawing power from something else entirely. As expected from Todoroki, Siro said, nodding. Always breaking things down like a detective. But that makes it even weirder, Jiro muttered. If it's not a quirk, then how is he doing it? A silence followed. But he has to be a hero, right? Uraraka asked. I mean, why else would he fight like that? Kaminari hesitated. Something about him doesn't scream hero to me. It's more like a pirate, Tokoyami finished, voice low. The word lingered in the air, sending an eerie chill through the room. Bakugo's realization. The news played in the background of Bakugo's home living room, but he barely listened. Just another idiot making waves. Nothing worth his time. Until the screen flashed with him. Green hair. A single eye visible. A face he knew all too well. His body went rigid. His breath hitched. His fingers clenched into his palm. His voice came out barely above a whisper, yet it carried the weight of 10 years. Deku! The world around him blurred. The broadcast continued, but he wasn't listening anymore. He knew that face. He knew that name. And now, the whole world did too. The greatest pirate returns. From the highest offices to the lowest back alleys, everyone had seen him. Some called him a hero. Others, a vigilante. Some feared him. Others admired him. But one thing was certain, the greatest space pirate of the age had arrived on Earth. And the world would never be the same again. On a rooftop overlooking the city, Deku sat cross-legged with a bowl of curry in hand. He smirked as he scrolled through the news headlines on his communicator. Man, I really shocked the world, huh? He took another bite, savoring the spice. His single eye gleamed under the night sky. I really am flashy. 10 years ago. The forest was quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. The air was crisp, cool against my skin, and the distant hum of the city lights barely reached this far out. I sat on a fallen log, staring up at the sky. I had lost track of time. Kakin and his parents were probably worried sick by now. I hadn't meant to stay out this long, but I just needed space. The house wasn't home, not really. No matter how much the Bakugos tried, it would never be the same. Not after the fire. I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the log. Who knew something as small as an unattended stove could take everything away? Idiots, I muttered under my breath. I hated thinking about it. About her. About the cold, lifeless silence that replaced her warmth. I hugged my knees to my chest, my breath shaky. I should go back. Staying out here wouldn't change anything. I stood up, ready to start walking. And then I saw it. A shadow against the stars. Something huge. A ship. I froze, eyes wide as the massive shape loomed overhead. It was sleek yet imposing, the deep crimson of its hull gleaming under the moonlight. Gold accents ran along its structure, catching the light as it moved. It looked like something out of a storybook. A pirate ship, in the sky. That wasn't possible. And yet it was there. I barely had time to process what I was seeing before a beam of light shot down from the ship, illuminating the ground near me. The air crackled, the energy of it making my hair stand on end. I stumbled back, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Someone appeared. A figure descended gracefully within the beam, landing softly on the forest floor. His entire body was clad in red. His suit, his gloves, his boots. A gold emblem gleamed on his chest, and a matching belt wrapped around his waist. A long, flowing red coat framed his tall, imposing figure. His helmet, adorned with a golden pirate insignia, concealed his face. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then he took a step forward. "You saw my ship," he said, his voice calm yet commanding. I swallowed. "Yeah," I managed to say. "Kinda hard not to." A small chuckle escaped from the helmeted figure. "I suppose it is." I hesitated, my mind racing. "Oh, are you?" He tilted his head slightly, as if considering his answer. "I am Aka Red." "Hey, Red? That didn't sound like a real name." "That's not normal," I muttered, narrowing my eyes. "Neither is Deku." My whole body stiffened. I took a step back, heart pounding. "How do you know that name?" Aka Red remained still for a moment, then said simply, "I know many things." That wasn't an answer. I clenched my fists. "Are you an alien?" "In a way, yes," he admitted. "But more importantly, I am a traveler." "A traveler? From where?" Before I could ask, K. Red's gaze turned to the sky. His posture shifted, as if he was looking at something I couldn't see. "I have been watching this planet for a long time," he said. My stomach twisted. "Why?" A long pause. Then, "Because war is coming." A chill ran down my spine. "War?" I repeated. "What do you mean?" "There's no war." "Not yet," he said. "But there will be." Something in his voice made my chest tighten. It wasn't a warning, it was a certainty. "There are forces out there," he continued, gesturing toward the stars. "Empires that seek control. Conquerors who strip planets bare. They are always searching for new territory, new power." He turned back to me. "Earth has been fortunate, but it will not be overlooked forever." I swallowed hard. He wasn't lying. Somehow, I knew he wasn't lying. "But is that why you're here?" I asked. "To warn us." "In part." He took a step closer and instinctively I took a step back. "But I also came looking for something else," he said. "Or rather, someone." My breath caught. "Someone?" Aka Red nodded. "Someone who has nothing left to lose." The air around us felt thicker, like his words carried more weight than I could understand. I stared at him, my thoughts spinning. Was he talking about me? I wanted to laugh. What kind of joke was this? But no part of me could find it funny. I felt my fists tighten at my sides. "And if you found someone like that?" Aka Red extended a hand. "Then I would offer them a new beginning." A new beginning. The words echoed in my head, sinking deep into my bones. A new beginning. I thought of my mom. Of the fire. Of the life I had lost. I thought of Kaken, of the Bakugos, of the house that wasn't really mine. I thought of the loneliness. The anger. The feeling of being lost. I stared at his outstretched hand, my heart hammering. This was insane. It was crazy. But wasn't my life already shattered beyond repair? What did I have left? Nothing. No home. No future. Nothing but memories of a life that burned away. I clenched my fists. Then slowly, I looked up at him. "Take me with you." My voice wavered, but my resolve was firm. "I have nothing left on Earth." Aka Red studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "Then let's go." The lights surrounding him flared brighter, engulfing me as well. I felt a rush of energy, weightless, like the world itself was slipping away beneath my feet. And then, the Earth disappeared from view. I was leaving everything behind. I was leaving my past. I was leaving Izuku Midoriya. And for the first time in my life, I felt free. Present-day Earth. The Tokyo skyline stretched out before me, lights flickering against the darkened sky. I sat on the edge of a rooftop, a bowl of steaming curry resting in my hands. The city below was alive, bustling with noise and movement. It felt distant. I took a slow bite, the warmth of the dish contrasting against the cool night air. My gaze drifted upward, past the buildings, past the pollution-choked clouds, toward the stars. Toward the past. "I still can't believe we were able to defeat the entire Zangyack Empire." I murmured to myself, my voice barely above a whisper. I let out a quiet chuckle, shaking my head. The words hung in the air. My fingers clenched around the bowl as a familiar ache settled in my chest. Aka Red. He wasn't here anymore. I could almost hear his voice, his unwavering determination, his belief in me. My vision blurred for a second, just a moment. I wiped my face before the tear could fully fall. "Thanks for everything, Aka Red." My voice was steady, but the weight behind it was undeniable. I took a deep breath, forcing a smirk onto my lips as I raised my bowl. "I hope you rest well in peace." Then, in the quiet of the Tokyo night, I continued eating, the stars watching over me. Chapter end. The chase begins. Deku ran across the rooftops of Tokyo, his boots striking the concrete with practiced precision. Sirens wailed below as patrol cars swerved through the streets, their red and blue lights flashing against the city skyline. A dozen pro-heroes pursued him from all angles, some leaping across the rooftops, others flying or scaling the buildings with their quirks. He clicked his tongue. Persistent, aren't they? Ahead, a hero blocked his path, a tall man with a steel-reinforced body and a baton in hand. Death Arms. Stop running and surrender. Death Arms barked, slamming his fist into his palm. Deku ignored him, veering left, only for another hero to drop down from above. Tiger, the muscular pro from the Wild Pussycats, landed with a heavy thud, his arms stretching unnaturally. Not getting away that easy, kid. Deku skidded to a halt, glancing back. Behind him, more heroes closed in, Kamui Woods, his wooden tendrils lashing forward, and Edgeshot, already shifting into a thin, needle-like form, prepared to strike. Deku sighed. Guess talking my way out isn't an option. Flashback, how it started. It had all started just a few hours ago. After his high-profile battle with the mercenaries, news of his presence had spread like wildfire. The government had ordered his capture, and the heroes had been put on high alert. Deku had tried to keep a low profile, but it wasn't long before he was spotted. At first, it was just a few heroes patrolling the streets. But as soon as he avoided one, another would appear. Soon, it escalated into a full-fledged manhunt. And now, here he was, cornered. Battle against the pro-heroes. Deku smirked, reaching into his coat and pulling out a green ranger key. Gokai change. A brilliant green flash engulfed him, and in an instant, his attire shifted into the crystal armor of something green. Kiramager. Kiramai green. Death Arms rushed forward, swinging his heavy fists. Deku sidestepped, his movements now enhanced with the Kiramei sword's precision. He deflected a punch, then countered with a swift slash, his blade glowing with energy. Kamui Wood's branches lashed out to restrain him. Deku slashed through them, his blade cutting effortlessly. He spun, sending a burst of green light that forced Kamui back. Tiger lunged in, his stretching arms wrapping around Deku's waist. Oh no you don't. Deku planted his foot and twisted, using Tiger's momentum against him. He flipped the hero over his shoulder and into Kamui Woods, sending them both crashing into a rooftop air vent. Edge shots zipped toward him at lightning speed. Deku raised his Kiramei sword, deflecting the needle-like hero just in time. He grinned. Alright, next round. Deku swapped keys, twisting a red one into the Mobarates. Gokai change. Deca Ranger. Deca Red. His suit shifted to crimson, the D-magnums appearing in his hands. More firepower should do the trick. Edge shot darted at him again, but Deku was ready. He fired off precise shots, forcing the hero to shift into his full-body form to dodge. Kamui Woods recovered, launching more wooden tendrils. Deku dual-wielded his blasters, dodging between the attacks while returning fire. His movements were fluid, almost like a well-trained marksman. Tiger charged, his elongated fists swinging wildly. Deku flipped over him, landing gracefully while firing a clean shot at his back. He spun his blasters, locking onto multiple targets before unloading a barrage of shots, forcing the heroes to retreat momentarily. But he knew he couldn't stay in one place for too long. He swapped keys again. Gokai change. Geki Ranger. Geki Violet. The deep purple suit of Geki Violet formed around him, and his stance shifted to a martial arts pose. Death Arms re-engaged, swinging with brute strength. Deku ducked under the first swing, countering with a Fukami-style palm strike, sending a shockwave of energy through Death Arms' body. He followed up with a spinning kick, knocking the hero off balance. Kamui Woods tried another capture attempt, but Deku moved faster. He dashed through the wooden branches, parrying them with open palm strikes. His movements were pure instinct, his Geki Juken training allowing him to counter every attack. Tiger leaped in, attempting a grapple, but Deku caught his wrist and flipped him over, slamming him into the rooftop. Too slow. Escape plan. Deku breathed heavily, sensing more heroes arriving. This was taking too long. He swapped keys once more. Gokai change. Patranger. Patron 3 go. His suit changed to the white and pink uniform of Patron 3 go, and the Pat Megabow baton materialized in his grip. Silence enveloped the rooftop as the heroes paused, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Kamui Woods, mid-action, stopped, and Death Arms lowered his fists. Tiger blinked, trying to process the scene, while even the composed Edge shot hesitated. Did he just turn pink? Death Arms muttered, breaking the silence. Kamui Woods tilted his head in confusion. I think so? Tiger couldn't help but chuckle. Not judging, but that's your choice. Edge shot, though neutral, was clearly surprised. Statistically, I would have expected red. Deku sighed, feeling the eyes on him. Oi, quit staring. Kamui Woods began, You look dash, but Death Arms interjected, surprisingly good in pink? I wasn't gonna say that. I was, Tiger admitted with a grin. Deku groaned, gripping the Pat Megabow. Are we fighting, or critiquing my fashion choices? Tiger smirked. Depends. You always accessorize like this. Deku twirled the baton. How about I accessorize you into the pavement? He slammed it down, releasing a stun wave that disrupted the hero's balance. Taking advantage, Deku bolted away. As he leaped off the rooftop, Tiger's voice echoed, Still think you rocked it, though. I appreciate the kind words. Deku shouted back. Just then, a blue blur intercepted him, Sir Night-Eye. The former sidekick of All Might caught Deku's wrist, his eyes sharp. I've seen the future, Night-Eye said, tightening his grip. You won't escape this time. Deku grinned. We'll see about that. He swapped a key. Gokai change. King Ogre. Hachi Ogre. His suit transformed, and the Ogre Caliber sword appeared. Deku slashed, forcing Night-Eye to release him. He spun mid-air, sending a golden shockwave that momentarily blinded the heroes. Landing on the street below, he sprinted toward the city's outskirts. Deku ran through an abandoned alley, breathing. He had barely escaped. The heroes wouldn't relent, but for now, he had some distance. Then a voice, deep and familiar, called out. Izuku Midoriya. Deku's breath hitched. He turned to see All Might at the alley's entrance. That's your name, right? The current #1 hero's eyes were intense. You mysteriously went missing 10 years ago. Deku's fists clenched. All Might stepped forward. I think it's time we talked, young Midoriya. Deku stood frozen, his chest heaving. All Might's shadow loomed over him, his presence overwhelming. Izuku Midoriya. Deku flinched at the name. That's not my name, he muttered. All Might's expression remained steady. Then what should I call you? Deku. Silence followed. Then All Might sighed. Very well, Death. But you must come with me. Deku tensed. Not happening. All Might shook his head. You've made too much noise. The world will be after you. Deku smirked. They already are. Before All Might could respond, Deku activated his Mobarates. Gokai change. Gokager. Gokai red. A crimson glow engulfed Deku. He lunged, swinging the Gokai saber. All Might raised his arm, catching the blade. The force sent a gust of wind through the alley. Deku's eyes widened. That won't work, All Might said simply. His fist hit Deku's stomach, sending him flying into a building. Deku coughed, forcing himself to stand. He swapped keys. Gokai change. Ryu Soldier. Ryu Soul Blue. Using enhanced agility, he zigzagged through the alley, slashing wildly. All Might dodged effortlessly, his experience evident. Deku leaped for a strike, but All Might vanished, reappearing to land a powerful punch. Deku twisted midair, swapping keys. Gokai change. Bukinger. Bu-Ken Black. He swung the radial hammer, cracking the pavement. But All Might, unfazed, ripped the hammer away and swung it back, sending Deku tumbling. Deku coughed, swapping again. Gokai change. Derringer. Tenma Ranger. Chi-powered strikes connected, making All Might flinch. But as Deku pressed forward, All Might's hand clamped down on his face, slamming him into the ground. Deku gasped for air, realizing this wasn't working. He swapped again. Gokai change. Magi Ranger. Magi Pink. A bright aura surrounded him as he lifted his staff, casting a spell to bind All Might. For a moment, it worked. Then All Might flexed, shattering the magical binds. Deku barely had time to react before All Might rushed forward. A punch connected, and his transformation shattered instantly. Deku's vision swam as he forced himself to stand, his body protesting with bruises forming beneath his suit. But he wasn't done yet. He ripped another key from his belt, shoving it into the Mobarates. Gokai change. Time Ranger. Time Fire. His body ignited with crimson flames as the DV Defender materialized in his hand. This form packed heat, literally. Deku swung the blazing energy sword, leaving streaks of fire as he charged. He slashed at All Might's torso, forcing the hero to step back. Deku pressed forward, switching to blaster mode, unleashing rapid-fire DV bolts. All Might twisted, dodging most of the shots, but one clipped his shoulder. Deku's heart raced. I hit him. Then, All Might snuffed out the flames on his costume with a single pat. He gave Deku a look and vanished. Before Deku could react, a fist buried itself into his gut. The flames around him flickered and died as his transformation shattered. Gritting his teeth, Deku slammed another key into place. Gokai change. Maskman. X1 mask. His suit turned white and green, and in his grip, the masky blade hummed with raw energy. Deku focused, channeling aura power into his weapon. A crackling energy wave surged forward, colliding with All Might's chest. The air split with a thunderous boom. Deku didn't hesitate. He lunged, striking with a flurry of precise sword moves and energy slashes. Each one connected. I'm landing hits. I'm actually... All Might caught the sword mid-swing. Deku's eyes widened. With one hand, All Might snapped the masky blade in two. Then he kicked Deku in the chest. Deku crashed into the pavement, gasping for air. Gokai change. Karanger. Signalman. His armor shifted to blue and silver, a police siren blinking on his helmet. The signal baton crackled with power in his hands. Deku took a deep breath. This form had insane durability. All Might charged. Deku braced himself, blocking a full-force punch with his arms. The ground cracked beneath him, but he didn't budge. This form can tank hits. He countered, swinging the baton into All Might's ribs. The hero stumbled. Deku swung again. A second hit. But All Might caught the baton. A shockwave followed as the number 1 hero ripped it from Deku's grip and snapped it like a twig. Then with a backhanded strike, he sent Deku tumbling. Deku struggled to his feet, slamming a new key into place. Gokai change. Abaranger. The red. The power of the Dino Guts surged through him. Deku roared, lunging at All Might with the Tyranno rod. The spear extended, wrapping around All Might's wrist. He had him. Deku pulled, aiming to send the hero flying. All Might planted his feet. He didn't move an inch. Instead, he yanked Deku toward him. Before Deku could react, All Might's fist crashed into his side. Deku's ABA red suit shattered as he skidded across the ground. Gokai change. Gogovi. Go blue. His Go blaster materialized, already charged. He took to the rooftops, firing precise shots at All Might. The number 1 hero dodged effortlessly. Deku's such tactics, using Go Blue's superior aerial mobility to run and gun, leaping between buildings. He took aim, firing at the ground beneath All Might. The pavement exploded. A cloud of dust swallowed the hero. Deku smirked. Finally. Then from within the smoke, All Might's silhouette appeared. Unscathed. Deku barely had time to react before a fist plowed into his stomach. His Go Blue suit vanished as he hit the ground hard. Deku kept suching. Each form gave him a glimmer of hope, only for it to be crushed. Oh Yellow, oh Ranger. Deku tried earth-based attacks, but All Might punched through stone walls like paper. Shurikenger, Hurricanager. Deku vanished into shadows, but All Might anticipated his strikes, countering before he could land a hit. Deka Swan, Dekaranger. Rapid-fire energy shots barely made All Might blink. Beatbuster, Go Busters. Super strength couldn't match All Might's strength. Dekamaster, Dekaranger. Swordsmanship fell short against All Might's raw power. VRV-MSTR, Car Ranger. Speed and vehicular summons failed. Go Ci Red, Go Ziger. Wind-based attacks blew back onto Deku. Kyoryu Blue Brave, Kyryuger Brave. Dinosaur power missed their mark. Zio the World, Zayuger. Deku's final raw power attempt crumbled. Deku collapsed. His vision blurred. His breathing was ragged. His hands trembled as he reached for his final key. He slammed it into the Mobarates. Gokai change. A brilliant silver light engulfed him. His pirate suit disappeared. Instead, he stood clad in silver blue armor. Space Sheriff. Gavin. A new power surged through him. Unlike before, this felt different. Deku's body felt lighter. Stronger. Sharper. The laser blade ignited in his hand, crackling with blue fire. His last hope. All Might narrowed his eyes. That's different. Deku's heart pounded. He didn't speak. He couldn't. Instead, he moved. Faster than ever before. A silver streak shot across the battlefield, closing the gap instantly. All Might's eyes widened in the split second before Deku slashed. And the cut landed. A deep, glowing gash appeared across All Might's chest. Deku barely had time to register it before. The cut deepened. Sparks erupted from the wound. For the first time, All Might staggered back. Deku's breath hitched. I did it. He gripped the sword tighter. I can win this. His voice ripped through the air. Gavin dynamic. Blue lightning erupted around him as he charged. He swung the laser blade, putting everything behind it. This was it. This was victory. Then, just inches before his sword met All Might's chest again, All Might's hand snapped forward. A gust of wind followed the movement. And then, the world shattered. The laser blade cracked. Deku's pupils shrank as his strongest weapon, his last hope, was crushed in All Might's grip. The silver glow flickered. The energy faded. And then, in a single motion, All Might's fist collided with Deku's gut. The impact split the ground apart. Deku didn't even scream. The breath left his body. His silver armor shattered into pieces. The sky spun. His body soared through the air like a ragdoll. Then, blackness. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. A deep, numbing ache seeps into my bones, dull at first but growing sharper with each slow, ragged breath. My mind swims in and out of focus, heavy, sluggish. like I've been dragged back from the brink of unconsciousness and my body is still trying to catch up. I shift slightly, and a sharp sting lances through my ribs, forcing me to stop. My eyes flicker open, and I'm greeted by sterile white walls, the harsh brightness of overhead fluorescent lights, and the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor beside me. A hospital. I breathe out slowly, trying to steady myself, trying to remember. The fight. The chase. The moment I realized I couldn't win, I lost. The weight of that fact settles on my chest, heavier than the pain. No matter how much I struggled, no matter how desperately I fought, it hadn't been enough. The door clicks open. I don't bother turning my head. I already know who it is. Aizawa. He steps into the room, his movements slow, calculated. Even in his usual slouched posture, he carries an unshakable presence, like a storm cloud looming overhead. His eyes, half-lidded and unreadable, lock onto mine as he pulls a chair closer and sits beside the bed. I say nothing. For a long moment, neither does he. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken tension. Then, name. I blink. Huh. State your name, he repeats, tone flat. I frown. You know my name. He leans forward slightly. Then say it. I stare at him. Deku. Aizawa's expression doesn't change. Full name. I look away. My throat tightens. You already know that's not the name I go by anymore. And yet, he presses, it's the name that appears on every missing person report. Every government file. Every police record. Izuku Midoriya. I swallow hard but don't respond. Date of birth, he continues. I exhale slowly. July 15th. Age. 15. Quirk. None. The pause. Affiliation. I hesitate. Pirate. More specific. I wet my lips. Space pirate. Aizawa nods slightly, still confused. Criminal history? I let out a dry, humorless chuckle. How much time do you have? I have all day, he replies evenly. I sigh. Smuggling. Destruction of property. Assault. Evading arrest. Aizawa leans forward, his gaze hard and piercing. Murder. I take a slow breath, refusing to look away. Some, I say, my voice steady, though the words don't come easily. Not always. But sometimes, yes. His eyes narrow. Criminals or villains? I nod. Yes. They're the ones who'd usually end up dead. Not my choice, but it's the reality of the life I've led. Aizawa doesn't react to my words immediately, just letting them settle in the thick silence of the room. He taps his fingers lightly against his leg, thinking. And heroes? The question catches me off guard. My throat tightens as I shift in my seat. Never. I breathe out. I've fought heroes, sure. I've faced them down. But, to kill one? It's not something I'd even think about, let alone dream of doing. He watches me intently, his gaze never wavering. What makes the difference? I pause, the weight of his question sinking into my chest. It's more than just a simple answer. I've never had to really think about this before. Heroes. They're supposed to protect people. To help. No matter how messed up things get, that's the one thing you hold on to. You don't cross that line. Villains and criminals, some of them deserve it. But a hero? They're supposed to stand for something bigger. Something better. Aizawa nods, absorbing my words. There's a long moment of silence, the air thick with unspoken understanding. So you've never harmed a hero. But you've harmed others. I exhale slowly, closing my eyes. I've done things I'm not proud of. Things I never wanted to do. But I've been pushed to the edge. Not by choice. You understand that, right? Aizawa remains still, unmoving. His voice is steady but carries weight when he speaks again. You're a dangerous person, Izuku Midoriya. There's no denying that. Meet his gaze, no longer backing down. I never asked for this. For any of it. But I've survived. I've kept moving forward. He stares at me for a long time, almost like he's measuring me, gauging whether or not he believes me. Silence. Then he sits back, folding his arms. You understand why I'm asking, don't you? I exhale sharply. Yeah. Because people want my head on a platter. Exactly, he says. You caused chaos. You took on pro-heroes. You fought All Might. That kind of power, used recklessly, makes people nervous. There are those who see you as a threat. A criminal. And by law, they wouldn't be wrong. I glance away. Then why am I not in HNCFFS? Because some of us believe you're more than that, he replies simply. I frown. Some of us. Aizawa's expression remains neutral. UA is offering you an alternative. I stare at him. An alternative? You become a student. Train under us. In exchange, you won't be treated as a criminal, he states plainly. I blink. You want me to go to school? Under strict conditions, he clarifies. You'll be under house arrest under UA's watch. No leaving UA without permission. And I'll personally be responsible for keeping you in check. I scoff lightly. So, a prison disguised as a classroom? Call it what you want, Aizawa says, unfazed. But it's better than the alternative. I don't reply. Just remember this, Midoriya. We're not asking you to be a hero. We're just giving you a chance to make something of what you have left. He stands. Take your time to think about it. But don't take too long. And with that, he leaves me alone with my thoughts. It's been 2 hours since the last time the door opened. I don't need to look up to know who it is. The weight of unspoken emotions fills the room as I sense their presence. Mitsuki Bakugo stands in the doorway, gripping the frame for support, while Masaru Bakugo watches silently. They're here. Before I can speak, a sharp slap lands on my cheek, and strong arms envelop me. You reckless brat. Mitsuki's voice trembles. Do you know what you put us through? You disappeared without a trace. We thought you were gone forever. Her tears soak my hospital gown. Masaru steps forward, his voice heavy with emotion. We never stopped looking for you, kid. My chest tightens as Mitsuki pulls back, holding my face. Her eyes are filled with years of pain and relief. Don't ever do that to us again. I nod weakly. I won't. When Mitsuki releases me, I sense him. Katsuki stands at the doorway, fists clenched, eyes burning with raw emotion. I reach into my pocket, finding something familiar, the All Might card. I offer it to him. Here. His gaze flickers, but he doesn't move. I've been searching for so long, he mutters. I hesitate. It got mixed up with mine, sorry. His breath catches. I meant you. The words hit harder than any punch. Katsuki suddenly moves, pushing me back against the pillows, gripping my gown. Udamas, do you know what it was like? His grip weakens, his head bows, shoulders trembling. You were gone, and I couldn't do anything. His breath shudders, and he pulls me into a tight hug. Don't disappear again, he says, voice raw. Not from me. I squeeze my eyes shut. I won't. The hospital room is quieter now, the machines a constant reminder of my journey. It's overwhelming, the fights, the escape, the defeat. I thought I was ready for anything, but now it feels different. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or just exhausted. But I know one thing, I have a choice to make. When Aizawa enters, he doesn't judge or pity me. He simply waits, giving me space to decide. I've been running for so long, but now it feels like I've reached a crossroads. I look at Aizawa, the weight of everything pressing down on me. If I say yes, things will change. UA won't just be a school, it'll be a place where I'm monitored. But is it worse than where I've been? I think about what I've lost, the people I've hurt, the battles that broke me. But then I think about those who care. The Bakugos, their relentless support, the way Katsuki held me after everything. That feeling is something I haven't had in years. And the Bakugo parents, their pain, they carried it all this time. I can't leave it behind again. I can't keep running. I take a deep breath. I accept. Aizawa's gaze hardens briefly, measuring my resolve. He nods. Good. Get some rest. You'll need it. I lean back, eyes closing. This time, it's not exhaustion from battle but a quiet relief. It's the weight of a future, a chance to stop running and face what's next. Before I get lost in thought, there's a knock at the door. It opens and I see him. Katsuki. His eyes meet mine, and there's silence. How are you feeling? His voice is rough, but there's a softness I haven't heard in years. It's a simple question, but it carries more weight than any battle. I'm okay, I say quietly. I think I'm gonna be okay. He steps into the room slowly, his usual fire tempered by something more, something that promises more than anger. I'm glad, he mutters, a hint of frustration lingering in his tone. But then he's there, standing beside me, looking down at me with a seriousness that almost makes me laugh. Just don't disappear again, you hear me? His voice is sharp but filled with concern. I smile softly, nodding slowly. I won't. And for the first time in a long time, I truly believe it. Aizawa might have offered me a way out of the life I've been living, but it's not just about the school. It's about the people I've left behind, the ones who still care, and the ones who need me to stay. Thank you, I whisper, looking up at Katsuki. No, looking up at Kaken. For everything. Kaken doesn't say anything at first. He just looks at me, his gaze softening, but only for a moment before he turns away. Don't mention it, Deku. I let out a laugh, a real, unguarded laugh. It feels good. And for the first time, I feel like I might actually be ready to face what's next. Whatever that might be. A week had passed since my fight with All Might. A week of recovery, of staring at stark white hospital walls, each sterile tile a testament to my struggle. A week of feeling my body slowly mend itself, the phantom aches a constant reminder of the power I had faced and barely survived. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor had become a morbid lullaby, a constant, mechanical measure of my fragile existence. The nurses avoided my eyes, their smiles strained, their words clipped and professional. The doctors whispered in hushed tones when they thought I wasn't listening, their furrowed brows and concerned glances painting a picture of uncertainty. No one knew what to do with me, this anomaly, this wild card thrown into their carefully ordered world. And now, I stood at the gates of UA High School. The imposing structure loomed before me, a fortress of heroes in training. The air here was different. Heavy, yet controlled. Every brick, every window, every meticulously maintained garden seemed to radiate purpose, a silent declaration of the ideals it represented. There was no room for uncertainty in this place. Everything had a reason for being. Except for me. I should have felt something. Awe, perhaps, at the legendary institution. Bitterness, at the stark contrast between my past and the pristine future it promised. Maybe even regret, for the choices that had led me here. Instead, I felt nothing. A hollow emptiness, a detachment that had become my default state. The place I once idolized, the beacon of hope I had clung to in the darkest corners of space, now felt like any other location I had landed on. A pit stop, a battlefield, a place to lay low. The weight of its reputation, its history, meant nothing. It was just another building, another stage. Aizawa stood beside me, hands in his pockets, his usual tired expression in place. But I could see the subtle tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes constantly scanned our surroundings. He wasn't as relaxed as he looked. He was watching me, the building, the students passing by, always observing, always assessing. We walked forward, boots hitting the pavement in unison, the sound echoing in the unnerving silence. I glanced at him, breaking the tension. So, what's the verdict? How many of them think this is a mistake? His response was as blunt as ever. Most. I laughed, a dry, humorless sound. Honest. I like that. Aizawa didn't even glance at me, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. They all just have their concerns with you. I chuckled, shaking my head. Concerns. That's a nice way of saying we think you're a threat. Aizawa didn't even glance at me. It's not about what they think. It's about what you do. I scoffed but didn't argue. For once, I had no clever response, no witty retort to mask the unease that gnawed at me. I followed him inside, the imposing doors swinging shut behind us with a resounding thud. The hallway was quiet, save for the distant hum of voices behind the heavy wooden doors. The air smelled like old books and fresh coffee, comforting, familiar scents that didn't match the tension coiling in my chest. Aizawa stopped in front of the faculty room door and turned to face me. His expression was unreadable, but that wasn't new. He was always like this, calculating, detached, always holding back just enough that you couldn't tell what he was thinking. This meeting is for staff only, he said. Wait here. I scoffed. So I'm not even allowed in my own trial? Aizawa didn't react. They need to discuss the situation before hearing from you directly. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Gotta decide whether or not I'm too dangerous to keep around. He didn't confirm or deny it. Just stared at me, waiting. For once, I didn't push. Didn't argue. I just sighed and slid down the wall, resting my arms on my knees. Fine. I'll wait. Aizawa studied me for a second longer, then turned and pushed the door open. The voices inside hushed immediately. Before the door swung shut, I caught a glimpse of them. Nizu at the head of the table, Midnight with her arms crossed, Present Mike fidgeting with his glasses, Snipe drumming his fingers against the polished wood. All of them looking at Aizawa. All of them expecting answers. Then the door clicked closed, sealing me out. I exhaled through my nose and tilted my head back against the wall. Waiting. I hated waiting. Inside the faculty room, UA staff meeting. The moment the door opened, there was a palpable shift in the air, a collective intake of breath. The weight of their stares, heavy and scrutinizing, pressed down on me like a physical force. They weren't here to welcome me with open arms. They were here to decide what to do with me, this unpredictable element that had been moved into their carefully constructed world. The conversation had been going on long before I entered the room at you, the tension palpable. Tell me, what part of this seems like a good idea? Midnight's voice cut through the silence, a mix of frustration and concern. She sat with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. We're taking in someone who fought pro heroes and almost won. Someone with combat experience that rivals even seasoned veterans. Someone who, frankly, terrifies me. Which is precisely why he should be here, Cementos replied, his arms folded, his voice steady. If we can guide that strength, mold it instead of letting it run wild, isn't that the better option? Isn't that what UA is supposed to do? Snipe shook his head, his hat casting a shadow over his eyes. You're assuming he wants to be guided. You're assuming he'll even listen. He tapped his fingers on the table, matching the room's tension. He's seen war, not training. That's a different kind of person than what we're used to dealing with. He's seen the cruelest parts of the universe. That changes you. Present Mike leaned forward, adjusting his glasses. Yeah, but that's exactly why UA exists, right? To train and educate? If we turned our backs on someone just because they didn't start the way we expected, we'd be doing the same thing as the rest of the world. We'd be judging him based on his past, not his potential. Midnight shook her head, her eyes flashing. That's a nice sentiment, but we're not talking about a misunderstood kid with anger issues. He's unpredictable. What if he doesn't listen? What if this entire thing backfires? What if we're putting our students, our staff, in danger? Recovery girl, who had been silent, spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. Then it backfires. And we deal with it. We adapt. We learn. But don't pretend he's some villain waiting to strike. He's a child. A child who's had to fight for his survival in ways none of our students ever have. A child who needs help whether he admits it or not. Snipe leaned back, arms crossed. That's what makes it dangerous. A survivor fights for themselves, not for others. They're driven by self-preservation, not altruism. Aizawa finally spoke, his voice decisive. And that's why we test him. We observe. We evaluate. We push him to his limits. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Nizu, who had been quietly observing, smiled, a small, enigmatic expression. I believe you are all looking at this the wrong way. He clasped his paws together. Midoriya's past is already written, but his future is still undecided. We are not here to decide whether he deserves a second chance. He looked toward the door. We are here to see what he does with it, to see if he can choose a different path. The door opened, and I stepped inside, the eyes of the room locking onto me. I grinned, a flash of teeth in the tense silence. So, is this where you all decide whether I'm worth the trouble? Midnight folded her arms, her gaze sharp. You're already trouble. Aizawa nudged my back, guiding me forward. Shut up and listen. Nizu's gaze didn't waver. Izuku Midoriya. Hearing that name, a name I had tried to bury, made something inside me pause. It wasn't my name anymore. Not really. Not after everything. Nizu studied me. Do you understand the terms of your stay? I shrugged, feigning indifference. House arrest. No leaving UA. No unnecessary fights. Be on my best behavior. Nizu tilted his head. And do you understand why we are offering you this chance? I smirked. Because you think you can fix me? Nizu didn't blink. Because we believe you can be more. The weight of those words settled in my chest. Recovery girl exhaled, her gaze soft. Do you even want to be here? I met her gaze, feeling something tighten in my throat. I could lie, but instead the truth slipped out. That I don't know. She didn't look surprised. At least you're honest. Snipe leaned forward. What do you want out of this? I chuckled, the sound bitter. I want to survive. Cementos hummed thoughtfully. And nothing else? I looked away, my gaze drifting to the window, to the distant training grounds. Nothing else? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Nizu nodded. Then we will see where that answer leads. His gaze met mine, unwavering. I wasn't sure whether I liked him or not. He was too perceptive, too knowing. You have 3 days before we finalize your status here, he continued, his voice calm and measured. Use them wisely. I smirked, a flicker of defiance in my eyes. Can't wait. Aizawa nudged me again, his hand firm on my back. We're done here. The hallway was quiet, the silence broken only by the echo of our footsteps. Aizawa walked ahead of me, shoulders slouched, his posture relaxed, but I knew better. He was always vigilant, always aware. I broke the silence, the need to fill the void between us too strong to resist. So, how'd I do? Terribly. I chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Thought so. He stopped in front of a door, unlocking it with a key. It wasn't a dorm. UA didn't have dorms yet. It was a repurposed faculty office, small and sterile, a temporary holding cell. A place to keep an eye on me, to monitor my every move. This is where you'll stay, Aizawa said, pushing the door open. No leaving without me. No sneaking out. No unnecessary fights. I stepped inside, looking around the bare room. It felt too clean, too empty, devoid of any personal touch. A blank canvas, waiting to be filled. Or perhaps a cage. I turned back to him, a sardonic grin playing on my lips. You really trust me alone in here? He leaned against the doorframe, his gaze unwavering. Trust is earned. Something about the way he said it, the quiet certainty in his voice, made me pause. It wasn't a challenge, but a statement of fact. I scoffed, pushing the unease aside. You guys love tests, huh? Aizawa didn't react, his expression unchanged. Get settled. Monday, you start training. The door clicked shut, the sound echoing in the silence. And for the first time in years, I was alone. Truly alone. Saturday, observation. I woke up early, the lingering echoes of the hospital's rhythmic beeping fading into the silence of my new room. For the first time in years, I had nowhere to be, no urgent mission, no pressing threat. The absence of chaos was unsettling. Eventually, I left my room, drawn by an unspoken curiosity. No one stopped me, no alarms blared. The halls were quiet, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of training. Then I saw them, the trainees. They were outside, on the training grounds, sparring, using their quirks in controlled exercises. It was strange seeing people train like this. So structured. So formal. So that's safe. I don't know them. But they know me. I saw it in the way some paused mid-movement, their eyes widening, their expressions shifting from focused concentration to wary curiosity. A girl with brown hair stared, her eyes wide, before quickly looking away, a blush creeping up her neck. A tall kid with red and white hair watched, his expression unreadable, his eyes cold and assessing. A guy with glasses stiffened when he noticed me, his posture rigid, his gaze filled with suspicion. I didn't care. I turned and walked away, the weight of their stares pressing down on me, a silent judgment. I sat by the window, the fading sunlight casting long shadows across the room, flipping an old All Might card between my fingers. Kaken decided to give it to me, saying, "It's old anyways, keep it, Deku." It was during. When was it again? It was during when I was still at that hospital. Kaken and his parents kept visiting me every day actually. They're the family I have. The memory was a strange, fragmented thing, a flicker of warmth in the cold expanse of my memories. Anyways, tomorrow, I meet these trainees. I find out what kind of people they are. And they find out what kind of person I am. The thought brought a flicker of something close to anticipation, a spark of curiosity in the emptiness. I sighed, pocketing the card, the worn edges familiar against my fingertips. Monday was coming, a new beginning, a new test. I wasn't running this time. I would face whatever came next, even if I didn't know what that was. This for me. For my family. And lastly, for Aka read. Sunday, 6 p.m. Aizawa's apartment. Tomorrow was the day. The day Izuku Midoriya would step into his classroom. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. His dimly lit apartment was quiet, save for the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. What the hell did I get myself into? He muttered to himself. He wasn't sure what he felt at this moment. Regret? No, he didn't believe in dwelling on decisions. Uncertainty maybe. Midoriya was a wild card. Unpredictable. A fighter, not a student. But a promise was a promise. And he had made one to that woman. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. No turning back now. Tomorrow, the real test would begin. At the Bakugo household. The soft sound of running water filled the kitchen as Mitsuki Bakugo scrubbed the last of the dishes. The soapy water swirled down the drain, her mind as restless as her hands. The past few days had been chaotic. Her boy, because that's what he was now, her boy, had returned after 10 years. A decade. And where had he been? In space. Fighting. Surviving. Becoming a warrior who had taken down a powerful empire. Mitsuki still wasn't sure how she hadn't passed out when she first heard it from the boy himself. It was absurd. It was insane. It was Izuku. She sighed, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Everything was settled now, at least. But she could still remember what happened at the hospital. More importantly, what happened after. Across from her, Shota Aizawa stood, looking as tired as ever. But his next words wiped away any chance of sympathy. So, you're saying that Izuku, our Izuku that we just got back after 10 years, is getting house arrested at UA? Yup, Aizawa replied dryly. You heard me right, ma'am? Mitsuki blinked. Twice. Then, what? The force of her voice made the entire room flinch. Even Aizawa raised an eyebrow. House arrested? Like some criminal? Mitsuki's hand slammed against the armrest. The kid just got back. And you're already locking him up. Aizawa didn't flinch. It's not as bad as it sounds. Mitsuki scoffed. Oh really? Because it sure sounds like you're throwing him in a cage. Aizawa sighed, clearly used to this kind of reaction. He's not in a cage. He'll be staying on UA grounds, under strict supervision. No leaving without permission. No unnecessary fights. No outside contact unless approved. Mitsuki gawked at him. That's literally a cage. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. It's the best option we have. He's powerful, unpredictable, and whether you like it or not, the entire world is watching him. We need to control the situation before someone else does. Mitsuki gritted her teeth. She hated it. But he wasn't wrong. She had seen how the doctors hesitated around Izuku. How the pro-heroes whispered behind closed doors. How the government officials that visited the hospital avoided meeting his eyes, more like eye. They were scared of him. Terrified even. And if she were being honest, so was she. Not because she thought he'd hurt them. Not at all. But because she could see it in his eye. The battles. The exhaustion. The way he carried himself like someone who didn't belong here anymore. Mitsuki exhaled slowly, dragging a hand through her hair. What about Katsuki? She muttered. Aizawa's expression remained unreadable. What about him? He'll want to see Izuku. A lot. You know that. Aizawa nodded. Bakugo will still be able to interact with him, but within reason. Same rules apply, no fights, no reckless behavior. Mitsuki scoffed. That's wishful thinking. It's up to you to keep him in check. Mitsuki clicked her tongue. Pain in my neck. Aizawa shrugged. That's what parenthood is. She shot him a glare before leaning back in her seat. Does he even want this? She muttered. Aizawa was silent for a moment before answering. That he said he doesn't know. Mitsuki frowned. That wasn't surprising. But it still hurt to hear. Dumb kid. She crossed her arms. Always overcomplicating things. Aizawa tilted his head slightly. And what would you do if it were up to you? Mitsuki huffed. I'd take him home. Give him a normal life. Tears started to swell up in Mitsuki's eyes. Do some family activities with him after so long. To reconnect. Just another embrace is all I asked. A beat of silence. Aizawa's gaze softened, just a fraction, but it was there. He understood. More than anyone might expect. He'd seen the haunted look in Midoriya's singular eye, the way he seemed to carry the weight of galaxies on his shoulders. Do you think that's possible? He asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. Mitsuki's breath hitched. She blinked rapidly, trying to keep the tears at bay. She wanted to scream, to lash out, to demand that everything be normal again. But she knew it was a futile hope. She wanted to say yes, to cling to the illusion of normalcy. But the truth was a cold, hard stone in her gut. She looked away, her gaze fixed on the sterile white wall, the blank surface a stark reflection of the emptiness she felt. I don't know, she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. I just want him back. My Izuku. My kid. Aizawa didn't respond. There was nothing he could say. He understood the desperate longing, the fear that the boy they knew was lost. You better promise me, Aizawa, Mitsuki said with a stern voice, now looking at Aizawa's eyes. Promise that you keep that boy safe. Aizawa's gaze met hers, the weariness in his own eyes mirroring the exhaustion she felt. He didn't hesitate. I promise, he said, his voice firm, resolute. I will do everything in my power to keep him safe. Present, Bakugo household. Mitsuki placed the last dish on the rack, the clinking sound echoing in the quiet kitchen. She wiped her hands on a towel, the rough fabric a grounding sensation. The memory of the hospital conversation still lingered, a heavy weight in her chest. Tomorrow, Izuku would be at UA, a student again, but not the student they remembered. He would be a warrior among children, a veteran in a classroom. She wasn't sure how to feel. A mixture of pride, fear, and a deep, aching sadness swirled within her. Instead, she just sighed, shaking her head, a familiar gesture of exasperation. Dumb kid, she muttered, her voice soft, laced with a tenderness she rarely showed. From the living room, Katsuki grunted, his voice muffled by the cushions of the couch. You talkin' to me or Deku? Mitsuki smirked, a flicker of her old mischievousness lighting up her eyes. Both of you, brat. Katsuki huffed, a sound of dismissive annoyance. Whatever. She glanced at him, her arms still crossed, her eyes flickering with something unreadable. She had seen the way he looked at Izuku, the mixture of awe, confusion, and a hint of the old rivalry that had defined their childhood. You ready for this? She asked, her voice soft but sharp. Katsuki didn't look at her. He kept his gaze fixed on the television screen, his posture tense, his shoulders rigid. He didn't answer right away. He knew what she was asking. Not just about tomorrow, but about everything. About Izuku, about their complicated history, about the future that stretched out before them, uncertain and fraught with challenges. Katsuki clicked his tongue, a nervous habit, and leaned back against the couch, his eyes narrowing slightly. Doesn't matter, he muttered again, his voice low. Mitsuki frowned, her expression softening. That ain't an answer, brat. Katsuki's hand tightened slightly against his knee, his knuckles turning white. He was skilled at hiding his emotions, but Mitsuki knew him too well. She could see the flicker of anxiety in his eyes, the way his jaw clenched tight. That doesn't matter, he repeated, his voice carrying a hint of defiance. Mitsuki sighed, her heart aching for her son and the burden he carried. She ruffled his hair, making him swat at her hand with a scowl, his face flushing with anger. But the heck? She smirked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Just check in, to see if you still got some brain cells left. Titich. Mitsuki laughed, a warm, genuine sound that filled the room. She knew that behind the bravado, Katsuki was worried. Just like her. Just be nice to him, Katsuki, she said softly. Just be there for him, will you? Katsuki's shoulders tensed, But he didn't reply. He stared at the television, his expression unreadable. Mitsuki knew it was the closest she was going to get to an agreement. She smiled softly. Tomorrow was going to be a challenge. But they would face it together, as a family, fractured and imperfect as they were. The early morning light filtered through the towering windows of UA's training hall, casting long shadows over the polished floor. The space was large, designed for combat exercises, with reinforced walls and state-of-the-art technology meant to withstand the raw power of developing heroes. I stood in the middle of it all, hands stuffed into my coat pockets, staring at the group of students gathered before me. They were watching me too. Some with curiosity. Some with skepticism. A few with barely concealed excitement. Class 1A. The so-called future of Hero Society. They stood in a loose formation, dressed in their training uniforms, blue tracksuits with white stripes. I scanned their faces, but they were unfamiliar, just another crowd of people in a world that wasn't mine. Aizawa, standing beside me with his usual tired expression, cleared his throat. All right, listen up. His voice carried through the hall, immediately silencing any murmurs. You've all heard about him by now. Midoriya Izuku. He's going to be here for the foreseeable future. No, he's not a Hero Corps student. No, you don't need to ask why. Just accept it. Turn to me. Introduce yourself. I rolled my shoulders and gave the class a lazy once-over. Midoriya, I said simply. No need for theatrics. Silence. Then, a student with spiky red hair stepped forward, grinning. Whoa, you're really him, huh? The space pirate guy. Something like that, I replied. Another student, a blonde with a black streak in his hair, elbowed him. Dude, you sound way too excited. He literally fought All Might. A girl with pink skin leaned forward, her eyes wide with interest. Is it true you don't have a quirk? Like at all? I exhaled through my nose. I don't. More whispers spread through the class. Wait, so how does he fight? Didn't he take on a bunch of pro heroes too? I heard he used some kind of weird weapons. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. Enough. The murmuring stopped instantly. You'll figure it out soon enough. Today's lesson is simple, we're testing his combat ability. One-on-one sparring matches. That got their attention. Wait, we're fighting him? A tall boy with glasses asked. His stance was rigid, disciplined. But he's not a hero student, which is exactly why we need to see how he compares, Aizawa cut in. Heroes need to be ready for anything. Even threats that don't fit into the usual categories. I smirked. So I'm a threat now? Aizawa shot me a flat look. You always were. The few students chuckled at that. He continued, the fights will be simple. No excessive force. Just enough to gauge his skill. His gaze turned to me. You'll go up against 5 different opponents. No weapons. No transformations. That's literally my specialty. Did I stutter, Midoriya? I rolled my shoulders. Fine by me. Aizawa pointed toward the sparring ring in the center of the hall. First match. Get in there. Match 1. The fast one. I stood in the ring, watching as my first opponent stepped forward, the same tall kid with glasses from earlier. He adjusted his stance, pushing his glasses up with a sharp movement. I am the class representative, and I take my duties seriously, he declared. I hope you won't hold back. I blinked. He sure liked to talk. Aizawa gave a nod, signaling the start. The kid dashed forward, his legs emitting a strange mechanical whirring sound. He moved fast, faster than most normal people. In an instant he was already on top of me, aiming a precise kick for my side. I barely dodged, twisting at the last second. He adjusted, kicking off the ground to change direction midair, his movements clean and practiced. He's got control. Disciplined. But he's predictable. The next time he lunged, I moved first, stepping inside his reach before he could react. I grabbed the front of his uniform, using his own momentum against him, and twisted. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the mat. Silence. I dusted off my coat. Too linear, I said. You rely too much on straight-line speed. The kid groaned, pushing himself up. I see. I'll work on that. He actually took that well. Aizawa didn't comment. Just gestured for the next student. Match 2, the electric one. The blonde with a black streak stepped up next, rolling his shoulders. All right, let's make this quick. He held up his hands, small sparks crackling at his fingertips. Electricity. The match started, and immediately he sent a bolt of lightning my way. I barely dodged, feeling the heat of it crackle past my ear. He fired off another, and I rolled to the side, keeping my movements unpredictable. Dude, stop dodging and just take the hit already, he complained. Why would I do that? I shot back, sliding behind him. Before he could turn, I kicked his legs out from under him, dropping him onto his back. He groaned, twitching slightly as residual electricity sparked off his skin. You talk too much, I said. Aizawa smirked faintly. Next. Match 3, The hard one. The red-haired guy was up next. He cracked his knuckles, grinning. This is gonna be fun. As soon as the match started, his body shifted, his skin turning hard, almost rock-like. That's different. I threw a quick jab at his shoulder. My knuckles met solid resistance. He didn't even flinch. Yeah, that won't work, he laughed, lunging forward. I ducked under his swing, pivoting to his blind spot. If I couldn't hurt him normally, I swept his legs. Except, nothing happened. Nice try, he said. But I ain't going down that easy, duck great. I had to change tactics. I let him charge again, waiting until the last second before sidestepping and hooking my arm around his neck. Using his own momentum, I pulled him into a controlled throw. He hit the ground but rolled back onto his feet almost instantly. Instead of getting frustrated, he grinned. Man, you're tricky. I like it. I like this guy. Match 4. The gravity one. Next up was a girl with brown hair and bright eyes. She looked nervous but determined. When the match started, she immediately held her hand out. I hope we have a good match. Huh. I stared. Is this a trick or something? So, are you gonna shake my hand or what? It's getting a bit awkward here, she said, getting a bit red. Duh. I shrugged and shook her hand. Heh. Gotcha. My feet lost traction. My balance wavered. What's going on? She had some kind of anti-gravity ability. I gritted my teeth, trying to readjust midair. Before I could, she pressed her hands together, and the effect vanished. I dropped like a rock. She won right then and there. I barely caught myself, rolling to absorb the impact. That was dangerous. Sorry about that. She smiled sheepishly. I saw how the other fights went, so I had to use some tricks up my sleeves, if you know what I mean. She said, chuckling a bit. Don't be, I muttered, dusting myself off. Pretty smart actually, congrats. She's good. Was hoping for a straight win streak, but I think I can take this loss. Match 5. Kaken, the explosive one. The room went quiet when the next fighter stepped forward. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The heavy, confident footsteps. The crackle of energy in the air. The weight of the stare burning into me. About time. I turned to face him. Bakugo. He rolled his shoulders, his red eyes locked onto me like a predator sizing up its prey. His hands flexed at his sides, tiny bursts of explosions popping from his palms. The sharp scent of nitroglycerin filled the air. We stood in silence, staring at each other. The others noticed the tension. They didn't understand it, not fully. To them, Bakugo and I were strangers. But we weren't. Not really. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. You two know the rules. No excessive force. Bakugo didn't even acknowledge him. His gaze stayed on me. You ready, Deku? I smirked. Always. Aizawa's voice was distant, barely registering. Begin. Bakugo moved first. He lunged forward with a burst of speed, explosions propelling him straight toward me. I sidestepped at the last second, feeling the heat graze my coat. Faster than anyone I'd fought today. I barely had time to breathe before he twisted midair, hand outstretched. Boom. The explosion blasted toward me. I dove to the side, rolling to absorb the impact. Before I could regain my footing, he was already above me. I blocked just in time, crossing my arms as his knee crashed into my guard. The force sent me skidding back. Still standing? He clicked his tongue. Gotta try harder than that, Kaken. His eye twitched. Don't call me that in public. I smirked. Yeah, that annoyed him. He rocketed forward again, his movements relentless. No wasted motion. Every blast, every strike, perfectly controlled. I ducked under a left hook, pivoting behind him. My foot shot out, going for his ankle. He dodged. I barely avoided his counter, twisting away as another explosion erupted from his palm. The force sent me airborne, but I used the momentum to flip and land safely. He's good. We circled each other. The class was silent, watching. I could feel their eyes on us. But right now, they didn't matter. It was just me and him. Like it had always been. Bakugo grinned, wild and sharp. You're holding back. I scoffed. So are you. His grin widened. Fine. He lunged. This time, I met him head-on. Our fists clashed, my raw strength against his explosive power. Sparks flew, the shockwave rattling through the training hall. I twisted my body, slamming an elbow into his side. He grunted but retaliated instantly, using the impact to spin and launch a point-blank explosion. I barely dodged. He came at me again, faster, stronger. I countered every hit, but he adapted just as quickly. It was a brutal, relentless exchange. No words. Just battle. We moved in sync, each attack met with an equal response. A step forward. A dodge. A counter. Neither of us gained ground. Neither of us backed down. Enough. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around both of us, yanking us apart. We struggled for a second before he released us, letting us drop back onto our feet. I exhaled sharply, rolling my shoulders. My arms ached, my muscles burned, but I grinned. Bakugo was breathing hard too, a few small burns on his uniform. He wiped the sweat from his brow, scowling. Tisich dmn. A draw. Aizawa looked unimpressed. You two are a pain. I chuckled. That's nothing new. Bakugo didn't argue. He just stared at me for a long moment. Even without the transformation thing, even though you're quirkless, you're still strong. I smirked. What, jealous? Bakugo scoffed. I'm glad. Huh. I said you're a smug-faced broccoli. Hey. Then, without a word, he turned and walked off. That weirdly affected me for some reason. I watched him go. I sighed. Whatever. I don't actually look like a broccoli, right? After the Bakugo fight, Mina was the first to break the silence, clutching Kaminari's arm like she had just watched an action movie. That was insane. Kirishima grinned. Dude, that was manly as heck. The way you guys were trading blows, no holding back, that's the kind of fight real warriors have. I must agree, Todoroki said, his usual calm exterior cracking slightly as he watched Bakugo storm off. It's rare to see someone match Bakugo without a quirk, let alone while being restricted. Iida had his arms crossed, clearly deep in thought. Your combat awareness is remarkable. Even though you lacked access to your equipment, you countered each of us with precision. Uraraka chuckled nervously. Honestly, I was kinda expecting you to wipe the floor with everyone. Guess my trick really worked, huh? I sighed. Yeah, rub it in, why don't you? Did he just call you a broccoli? Kaminari asked, blinking in disbelief. I groaned. Can we not focus on that part? Momo hummed, observing me closely. Midoriya, I have to admit. I wasn't sure what to expect from you. But your performance was impressive. She crossed her arms, analyzing. Your ability to adapt mid-battle is remarkable. Siro whistled. Man, I thought you were just some rogue bounty hunter or something, but you actually fight like a hero. The words settled in my chest, heavier than I expected. I rubbed the back of my neck. I'm not a hero. You sure about that? Kirishima asked, smirking. Because that fight just proved otherwise. Even Jiro, who had been silently watching, nudged Kaminari. I hate to say it, but he might be tougher than you. Hey, rude. Kaminari complained, though he didn't argue. Aizawa finally spoke, rubbing his temples. Enough chit-chat. We're done for today. There were some groans and murmurs, but the class started dispersing. I caught a few glances thrown my way, some curious, some still skeptical, but a few approving. As everyone packed up, Kirishima clapped me on the shoulder. Yo, if you ever want to spar again, let me know. That was the most fun I've had in a while. Kaminari nodded. Same here, but maybe without me getting zapped this time. Uraraka smiled, giving me a quick wave. Nice meeting you, Midoriya. One by one they left until it was just me and Aizawa. He sighed. You did well. But don't let this go to your head. I scoffed. Wouldn't dream of it. Aizawa didn't press the issue. He just started walking toward the exit. Get some rest, he said over his shoulder. Tomorrow's another day. I stood there for a moment, letting the silence settle around me. The fight was over. The tests were done. But something had shifted. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't an outsider anymore. The usual raucous energy of Class 1A was conspicuously absent. No eager spectators, no playful banter, no distractions. Just the echoing silence of the training hall, the weight of the challenge hanging heavy in the air. Me, Aizawa, and the unspoken question between us. Aizawa stood across the vast expanse of the hall, his posture relaxed yet coiled, like a predator ready to spring. He rolled his shoulders, the dark fabric of his capture scarf shifting with a subtle, almost serpentine movement. His eyes, usually masked by a perpetual weariness, held a sharp, focused intensity. He was no longer the sleepy homeroom teacher, he was Eraserhead, the pro-hero, MSTR of combat. I've seen you fight, Aizawa's voice cut through the silence, steady and low. You fight like a pirate, reckless, aggressive, unpredictable. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. Thanks for the compliment. He didn't react, his gaze unwavering. Instead, he took a deliberate step forward, the capture scarf slowly unfurling, its dark tendrils reaching out like grasping shadows. But if you want to stay here, if you want to be a part of this, you need to prove something. Do you fight for yourself, or for something more? I rolled my neck, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline, the thrill of the impending clash. Guess we'll find out. Aizawa nodded, a silent acknowledgement. No restrictions. A grin spread across my face. You're gonna regret that. His eyes flashed crimson, the telltale sign of his quirk activating. Not that it really mattered, Still quirkless after all. But anyways, the fight began. I barely had time to register his movement. He was fast. Incredibly fast. Faster than I had anticipated. His capture scarf shot forward, a blur of dark fabric, a lethal WHP cracking through the air. I twisted, instinctively dodging, the scarf grazing my coat, the wind whistling past my ear with a sharp, menacing sound. The precision was unnerving. I flipped backward, landing lightly on my feet, the impact barely registering. DMN. You're quick for an old man. Aizawa remained silent, his expression unreadable. The scarf lashed out again, this time curling towards my legs, a low, sweeping attack designed to cripple. I vaulted over it, aiming a swift, powerful kick toward his chest. He dodged with an almost effortless grace, twisting mid-motion to send another attack my way, the scarf snapping like a coiled spring. This guy wasn't playing around. He was a seasoned pro, MSTR of close-quarters combat. I flipped my moberades open, inserting a ranger key. Gokai change. I began to glow red and gold, transforming into something powerful. Gokai red. Gold mode, the moberades announced. Aizawa's eyes narrowed with surprise, but he remained focused. He moved swiftly, aiming to strike before I could adjust to the transformation. His scarf whipped towards my weapon, trying to bind it. I twisted the spear into gun mode, firing energy rounds that forced him to retreat. Not bad, I mused, flipping the spear back into spear mode. But you're gonna have to try harder. He attacked again, relentless. I lunged, moving the Gokai spear forward. Aizawa ducked, sweeping low to destabilize me. I avoided the trip, using the spear to regain my footing. But his scarf lashed out, binding my wrist. He yanked hard, throwing me off balance. I smirked. Fine. Plan B. I activated the spear, Gokai shooting star. The weapon glowed, forcing Aizawa to release me as he dodged. Free, I prepared for another change. Gokai change. The golden lights surrounded me, transforming my suit into a bright red with golden armor. Golden Mamataro. I spun the Zengless word, its sharp edge catching the light. The Dawn Blaster hummed, ready to unleash energy. Aizawa clicked his tongue. More transformations. Gotta keep things interesting, I replied, firing energy shots. He moved like a ghost, weaving through my attacks. I spun the Zengless word into boomerang mode, launching it forward. Aizawa ducked as I closed in for a close-range attack, firing the Dawn Blaster at point-blank range. Aizawa twisted, the blast grazing past him. His scarf snapped towards my hand, knocking the Dawn Blaster away. He moved in for a grapple, trying to neutralize my mobility. I exhaled sharply. Alright, one last SWH. I grabbed a final ranger key. Gokai change. Red lights surrounded me, my armor shifting to a regal, insectoid design. King Kuwagata Ogre. A long lance appeared in my grip, the Ogre Crown Lance. I slammed it into the ground, sending a shockwave through the hall. I rushed forward, swinging the lance powerfully. Aizawa dodged but was on the defensive. I moved the lance, a lightning-fast strike. He dodged. I swung again, a sweeping attack. He blocked with his scarf. I feinted, then struck with the lances but, a brutal blow. He coughed, stumbling. I flipped the lance, ready for the finisher. Kuwagata strike. The energy-infused attack crashed into Aizawa, sending him sliding back. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, Aizawa exhaled. That's enough. The training hall was silent, the air thick with the residue of our clash. Aizawa wiped sweat from his brow, adjusting his goggles. You've got power. More than most. I rolled my shoulders, feeling the ache of the fight. Well, you know me, I said, catching my breath. The most famous space pirate in the universe. I smirked, trying to mask the lingering tension. He studied me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then quietly he said, if so, why did you hold back? My eyes widened slightly in surprise. I didn't. You did, Aizawa stated immediately, his voice flat. I remained silent, the accusation hanging in the air. You fight like someone who's been at war. Someone who knows how to win. Someone who's seen too much. His voice was calm, measured, but his words carried a weight that resonated deep within me. But you hold back, not because of rules. Not because of restraint. But because deep down, you don't know what you're fighting for. His words struck deeper than I expected, a sharp truth piercing through my defenses. I clenched my fists, the metallic armor digging into my skin. I fight to protect what's important to me. Aizawa's gaze didn't waver. Then prove it. Silence stretched between us, the unspoken challenge echoing through the empty hall. He sighed, a weary sound. You defeated the entire Zangyack empire for a reason, didn't you? No one just fights an entire empire. Much less taking it down. You have a resolve that most people never achieve. I inhaled sharply, memories of the war, the battles, the losses, flooding back. The answer was there, buried deep within me, a truth I had long suppressed. I knew it. I just never said it out loud, not even to myself. I looked up at him, my voice steady, though a tremor of vulnerability ran through it. I don't care about the earth. Not anymore. My fingers tightened around the lance, the grip almost painful. But there are people on earth that I do care about. I paused, the weight of my words settling in the silence. I'll save Earth if it means keeping the only family I have left safe. My voice grew softer, the words raw and exposed. I'll save them even if I have to save this whole planet with them. Aizawa studied me for a long moment, his gaze searching, probing. Then, slowly, he nodded, a subtle gesture of acknowledgement. Good enough. He turned away, walking toward the exit, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Training starts tomorrow. Be ready. I watched him go, his figure disappearing through the doorway. Something had shifted, a subtle change in the atmosphere, in the unspoken understanding between us. Maybe, just maybe, I was starting to figure things out, to understand the tangled mess of emotions that drove me. The fight wasn't just physical, it was a confrontation with my own inner turmoil, a battle to define my purpose. And as I stood there, the weight of Aizawa's words settling in my mind, I realized that the fight was far from over. It had just begun. Being let off. I said, confused. Aizawa nodded, his usual deadpan expression firmly in place. Though just for today, he said. Special occasion. I narrowed my eyes at him. What's the catch? Without a word, Aizawa reached into his capture weapon, pulling out a neatly folded envelope. He held it between two fingers and extended it toward me. I hesitated before taking the letter. The paper was thick, and my fingers traced over the embossed seal on the front, Bakugo's family crest, the same one I remembered from years ago. My brow furrowed. I unfolded it, scanning the short yet blunt message inside. Get your butt over here. No excuses. Mitsuki Bakugo. I stared at it. Then at Aizawa. Then back at the letter. Seriously? Seriously, Aizawa confirmed, stuffing his hands back into his pockets. Mitsuki was very insistent. And I'd rather not deal with her if I told her no. That part one believed. If there was one person in this world that could make even Eraserhead flinch, it was Mitsuki Bakugo. I exhaled, rubbing the back of my neck. So what? I just walk out of here? No guards, no extra rules. Aizawa gave me a flat look. You're not escaping, Midoriya. Just going to visit your family for a few hours. My fingers tightened slightly around the letter. Family. I smiled at the thought. Anyways, I cleared my throat. Fine. But if this is some elaborate setup to get me to do some bonding exercise with Kaken, I'm leaving the second I get there. Aizawa shrugged. Do what you want. Just don't cause trouble. I clicked my tongue. Me? Cause trouble? Never. Aizawa's unimpressed stare lasted exactly 3 seconds before he turned on his heel, muttering something about delusional pirates as he walked away. I glanced down at the letter again before sighing. Guess I was going to the Bakugo household. Bakugo household afternoon. I hadn't been here in years. Not since, no. I wasn't thinking about that right now. The house looked the same as I remembered. A standard 2-story suburban home, though the Bakugos' distinct lack of subtlety was still evident, their last name was proudly emblazoned on the mailbox in bold, capitalized letters, as if daring someone to question it. I barely had time to process my own hesitation before the front door slammed open. There you are, brat. Mitsuki's voice cut through the air like a gunshot. And suddenly I was engulfed. A pair of strong arms yanked me forward, pressing me into an iron grip that nearly crushed the air out of my lungs. Mitsuki squeezed me so tight I swore I heard my ribs groan in protest. Geez, Aunt Mitsuki, I still need to breathe, you know. I grunted, my voice muffled against her shoulder. Shut up, Dunce. I haven't seen you in 10 years, so you're gonna take this hug and deal with it. I huffed but didn't pull away. After another few seconds, she finally released me, stepping back and ruffling my hair, well, messing it up even more, since it was already a mess. She looked me up and down, eyes scrutinizing every detail. You look like you've been through a lot. I have, I replied dryly. Mitsuki clicked her tongue, arms crossed. That's right, you have. Now get inside before I drag you in myself. I sighed but didn't argue, stepping past her into the house. The moment I walked in, the smell of home-cooked food hit me, savory, warm, and nostalgic. Oi, we got a guest or something? I turned toward the kitchen, where a familiar voice grumbled. Katsuki Bakugo stood there, clad in casual sweatpants and a loose tank top, an apron somehow tied around his waist. He was in the middle of stirring a pot on the stove, glancing over his shoulder with a raised brow. Our eyes met. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then, pfdash. I snorted before I could stop myself. What are you laughing at, Deku? Bakugo barked, scowling. I pointed at his apron, barely holding back a full-on laugh. You cook now? Of course I do. He slammed the spoon against the pot. You think I'm letting my mom make everything? From behind me, Mitsuki smirked. Oi, I heard that. Bakugo clicked his tongue but didn't deny. I shook my head, still grinning. Never thought I'd see the day Kaken wore an apron. Say that again and I'll shove you in the oven, he threatened. I only snickered in response. Mitsuki rolled her eyes and nudged me toward the dining table. Sit down. We're eating. I blinked. Wait, so this whole invitation was just about dinner? Obviously, she said. I looked between her and Bakugo, suspicion creeping in. That's it? No secret plans? No intervention where you two try to fix me or something? Mitsuki's eyes softened just a little. No, just a meal with your family. Family. The words settled in my chest, heavier than I expected. I swallowed. Then, with a slow nod, I sat down. The table was full of food, miso soup, grilled fish, rice, carriage, and a bunch of other homemade dishes. I hadn't had food like this in years. Space cuisine was, well, food, but it was nothing like this. Aunt Mitsuki sat at the table as well, smiling warmly at me. Go ahead and eat, Izuku. No need to be polite. I nodded and dug in. And I barely held back a groan as I tasted the food. It was rich, flavorful, and just comforting. I didn't realize how much I missed Earth's cooking until now. Kaken scoffed. Ding, Deku, you eat like you're starving. I was starving, I shot back between bites. Mitsuki smirked. Well good, maybe this'll put some meat on those bones of yours. I rolled my eyes but kept eating. For a while, no one spoke. Just the quiet sounds of utensils clinking, the occasional grunt from Bakugo, and Mitsuki nagging him over seasoning choices. To us. But no battles. No running. No bounty hunters. Just dinner. And for the first time in a long while, I let myself breathe. Maybe, just maybe, I was home. Even if only for a night. As the last plates were cleared and stacked in the sink, I leaned back in my chair, sighing in satisfaction. My stomach was full, a rare thing considering I usually ate just enough to function. Alright, that's the best meal I've had in years, I admitted, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. That's right it was, Bakugo muttered, crossing his arms. Not like you've had much to compare it to though. Still counts, I shot back. Before Bakugo could get another snarky comment in, the front door creaked open. I'm home. The familiar voice of Masaru Bakugo filled the house, and I turned just in time to see him step inside, looking slightly worn out from work but still offering a warm smile. Ah, I see dinner already started without me, he chuckled, setting his briefcase aside. And we have a special guest tonight? Masaru walked over, clapping a hand on my shoulder. His grip was gentle, a stark contrast to his wife and son. It's been a long time, Izuku, he said softly. Welcome back. I blinked, caught off guard by how genuine he sounded. It wasn't pity, wasn't forced, just honest warmth. Thanks, I said, my voice quieter than I expected. Masaru smiled and patted my shoulder again before heading to the kitchen, grabbing a quick plate of leftovers. Meanwhile, Mitsuki clapped her hands together, her usual smirk on her face. All right, we aren't done yet, she declared. I raised an eyebrow. What, is there a second dinner? Mitsuki scoffed. No, family game night. I blinked. Family what now? Kaken groaned. Huh, we never do that. We do now. Mitsuki shot back. Now pick a game. I looked at Masaru, who was chuckling as he took a bite of his food. We tried it once, he explained. Didn't end well. But I think this time might be better. That didn't exactly reassure me. Still, before I could protest, Mitsuki dragged us all into the living room, pulling out a stack of old board games from a cabinet. And that was how I ended up sitting on the floor of the Bakugo living room, staring at a very chaotic selection of games. Monopoly, Uno, Life, Shogi, Poker, and Twister? I side-eyed Mitsuki. You sure you didn't just throw in random games? Just pick one, she said. Masaru leaned forward, adjusting his glasses. Maybe something simple to start? Bakugo snorted. Yeah, like Monopoly. Let's see how long it takes for someone to flip the board. Okay, not Monopoly, Masaru quickly corrected. Uno. I suggested. Bakugo shrugged. Fine. Mitsuki grinned. Oh, I love Uno. That should have been my first warning. It started simple. Draw, play, stack effects, all that. The room erupted into chaos when Mitsuki played a +4 card on Kaken. Are you kidding me? Bakugo shouted, slamming his cards down. Mitsuki laughed, her victory evident. That's what you get for trying to team up against me. Masaru, sipping his tea, raised his hands. I wasn't teaming up with him. You just scare me more. Bakugo scowled. Tea fair. I couldn't stop laughing. Man, I miss this kind of chaos. Kaken turned his glare on me. Shut it, pirate. You're next. The game continued with alliances, betrayals, and plenty of shouting. But amidst the noise, I realized something. This was normal. Just a family having fun. And for the first time in years, I felt like I was part of one. After the game night, we all settled down. Mitsuki stretched, yawning. Alright, I'm heading to bed. Don't break anything while I'm gone. Yeah, Bakugo muttered. Masaru chuckled. I'll be up for a bit longer. Mitsuki patted my head on her way out, a rare moment of softness. Glad you came, kid. I nodded, unsure how to respond. After she left, it was just me, Kaken, and Masaru in the quiet living room. Bakugo leaned back against the couch. So, how's the whole livin' on Earth again thing goin' for ya? I exhaled. Weird. Figured. A comfortable silence settled between us. Masaru smiled. I'm glad you and Katsuki still have that connection. Even after all these years. Kaken clicked his tongue but didn't argue. I glanced at him, then at Masaru. Did I miss this? Masaru's smile softened. You're always welcome here, Izuku. I swallowed. The words sat heavy in my chest. Yeah, I muttered. Thanks. Bakugo nudged me with his foot. Don't get all sappy. I snorted. No promises, chef. Bakugo threw a pillow at me. Masaru just laughed, shaking his head. You two haven't changed at all. Maybe Uncle Masaru was right. Maybe I hadn't lost everything. For the first time in a long time, I let myself believe it. Deku had seen a lot in his life. He had fought entire fleets and raided planets. But somehow, none of that prepared him for the moment Aizawa cornered him in the training hall. It's time, Aizawa said. Deku frowned. Time for what? Aizawa didn't blink. To decide. Deku raised an eyebrow. Decide what? Aizawa's tired eyes locked onto Deku's. Whether or not you'll be a student at UA. That caught Deku off guard. He scoffed. What now? I've been here for weeks and you're bringing this up now? Yes. Aizawa was as direct as ever. You've been observing. Testing us. Testing yourself. But observation time is over. Either you're in or you're out. Deku clicked his tongue, looking away. And if I say no? Aizawa shrugged. Then you leave. Deku's fingers twitched against his arm. And if I say yes? Aizawa met his gaze evenly. Then UA becomes your home. Something in Deku's chest tightened at that word. It wasn't a concept he let himself believe in anymore. He should walk away. But instead, he sighed. I don't suppose I get time to think this over? No. Of course not. Deku ran a hand through his hair, muttering, You guys really don't waste time, huh? Aizawa smirked slightly. We're efficient. Deku sighed again, deeper this time. Fine. Let's see what your really has to offer. Aizawa nodded. Then it's time to meet the staff. UA's faculty lounge was supposed to be a quiet place. Today, it was anything but. Deku sat at the center of the room, facing the full UA staff. Aizawa. Midnight. Present Mike. Cementos. Snipe. Ectoplasm. Vlad King. Power Loader. Nizu. And All Might. Deku's gaze flicked to All Might for a split second. They really brought the guy who beat me, huh? Each teacher had their own take on his presence. Some looked wary. Some intrigued. Some amused. Deku sighed. Of course, this is a whole thing. Midnight leaned forward. So, this is it, huh? Our little pirate is officially joining the school? Deku raised an eyebrow. Their last interaction had been tense, but now? Maybe she was willing to lighten up. Snipe crossed his arms. We got concerns. Deku smirked. Only concerns? Snipe cleared his throat. UA is built on structure, growth, and heroism. We are not in the habit of training criminals. Deku rolled his eyes. Good thing I'm not a criminal anymore. Ectoplasm's sharp gaze didn't waver. Are you sure about that? Deku met his eyes evenly. If I was, you'd know it. Snipe muttered under his breath, though it was just loud enough for himself. Though, thinking about this, I could use some shootin', sparring with a space pirate. Deku's lips twitched. Heard that. Nizu, ever the wild card, tapped his paws together. Let's not be hasty. Midoriya has demonstrated intelligence, restraint, and skill. More importantly, he wants to be here. Deku scoffed. That's debatable. Cementos, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Then let's make it simple. The room turned to him. Cementos shifted his attention to All Might. What was it you wanted to say to the boy again? All Might, who had been quiet until now, finally straightened. His sharp blue eyes focused on Deku. Do you want to be a hero? Deku didn't hesitate. No. Silence. Aizawa didn't even flinch. All Might exhaled slowly. Then why are you here? Deku met his gaze evenly. Because I want to protect what matters to me. All Might's expression didn't change. And what matters to you? Deku's smirk faded slightly. He thought of Aka Red. The ship. The battles. He thought of Class 1, the friends he'd made here, begrudgingly but still. And most of all, he thought of his family. The Bakugos. Deku exhaled. That's for me to decide. Niza beamed. Then I believe we have our answer. Vlad King frowned. That's it? We're just letting him in. Aizawa shot him a look. Got a problem with it? Vlad huffed but said nothing. Snipe muttered, well, if he's staying, we are getting that sparring match. Ectoplasm was still watching Deku closely, as if trying to decide if he trusted him or not. Present Mike, meanwhile, smirked. He's gonna hate it here. Midnight smirked back. Oh, don't worry, he'll love it. Aizawa turned back to Deku. Then welcome to you. Deku exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Guess I'm stuck here now. Marvelous. Niza clapped his paws together. Meeting dismissed. The moment Aizawa stepped into the classroom, the students of Class 1A knew something was up. For one, he didn't immediately crawl into his sleeping bag. That was already a bad sign. Secondly, his gaze swept across the class as if bracing for impact. Then he spoke. Midoriya is officially joining UA as a student. Silence. Dead silence. What? The classroom erupted. Kirishima practically jumped out of his seat. Wait, for real? Like really real? Jiro snorted. Took long enough. Mina slammed her hands on her desk. This is huge. Midoriya, you're one of us now. He already kinda was, Kaminari said, scratching his head. From across the room, Bakugo scoffed. He was already hanging around anyway. This just makes it official. Siro leaned forward, smirking. Guess we're stuck with you now, huh? Deku, who had just stepped into the room, clicked his tongue. Tisich, looks like it. Tokoyami nodded. A fitting outcome for a pirate. Momo, ever the rational one, cleared her throat. This is a big decision. Midoriya, what made you accept? Deku shrugged. Aizawa basically shoved it on me. No choice. Aizawa gave him a deadpan look. You could have left. Deku smirked. Yeah, but I didn't. Silence. Kirishima grinned. That's so manly. Uraraka beamed. You belong here, Midoriya. Deku sighed. He was never living this down. The UA cafeteria was one of the most well-stocked, well-run food halls in Japan. It had served pro heroes, students, and even Nizu himself. But today, it faced something new. A former space pirate. Deku stood in front of the massive food counter, arms crossed, scanning the menu with a deep frown. What's the best thing here? He finally asked. Lunch Rush beamed. Everything. Deku gave him a look. Lunch Rush and his staff braced for impact. You're gonna have to be more specific, Deku said, still staring at the menu. Most of this is just rice, meat, and soup. Lunch Rush tilted his head. What were you expecting? Deku tapped his chin. I dunno. Ration packs? Vacuum-sealed protein cubes? Something terrible? Lunch Rush looked horrified. What kind of food have you been eating? Deku smirked. Space food. Sometimes good, mostly trash. He glanced back at the menu. This is suspiciously normal. Lunch Rush placed a proud hand on his chest. Because it's real food. UA prides itself on giving students healthy, delicious meals. Deku raised an eyebrow. I've eaten at high-end intergalactic banquets before, and somehow I still don't trust this. Lunch Rush puffed out his chest. Then try it for yourself. A few minutes later, Deku sat at a table with a tray stacked way too high. A plate of tonkatsu. A bowl of miso soup. A side of rice. And somehow, even a plate of takoyaki. How did that get there? Deku muttered. On the house. Lunch Rush called from behind the counter. Deku picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the tonkatsu. Took another bite. The cafeteria staff held their breath. Deku chewed slowly, letting the taste settle. Finally, he muttered, decent. Lunch Rush wiped a tear from his eye. He approves. A few of the staff high-fived each other. Deku sighed, shaking his head. I'm never living this down. As he continued eating, a few Class 1A students nearby noticed him. Whoa, Midoriya's actually eating with us? Kaminari whispered to Kirishima. I mean, he's basically a student now, right? Kirishima said. From another table, Bakugo scowled. Teeth, took him long enough. Deku didn't even look up. I can hear you, you know. Kaminari grinned. So? How's Lunch Rush's food? Good, right? Deku took another bite, chewed, and swallowed. It's acceptable. The cafeteria erupted into groans. You're impossible. Mina whined. Lunch Rush dramatically collapsed behind the counter. Deku just smirked. Maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. Deku found All Might standing on the balcony, arms resting against the railing. As he stared out over the UA campus, the setting sun cast long shadows over the school grounds, bathing everything in gold and orange. Deku hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. You're surprisingly easy to find. All Might didn't turn around. And you, Midoriya, are surprisingly predictable. Deku clicked his tongue. That's supposed to be an insult? All Might chuckled softly. Just an observation. Deku leaned against the railing beside him. The two stood in silence for a moment, the wind rustling through their coats. Finally, All Might spoke. So, you've decided. Deku exhaled. Seems like it. The pause. All Might studied him for a long moment before saying, I won't lie. I didn't expect you to stay. Deku huffed. Yeah, well, neither did I. All Might tilted his head. Then why? Deku frowned. You already asked me that. I know, All Might said. And your answer was that you wanted to protect what mattered to you. But that's why you fight, not why you're staying. Deku didn't reply immediately. He tapped his fingers against the metal railing, thinking. Why was he staying? At first, it had just been curiosity, getting a closer look at the world of heroes, figuring out how they functioned. Then it was about testing himself, seeing how he measured up against people trained in a different kind of battle. But now, something had shifted. Deku glanced down at the courtyard below. He could see students milling about, some chatting, some training. He recognized members of Class 1A. He had spent weeks around them, fighting them, watching them, and somehow, without realizing it, he had started to care. Deku looked away, frustrated. It's annoying. All Might raised an eyebrow. What is? Deku grumbled, them. All Might smirked. Class 1A? Deku scoffed. They don't know when to quit. They keep dragging me into their nonsense. He paused, then sighed. They don't look at me like an outsider anymore. All Might nodded knowingly. And that bothers you? Deku clicked his tongue. I didn't come here to belong to something. And yet, All Might said gently, you haven't left. Deku exhaled sharply through his nose. It's complicated. All Might chuckled. It always is. They fell into silence again. Deku crossed his arms. You know, when I first met you, I thought you were the biggest fool in the galaxy. All Might laughed. And now? Deku smirked. Still a fool. Just not the biggest anymore. All Might grinned. I'll take that as progress. Deku's smirk faded slightly. His voice was quieter when he spoke again. I still don't agree with your hero nonsense. All Might nodded. I know. Deku clenched his fists. But I get why people follow you. All Might looked at him, surprised. Deku exhaled. You make people believe in something. It's reckless. But it works. All Might smiled faintly. And yet, you still fight differently. Deku smirked again, a little sharper this time. Yeah. Because I'm not a hero. All Might studied him, then said, maybe you don't have to be just one thing. Deku frowned. What? All Might turned back to the horizon. You've spent so long defining yourself as a pirate, as someone separate from this world. But Midoriya, people change. Identities change. Deku tensed. All Might continued, hero, pirate, warrior, guardian. You don't have to choose one. You can be something new. Deku scoffed. Sounds like something a hero would say. All Might smirked. Maybe. Or maybe it's just the truth. Deku rolled his eyes. Yeah. Keep your speeches to yourself. All Might chuckled. For now. Deku exhaled, pushing off the railing. Alright, I'm done with this heart-to-heart. All Might smiled. But you'll think about what I said. Deku paused. Then, reluctantly, maybe. And with that he left. All Might watched him go, a quiet satisfaction settling in his chest. There's hope for you yet, Midoriya. The office was quiet. The kind of quiet that made people think, which was something Deku didn't particularly enjoy doing when it came to his own choices. He sat across from Aizawa, draped lazily over the chair, legs stretched out like he had no real stake in this conversation. So, Deku muttered, that was a day. Aizawa hummed. You handled it well. Deku scoffed. What, you thought I'd bolt? Aizawa sighed. I half expected it. Deku exhaled sharply through his nose, shaking his head. Yeah, well, guess I didn't. The pause. Aizawa leaned forward slightly, folding his hands together. You're staying. Deku froze for a moment before his fingers tapped against the armrest. Yeah, looks like it. Aizawa watched him carefully. Not because we need you to. Not because you have nowhere else to go. You're staying because you want to. Deku clicked his tongue. Sentimental much? Aizawa shrugged. It happens. Deku smirked. Then he stretched, standing up. Well, guess I'm officially a student now. Aizawa nodded. Seems like it. Deku turned to leave. Then, oh by the way, Deku said, pausing at the door. I'm keeping the coat. Aizawa blinked. No. Deku grinned. Yes. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya dash. It's non-negotiable. Aizawa rubbed his temples. Nizu is already preparing you one. Non-negotiable. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, clearly exhausted. It's a school uniform, Midoriya. Not a death sentence. Deku crossed his arms. I hate ties. I hate blazers. And I refuse to dress like I'm going to a corporate meeting every day. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. The coat makes you look less like a criminal? Deku smirked. It makes me look like me. Aizawa exhaled deeply. You're impossible. Deku shrugged. I know. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Then, finally, he sighed again. And smiled. Fine. Deku's grin widened. Thought so. Aizawa shook his head. You're going to be a challenge. Deku turned toward the door. Hey, what's a school without a problem child? Aizawa muttered. I already have an entire class for that. Deku chuckled. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't such a bad idea after all. UA in the morning was the kind of organized chaos I had grown used to. Students filtered in with varying degrees of energy, some wide awake and ready for the day, others clearly still at war with the concept of mornings. The classroom buzzed with conversation, the usual mix of excitement, bickering, and Kaminari saying something silly enough to get smacked by Jiro. For once, I wasn't just a silent observer. I had been at UA long enough now that the novelty of the space pirate kid had faded into something else, acceptance. I still got the occasional wide-eyed stare from some students in other classes, but in 1A, I wasn't an outsider anymore. I was just. Not that I had suddenly become the picture of a perfect student, but I had settled into a routine. And, somehow, this chaotic group had started pulling me into their antics. Like now. Midoriya, come on. Mina whined, leaning dramatically over my desk. I know you're holding out on us. Spill. I sighed, resting my chin on my hand. Spill what? The best fight you've ever had. Kirishima added from behind her, his eyes practically sparkling. Like ever. This was my fault. I had made the mistake of offhandedly mentioning that I'd fought a lot of battles across the galaxy. Kirishima and Mina were on a mission to extract every detail of my adventures. I twirled my pen, trying to dodge their questions. I've already told you about the time I fought an army, I said. Mina waved dismissively. Sure, but what about a fight where you thought you might actually lose? I gave her a flat. I think that all the time. Zero chuckled. That's probably a red flag, dude. Kirishima nodded. Very unmanly to fight without confidence. Oh, I have confidence, I replied with a smirk. I just also have self-awareness. Mina groaned, slumping onto my desk. You SCK at telling stories. I shrugged. Not my problem. Kirishima tried again. What's the weirdest fight you've ever been in? I thought for a moment. A few battles came to mind, like the time I fought an alien who could transform into a giant spoon or a duel with a sentient talking sword. You're thinking about it? Kaminari pointed out. I sighed. Alright, there was this one time I had to fight a guy who could summon 1,000 tiny versions of himself. Mina gasped. Like little gremlins? Exactly like little gremlins, I said, rubbing my temple. They wouldn't stop talking and kept trying to steal my coat. Jiro laughed. What was your strategy? I leaned back in my chair. I threw one of them at the others. The room erupted into laughter. No way, Zero wheezed. You just tossed them? What else was I supposed to do? There were too many. Mina was in tears from laughing. Not the coat thieves. Poor little guys, Kaminari said dramatically. They were biting me, I deadpanned. Even Todoroki, who had been quietly observing, let out a soft chuckle. It was strange, sitting here, joking around, being part of the conversation instead of just watching. Somewhere along the way, amidst all the battles and tension, I had started feeling comfortable here. As the laughter from my gremlin battle story died down, Aoyama sighed dramatically behind me. Mon Dieu, Midoriya, he said, placing a hand on his chest. Your tales are riveting, but they lack a certain glamour. I blinked. What? Aoyama sighed again, twirling dramatically. Fighting is not just about victory. It is about style, panache, the way one shines under the battlefield spotlight. He struck a pose, sparkling. I opened my mouth, then closed it. You want me to make my fights look prettier? Oui, he sang. Dude, Kaminari said, the guy fights space empires. That's pretty cool already. Aoyama huffed. Yes, but imagine if he added flair. A twirl here, a dramatic point there, perhaps a cape flourish. I deadpanned. I already wear a coat. A longer coat, mon ami. He wagged a finger. Trust me, style and strength go hand in hand. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Keep it in mind. Aoyama beamed. Fantastique. Mina grinned. Dude, Midoriya the sparkling pirate has a nice ring to it. Please don't start. While the others continued chatting, I noticed Tokoyami sitting quietly at his desk, deep in thought. You're quieter than usual, I said, leaning against his desk. He nodded solemnly. The shadows whisper to me. I frowned. That sounds mildly concerning. Not at all, he said dramatically. I was merely composing a poem. Not concerning, just very Tokoyami. He cleared his throat. A storm of blades, a warrior's dance, a clash of fate in distant expanse. A pirate's path, both fierce and bright, drifting through the endless night. I raised an eyebrow. Is that about me? Tokoyami nodded once. You are an enigma, Midoriya. A wanderer. A lost soul finding a new course. Dark Shadow popped out, grinning. Yeah, you're like a cool space rogue. I stared. Thanks. Tokoyami closed his notebook. I shall refine it further. Looking forward to it? Dark Shadow gave me a thumbs up. I was heading back to my desk when Ojiro stopped me, curiosity in his eyes. Hey Midoriya. What's up? I've been meaning to ask your fighting style. It's... He searched for the right word. Unconventional. I snorted. That's one way to put it. Ojiro nodded. But it's effective. I wanted to know, do you have any formal training? Or is it all instinct? I tilted my head. Bit of both? I picked up techniques from different places. Had a few good mentors. But mostly I just learn as I go. Ojiro hummed. It's impressive. You adapt fast. I smirked. Space battles will do that to you. He grinned. We should spar sometime. I want to see how your style holds up against traditional martial arts. I raised an eyebrow. You sure? I fight dirty. Good, he said. So do I. I chuckled. All right, deal. As the class settled down, Momo approached my desk, a book in hand. Midoriya, I've noticed that you don't take notes. I blinked. And? She held up the book, a meticulously organized study guide. I wanted to offer you some materials to help you keep up. Iida nodded vigorously beside her. Yes. As a student of UA, it's essential that you maintain good academic performance. I'd be happy to tutor you as well. I stared at them. You guys do realize I was raised on a spaceship, right? A lot of Earth school subjects don't exactly apply to intergalactic warfare. Momo faltered. Oh. Iida, however, was unfazed. All the more reason for you to catch up. Education is vital, regardless of your past circumstances. I sighed. Fine. One question. Momo brightened. Go ahead. I pointed at the math problem in her book. Why do letters belong in math? Momo opened her mouth then stopped. Iida adjusted his glasses. Algebra dash, I held up a hand. Nope. I refuse. Momo frowned. But it's dash, I refuse. Momo sighed, clearly not giving up, while Iida began mumbling something about academic DSP. I could already tell this was going to be a long battle. Lunch? The cafeteria. This had been a good morning. Naturally, that meant lunch was going to be chaos. I had just gotten my food when I spotted Todoroki sitting at a table, quietly eating. I made my way over, setting my tray down across from him. Yo. Todoroki looked up. Yo. We sat in companionable silence for about 30 seconds before the rest of 1A showed up. Mina slid into the seat next to me. Hey, what's up, bestie? Don't call me that. Too late, we're besties now. Kirishima dropped into the seat next to Todoroki, grinning. Man, I love lunch. Food just tastes better after a hard morning of training, you know? Dude, you did 5 push-ups in class, Siro said, sitting next to him. They were intense push-ups. Jiro took a seat across from Siro, raising an eyebrow at me. You didn't sit alone this time. Character development much? She smirked, smugly. I gave her a flat look. I sat here because it was quiet. Mina beamed. Not anymore. I sighed. Lunch quickly devolved into the usual 1A brand of chaos. At one point, Kaminari bet Mineta he couldn't eat an entire plate of spicy curry. Mineta did it, then immediately regretted it. Lunch had already spiraled into its usual 1A chaos, with Mineta suffering from a self-inflicted spice challenge and everyone else caught up in their own conversations. That's when Tsu, who had been quietly sipping her soup, spoke up. Midoriya-chan, I've been wondering something. Ribbit. I glanced at her. Yeah. She tilted her head slightly. You ever get seasick? I blinked. What? You grew up on a spaceship, right? She set her spoon down, her large eyes studying me. So you're probably fine with zero gravity, but what about water? Ever been on an actual boat? That was a good question. I rubbed the back of my neck. I mean, space travel and sea travel are kinda different, but I don't think I'd get seasick. Tsu hummed. You should come swimming with us sometime. Then we'll see. Mina gasped. Wait, field trip to the beach? Uraraka's eyes sparkled. Yes. We should totally do that. Would Bakugo come? Kaminari wondered aloud. No. Everyone said in unison. Tsu chuckled. Just think about it, Midoriya-chan. Ribbit. I sighed, shaking my head. You guys are relentless. Mina grinned. You love us. I groaned. I regret meeting you all. The laughter that followed told me they knew I was lying. Somewhere in the chaos, I noticed Momo politely trying to correct Kaminari's understanding of history. Todoroki was calmly eating while Kirishima explained why being a hero is like being a caveman warrior. Mina had stolen half of my fries. And somehow, I didn't mind. While everyone was caught up, I noticed Koda quietly eating his food at the edge of the group. I leaned over. Hey Koda. He flinched. Relax, I said, waving my hands. Just checking in. Koda gave me a hesitant nod, then pointed at my plate. I followed his gaze. Daro, I said. You don't like it when people eat meat, huh? He shook his head, looking a little guilty about it. I scratched my cheek. Yeah. Sorry, my diet's kinda all over the place. Koda hesitated, then quickly signed something. I blinked. Wait, you're saying it's okay as long as people respect animals? He nodded firmly. I grinned. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Koda smiled. At some point, I saw Sato walking toward the vending machines. Curious, I followed. Yo. Sato glanced at me. Oh hey Midoriya. What's up? Nothing much. Just wondering what you're getting. He pressed a few buttons. Chocolate bars. Good for sugar boosts. His quirk. I raised an eyebrow. You always rely on sweets before fights? He nodded. Yep. Sugar rush burns through stamina fast, so I need energy. I hummed. Ever thought about strategic snacking? Sato blinked. What? I smirked. Instead of chugging sugar right before a fight, you eat slow-release carbs earlier. More stable energy. Sato stroked his chin. That actually makes sense. Of course it does. I gestured to my brain. Pirate survival instincts. Sato chuckled. Alright, I'll try it. I gave him a thumbs up. After my conversation with Sato, I made my way back toward the classroom when I noticed Uraraka staring at me. Not in a weird way. Studying me. I frowned. Something on my face. She blinked, startled, then laughed. I was just thinking about something. And that something is? She rocked on her heels. You say you're not a hero. I sighed, rubbing the back of my head. This again? Uraraka grinned. Yep. I rolled my eyes. Alright, what's your argument this time? From what I remembered from your stories in space. She pointed at me. You help people. You fight for what's right. You risk your life to protect others. She smirked. Now if you ask me, that's what a hero does. I crossed my arms. That's what a person does. Doesn't mean I want the title. She hummed. Suyer. You say that, but deep down I think you kinda like it. I snorted. I like keeping people alive. That's different. She gave me a knowing look. Keep telling yourself that, Midoriya. I groaned. You and Kirishima are in a conspiracy together, I swear. She just laughed. Maybe. We started heading back, walking side by side. For what it's worth, she said after a pause, I think you'd be a really good hero. I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I just let her words settle. Uraraka had a way of making things sound so simple. Maybe for her they were. I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. But for now, I just smirked. Don't go making bets on that. She grinned. Too late. The day wound down, and classes finally ended. I stretched, standing up from my desk. It had been a long day, but a good one. As I walked toward the door, I heard a voice call out. Midoriya. I turned to see Kirishima grinning at me. We're all heading to the convenience store down the street. You coming? I blinked. That was unexpected. I could have said no. Could have made up an excuse. Instead, I found myself nodding. Yeah. Why not? Mina gasped. We did it. We adopted him. Shut up. As we were heading out, Kirishima turned toward the one person who hadn't been included in the plans. Yo, Bakugo. You coming too? The entire hallway went silent. Bakugo, who had been grabbing his things, slowly turned to glare at us, his red eyes filled with immediate disdain. The heck would I waste my time hanging out with you extras for? Mina pouted. Ah, come on, Bakugo. It'll be fun. Yeah, dude, Kaminari grinned. Live a little. Bakugo scoffed, slinging his bag over his shoulder. You all can waste your time. I've got training to do. Kirishima smirked, unfazed. You sure? Midoriya's coming with us. Bakugo's eye twitched. His gaze flickered to me, then away just as fast. Like I care what Deku does. Jiro snorted. Wow. You are so bad at pretending. Seconded, I said, snorting as well with Jiro. Shut up, Airjax. Bakugo snarled. I don't need to go shopping with a bunch of goofballs to get stronger. Todoroki, deadpan as ever, simply stated, it's just a convenience store. Which is exactly why it's a waste of time. Mina waved him off. Fine, Mr. Edgy. Enjoy being a loner. Darn right I will. As he stormed off, Kirishima shook his head, grinning. Man, he really needs to relax. I smirked. He'd probably explode if he ever chilled out. Fair point. Laughter echoed as we left together, the setting sun casting long shadows through the halls. Hey! Jiro hummed, a low voice only I could hear. What's up? I said, doing the same. Aren't you still under house arrest? She asked, questioning me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I smirked. And yet you're still out, she said while smirking back. I'll be fine. A little trouble for Aizawa is all. And, don't remind Iida or Momo. She chuckled. You're the worst. Oh well, too late. As we headed out, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned. Hagakure was standing there, her uniform floating slightly as she bounced on her feet. Hey Midoriya, she chirped. Since you're coming with us today, we gotta get you something fun. I frowned. Like what? Hagakure giggled. I dunno. Maybe sunglasses. Or a hat. Oh, what if we made you wear something really ridiculous? Kaminari grinned. I vote for a banana hoodie. Jiro smirked. Seconded. I groaned. What is wrong with you people? Hagakure just laughed. You're one of us now. That means pranks. I sighed. Fine. But if I pick something embarrassing, I'm making you wear it next time. Hagakure gasped. Deal. As we left UA together, the sun casting warm light across the school grounds, I realized something. I had never expected to find a place like this. But here, with these friends, I belonged. And that was enough. UA Development Studio. I had no idea how I got here. One minute, I was walking down the hall, minding my own business. The next, a pink-haired whirlwind had materialized out of nowhere, grabbed me by the sleeve, and dragged me into what looked like an underground lab filled with half-finished gadgets, sparking wires, and... Was that a tank in the corner? I should not be here. Alright, let's see it. I blinked. See. What? She practically vibrated in place, eyes locked onto my side. I followed her gaze. She was staring at the moberates clipped to my belt. This was about that. I took a step back. No. Mei Hatsum grinned, completely ignoring me. You don't get it, Midoriya. I've been following you ever since I saw you on the news. You've been running around with alien tech and you expect me not to be interested. That thing, she pointed dramatically, is a mystery of engineering. And I, she jabbed a thumb into her chest, am gonna figure it out. Again, I repeated slowly, gripping the moberates tightly, no. From the corner, an older man in a construction helmet, power loader, if I remembered right, sighed deeply. He had the look of a man who had long since given up on stopping her, and yet, for some reason, still tried anyway. Hatsum, leave the poor kid alone. Can't. Mei chirped. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who knows what that thing runs on? Plasma? Microenergy? Sentient AI? I need to dissect it. I took 2 steps back. You're definitely not getting near it now. Power loader shot me a look, almost sympathetic. Welcome to my life. The Mei experience. I barely survived the innocent test runs. At some point, she strapped thrusters to my boots. They immediately overheated and shot me headfirst into the ceiling. My head. This splitting headache actually feels like it's spitting. Then came the grappling hook demo, which ended with me hanging from a lamp like a caught fish. I need a little help here. And don't even get me started on the self-driving roller skates. I still had whiplash. This is it. This is how I die. You're terrible at using my support gear, Mei sighed, watching me stumble back onto my feet. Maybe, I wheezed, because they're death traps. They're prototypes. They're explosive. Power loader grunted. That's what I keep telling her. She waved us both off. Explosive with potential. Power loader groaned. You're lucky the school funds repairs. I gave him a look. Does she do this to everyone? His shoulders slumped. Kid, I've been testing her inventions for years. I've been caught in nets, targeted by drones, and even set on fire twice. I stared. You still let her build things? She'd do it anyway. Fair enough. After what felt like my 3rd near-death experience, I finally had a moment to breathe, just in time for Mei to start her next plan. All right, Midoriya. She spun on her heel, gesturing around the chaotic room. Since you're here, let me show you my lab. I hesitated. Do I have a choice? Absolutely not. She grabbed my wrist and dragged me along. She started pointing at half-finished inventions, detailing their game-changing abilities. This one is a stealth suit. I based it on chameleon camouflage, but she picked up a shredded, burnt-out mess of wires and cloth. Turns out too much electricity makes it explode. I nodded slowly. Good to know. She pointed at a 4-legged robot. This baby is an autonomous rescue unit. Self-learning AI, built-in medical scanner, and jet boosters. That actually sounds dash. It caught fire within 5 minutes of activation. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Then she pointed at a massive cannon mounted to the ceiling. I frowned. What's that? May grinned. An automatic defense system. It dash. The cannon suddenly whirred to life. Oh no, Power Loader muttered. A red laser sight locked onto me. I barely dodged before a high-speed projectile nearly took my head off. May! I shouted, diving behind a workbench. Oops. It's still in attack mode. Ya think? May ran to a control panel, frantically typing. Hold on, I got this. I barely had time to react before another shot nearly hit me. Why does it have live ammo? I yelled, flipping over a table for cover. May laughed sheepishly. I was testing military-grade settings. This is a school. Power Loader slammed a giant emergency SWH, and the cannon powered down. For a long moment, the lab was silent. I breathed, eyes still wide. That's it. I'm leaving. May pouted. Come on. That was just a minor glitch. Power Loader glared at her. That thing is getting scrapped. May groaned. Fine. While May ran off to work on another project, I found myself standing next to Power Loader. He crossed his arms. She's a handful. I snorted. That's putting it lightly. He nodded toward her. But she's a genius. A reckless, disaster-prone genius, but still a genius. I glanced at May, who was excitedly sketching something new. Yeah. She really loves this stuff. Power Loader nodded. Support engineers don't get much recognition, but heroes wouldn't be much without them. Keep that in mind, Midoriya. I thought about that. My battles had always relied on my weapons and gear. Without them, I wouldn't be much of a fighter at all. Yeah, I muttered. I get it. Power Loader gave a satisfied grunt. Good. I stood at a safe distance while May tinkered with something that looked suspiciously like a flamethrower. After surviving what felt like 20 near-death experiences, I had time to actually watch her work. She moved fast, hands constantly adjusting, tweaking, making split-second decisions. It wasn't just random chaos, there was a method to her madness. She knew exactly what she was doing. I crossed my arms. You really love this, huh? May paused, glancing at me. Then she beamed, like I had just asked the most obvious question in the world. Of course. She twirled her wrench. Nothing in the world beats the feeling of creating. Coming up with an idea, making it real, seeing it work dash, she slammed a button, and a nearby robot promptly fell apart. She didn't even blink. Or almost work. I chuckled. Almost. She grinned, unbothered. Failures are just steps toward success. I shook my head. You're insane. May clapped my shoulder. Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. As I prepared to leave, finally free from her trap, May suddenly shoved something into my hands. I frowned. What's this? A gift, she said proudly. I looked down. It was a belt, sleek, reinforced, golden paint job with a central mechanism that looked suspiciously advanced. And then, beside her, I noticed something massive. A giant treasure chest sat on the floor, cables running from it to the belt. I blinked. What is that? May grinned. Your new storage system. I squinted at her. Come again. She clapped her hands. The belt is connected to that chest remotely. You store all your little keys in there, and with a single tap dash, she pointed at the button on the belt, boom. Instant retrieval of whatever key you want. I hesitated, eyeing her suspiciously. And you're sure it works? She gave me a look. Excuse you, my inventions always work. Power Loader coughed. I sighed. May looked way too excited. Against my better judgment, I pulled out a few of my ranger keys and dropped them into the treasure chest. The moment they clattered inside, I closed the chest down, registering the new inventory. All right. I tapped the belt. In a blink, a key teleported straight into my belt. I stared at it. What the dash? May beamed. It works. I tapped the belt again, closing it, then again opening it back up. Another key blinked into existence. I stared at it. Huh. May grinned. It's basically a quantum storage system. You tap the belt and boom. Instant retrieval of whatever key you want. I slowly looked at the giant chest. How? She shrugged. Science. That's not an answer. Power Loader sighed. Get used to it, kid. I ran a hand down my face. You built a teleporting storage unit. In a treasure chest. Seemed thematically appropriate. I groaned. You're impossible. May beamed. I know. I sighed, examining the belt again. Honestly? To us. Actually really useful. Dangerous? Probably. Over-engineered? Definitely. But useful? Absolutely. I clipped the belt on, testing the retrieval again. Another key flashed into the golden belt, smooth and effortless. I hated to admit it, but this was actually useful. Mei waggled her eyebrows. Admit it. You love it. I exhaled. I hate that you're right. She fist-pumped. Yes. Power loader sighed. Midoriya, you've just made a terrible mistake. I frowned. Why? Because, he said gravely, now she'll never leave you alone. I turned back to Mei, who was already scribbling more blueprints for improvements. My stomach dropped. Oh no. I had created a monster. Oh. Mei suddenly perked up. Before you go, I've got 10 more things I want you to test next time. Maybe 15. I paled. No. Power loader patted my shoulder. You can run, Midoriya. But she'll find you. Mei grinned, eyes gleaming. I felt a chill down my spine. So, can I work on the Mobarates now? This wasn't over. I backed away slowly, gripping the Mobarates like a lifeline. No. Definitely not happening. Mei pouted. Oh, come on. I promise I'll only take it apart a little. That's not how taking things apart works. Power loader sighed, rubbing his temples. Hatsum, let the kid go before he reports us for attempted kidnapping. Mei crossed her arms. Technically, it's not kidnapping if it's inside the school. That is absolutely still kidnapping. I shot back. Semantics. She waved me off. All right, fine. You win this time, Midoriya. I exhaled in relief, taking a cautious step toward the door. Finally dash, but... She grinned manically. Next time, I'm testing my flight pack on you. I froze. What? It's gonna be amazing. I just finished the prototype last week, but I need a test subject who can survive a few rough landings. A deep, primal fear settled in my chest. Define rough landings. Mei hummed, tapping her chin. Well, I think the landing gear works, but worst case? You might break a leg. Or two. No. I spun on my heel, speed walking toward the exit. I'm leaving. She cupped her hands over her mouth. See you tomorrow, Midoriya. Absolutely not. I yanked the door open and bolted, leaving behind the chaos of the UA development studio. For a few blissful seconds, I was free. Then my belt beeped. I looked down. A small hologram screen lit up, displaying a message. This thing has a freaking hologram? I shouted out loud. Why does it have a hologram? I stared at it horrified. Mei Hatsum, I just thought of 20 more ideas. This is gonna be awesome. I had made a mistake. A huge mistake. And worst of all, I already knew I was going to come back. Power loader was right. There was no escape. The training field stretched before me, a massive open combat zone, spanning nearly the size of a city block. At first glance, it looked simple. Concrete flooring, steel barriers, scattered cover points, and a few inconveniently placed obstacles. But I knew better. This was UA, which meant Nizu had definitely gone out of his way to make this exercise as chaotic as possible. My gaze flickered across the landscape, taking in the subtle traps. A section of ground that looked just a little too smooth. A disguised pitfall, maybe? A row of pillars perfect for ambushes. A few patches of darker terrain that could either be shifting terrain or camouflage for an opponent's quirk. Nizu wanted me to struggle. And at the far end of the field stood Class 1B. A full squad of UA students, all watching me. Some with curiosity, some with caution, and more than a few with anticipation. Their formation was tight, too tight to be a coincidence. Even before the fight started, they were grouped strategically, standing in a way that told me everything I needed to know. They had a plan. They weren't just here to test themselves. They were here to win. A muscular guy with steel gray hair cracked his knuckles, standing near the front. His posture was aggressive, practically vibrating with anticipation. Beside him, a blonde with a cocky grin leaned toward his teammates, whispering something. Another figure, tall with vine-like hair, stood with her hands clasped in front of her, her expression unreadable. And those were just the ones standing out at first glance. I exhaled slowly. So this was Class 1B. They weren't treating me like some fellow student they wanted to welcome. They were treating me like a target. Vlad King, their homeroom teacher, stood at the front, arms crossed. His deep voice cut through the tension. Midoriya, your objective is simple. Face Class 1B in a combat exercise. Your goal is to fight, survive, and adapt. I arched an eyebrow. That's not training. That's a public execution. Aizawa let out a quiet sigh, clearly agreeing with me but not planning to stop it. And then there was Nizu. Perched atop Aizawa's shoulder, UA's mastermind sipped from his tiny porcelain cup. His expression, all too cheerful for someone watching a 1 versus 20 beatdown, sent a clear message. This was entertainment for him. Ah, Midoriya, you're being dramatic. Nizu chirped, his beady black eyes gleaming. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to get to know your fellow students. I gave him a flat look. By fighting them? Nothing builds camaraderie quite like combat. Nizu beamed. Of course he was enjoying this. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders as I turned my attention back to 1B. They weren't moving yet. They were waiting. For what? For me to attack first? For their plan to kick in? I didn't recognize most of them. Some looked cautious. Others, excited. A few had their eyes locked on me like I was a final boss battle they'd been preparing for. I had no idea what their quirks were. This was their territory. Their battlefield. I was the outsider. Then I'd learn the only way I knew how. By fighting. Vlad King raised his hand. His eyes met mine, and I saw the faintest trace of amusement. Begin. The second Vlad King's hand dropped. They moved. 3 of them. Coordinated. No hesitation. I barely had time to process who was coming at me before I was already dodging. The first, a muscular guy with short, spiky gray hair and sharp teeth, charged straight for me. His entire body shifted, gleaming like polished steel, and his footsteps landed with a heavy, metallic thud. His ability let him turn his body into metal, making him durable but not slow. His arms flexed, fists clenched like he was ready to punch through a wall, or me. The second, a blonde with a wild smirk, rushed in beside him. The third opponent didn't rush me head-on. Instead, he veered to the side, a lean guy with sharp, mantis-like features and something shimmering along his arms. His hands flicked, and suddenly, blades extended from his forearms, gleaming like natural weapons. He wasn't charging recklessly. He was waiting for an opening. Close-quarters fighters. 1 tank type, 1 blade user waiting for me to slip up, and 1 guy I still haven't figured out yet. Gokai change. The familiar surge of energy rushed through me, my coat shifting, my body surrounded by a red-hot light. Gokaiger. The world flickered for half a second as my uniform morphed, a pirate's coat forming over my shoulders as a helmet locked into place. A sword appeared in my grip. A gun in the other. Gokai red. The transformation finished just in time. I twisted my Gokai saber, bringing it up to block as the metal-skinned brawler swung first, a brutal, straightforward punch aimed for my ribs. My blade caught his fist, but the sheer impact rattled through my arm. Not just durable. Before I could counter, the blonde fighter attacked next, going for the exact same move. I barely managed to pivot in time, shifting my weight and redirecting his strike away from my body. These two weren't just tough. They were coming at me in perfect sync. The mantis-bladed fighter took his chance. His arm blades sliced through the air, aiming for my side. I threw myself backward, narrowly dodging. The blade's edge cut through the space where I'd just been, slicing effortlessly through the air. If that had hit me clean, I wouldn't be walking away from it easily. I fired a quick shot from my Gokai gun, aiming for the bladed fighter's legs, just enough to force him back. But the moment I pulled the trigger, the blonde fighter stepped in, blocking the shot with his armored body, the bullet ricocheting off harmlessly. That stopped me for a split second. Wait, how did he? I clicked my tongue. I didn't know his ability. But somehow, he and the first guy were using the same power. Had to be a coincidence, right? The gray-haired brawler grinned, slamming his fists together. Let's see how much you can take then. The blonde smirked. Hope you don't mind a 2-for-1 deal. I smirked right back. Don't mind at all. And then I charged. I dashed forward, sword ready. If they wanted to overwhelm me with strength, I just had to outmaneuver them. The gray-haired metal fighter swung first, a wide, crushing hook aimed at my side. I twisted, letting his fist barely graze my coat before stepping in close and slashing upward with my saber. Clang. The blade skidded off his hardened skin, sparks flying as the impact barely left a mark. Tough. Really tough. The blonde fighter took advantage of the moment, throwing a punch from my blind spot, too fast to dodge completely. I barely managed to block with my saber, but the force rattled through my arm, sending me skidding backward. They weren't just tanky. They hit like trucks. And they weren't stopping. The mantis-bladed fighter lunged from the side, his arm blades gleaming in the light. His attacks were fast, precise, and the way he moved told me he had plenty of experience fighting up close. I barely had time to twist my saber around, parrying the first strike. His second came from below, an upward slice aimed straight for my chest. I planted my foot and kicked off the ground, flipping backward just as the blade passed an inch from my torso. I landed in a crouch, gun raised, bang. I fired at his feet, forcing him to leap back. A second to breathe. I needed a new approach. The metal brawlers were rushing me down like an unstoppable force, and the mantis blade fighter was waiting for me to slip up so he could land a clean hit. If I kept playing defensively, it was only a matter of time before they cornered me. Time for something new. I flipped open my moberates. Gokai change. A surge of deep red and rich blue energy surrounded me. My suit morphed, the design shifting into something different. It almost looked like a high school uniform, complete with a jacket motif and a tie. The high school heroes. So that's why. Akahiro. As soon as the transformation finished, my hand moved instinctively, reaching up to the front of my helmet. My fingers curled around the hilt and, with a sharp pull, I drew my blade. The sword came free in a flash of light, humming with energy. No time to think. I had to move. The blonde fighter was already attacking. Another heavy punch flew toward me, faster than before. This time, I sidestepped cleanly, my new form's agility kicking in. I twisted mid-step, blade flashing in an arc as I slashed at his exposed side, clang. The impact was the same. My blade scraped off reinforced steel skin, barely leaving a mark. His smirk widened. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I clicked my tongue. But armor was still a problem. I adjusted my grip. Time to go for precision instead of brute force. The mantis blade fighter lunged in next, taking advantage of my focus on the blonde. His twin arm blades slashed forward in a rapid, crisscrossing attack, fast, but readable. I ducked under the first, twisted my wrist, and parried the second with a clean deflection. I struck with precision, aiming a counterslash at the gap between his shoulder and arm blades. The blade connected not deeply, but enough to disrupt his momentum. He hissed and leaped back. That was one less direct attacker for the moment. However, the metal brawlers weren't finished. The gray-haired fighter charged at me, throwing a heavy punch from the right, while the blonde mirrored him from the left. A pincer attack. I barely had time to react, too close to dodge completely. Instead, I angled my sword to catch the gray-haired fighter's fist against the flat of my blade, twisting my body to lessen the impact of the blonde's strike. It still hurt, their strength rattling through my arms and forcing me backward. I exhaled sharply. They were strong. The gray-haired one grinned, stepping forward. Not bad. But you'll have to do better than that. The blonde scoffed, crossing his arms. If you can't handle us, you don't stand a chance against the others. I smirked. You sure talk a lot for someone who hasn't landed a clean hit. That got a reaction from him. The mantis-bladed fighter straightened, rolling his shoulders. You're handling yourself well. I'll give you that. His arm blades gleamed as he pointed one at me. Name's Kamakiri Tager. Now I had a name. Kamakiri, the guy with razor-sharp arm blades. Cool quirk, I admitted. Guessing those things can cut through a lot? He grinned. Try me and find out. The gray-haired brawler cracked his knuckles. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Hope you don't mind a little pain. Did he repeat his name, or was that really his full name? I barely had time to process it before the blonde fighter scoffed. Really, Tetsu Tetsu? What's the point in telling him? He'll be on the ground soon enough. I narrowed my eyes at him. What about you? The blonde smirked, spreading his arms. Curious about me, are you? Kamakiri groaned. Just tell him already, Monoma. Monoma. I was starting to piece this together. Tetsu Tetsu had some kind of full-body metal quirk. Monoma had something similar? But if it was the same quirk, why didn't he just say so? I didn't have time to figure it out. Tetsu Tetsu grinned. Enough talking. Let's see how much you can take, Midoriya. He charged again, and this time, I was ready. Tetsu Tetsu rushed forward, his metal-covered fists raised for a heavy swing. Predictable. I sidestepped, letting his punch slam into the pavement, leaving a deep dent. Before I could counter, Monoma mirrored the movement, his own metal-coated fist swinging toward me. I blocked with my sword. The impact sent vibrations through my arm, but I managed to stay grounded. I flipped back, putting some distance between us. You fight just like him, I noted, eyes narrowing at Monoma. His grin widened. Do I now? Kamakiri scoffed, spinning one of his arm blades. He loves doing that. It's his whole thing. Monoma turned to him dramatically. Kamakiri, please. You're ruining the mystery. Tetsu Tetsu huffed. Quit messing around. Let's just take him down. I didn't have time to figure out what they meant because Tetsu Tetsu charged again, faster this time. I barely had time to react before he threw a rapid combination of punches, not as wild as Kamakiri's slashes, but each strike was like a hammer. I dodged two, blocked the third, but the fourth clipped my shoulder. Tee. I hissed, feeling the force shake through me. Then Monoma was right there, mirroring the same attack pattern. I dodged, parried, but his last strike clipped the same spot Tetsu Tetsu hit. Copying? I muttered. Realization clicked, but before I could do anything, I felt the ground shift beneath me. So, unstable. My foot sank slightly and I knew. A new player had entered the fight. I pushed off hard, flipping backward just as the ground beneath me liquefied. The trap. Someone was manipulating the battlefield. I landed, eyes scanning. Who did that? A voice, calm and level, cut through the air. Not bad. Most people don't notice until they're already stuck. A tall guy with distinctive teeth stood a few feet away, his hand pressed against the ground. His expression was relaxed, but there was calculation in his eyes. Juzo Hananuki, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Hananuki. So this was the one altering the terrain. Your quirk, I muttered, glancing at the softened pavement. You can make things lose their solidity. He smiled slightly. Something like that. This just got way harder. Kamakiri clicked his tongue. Great, now he knows what you do. Hananuki shrugged. He would have figured it out soon enough. Tetsu grinned. Doesn't matter. Just means he'll know exactly why he's losing. I adjusted my grip on my sword, shifting into a ready stance. 3 close-range fighters and 1 terrain manipulator. I exhaled slowly. All right, I muttered. Let's see what else you've got. I kept my stance firm, watching as the softened ground spread outward, shifting like wet cement. If I wasn't careful, I'd lose my footing, and against these guys, that was a serious disadvantage. Tetsu and Monoma weren't hesitating. They rushed me again, one from the left, one from the right. Their teamwork was suffocating. I jumped, twisting midair to avoid the softened ground. Tetsu swung for my ribs. I deflected his punch with my saber. Monoma was already there, swinging for my head. I ducked, barely dodging. Kamakiri lunged next, arm blades flashing. I flipped back, just in time, and landed right where Hananuki wanted me. My boots sank. I gritted my teeth. Hananuki smirked. Got you. I twisted hard, using my momentum to pull free before I got stuck completely. The softened ground clung to my leg for a split second before I broke loose, rolling to the side. Monoma clicked his tongue. You're more slippery than I expected. I kept my breathing steady, my grip tightening on my sword. I needed to move fast. I flipped open my mobirates. Gokai change. A fiery red aura erupted around me, transforming my Akihiro uniform into a sleek, high-tech avian-themed suit with a red visor shaped like a hawk's beak. Red Hawk. The transformation barely finished before I launched into the air, my new suit's birdonic wings extending from my arms. Tetsu's fist slammed into empty space. Whoa, what the dash? Hananuki's eyes narrowed. He's flying now? I shot upward, twisting midair before aiming my bird blaster downward. Try and trap me now. I fired, disrupting the softened terrain and kicking up debris. Hananuki had to step back to avoid losing his balance. That was my opening. I swooped down, fast as a hawk diving for prey, bringer sword flashing as I slashed toward Tetsu. Clang. My blade hit solid steel. He grinned up at me. Nice trick. I clicked my tongue. Figures that wouldn't work. Monoma smirked from the side. What's wrong, Midoriya? Getting desperate? I flapped my wings once, propelling myself backward just before Kamakiri could slash at me again. I hovered in the air, wings spread wide, keeping my distance. I needed a new angle. Tetsu had brushed off my sword's strike like it was nothing. My usual direct attacks wouldn't work, and Monoma, whoever he was, still had that same metal coating. I hadn't figured him out. Did he actually have the same quirk as Tetsu? Or was something else going on? I narrowed my eyes. Time to find out. I tucked my wings in and dove, aiming straight for Monoma. He saw me coming and grinned, stepping forward like he was ready for the challenge. You think air superiority gives you the advantage? That's cute. Tetsu rushed in first, trying to intercept me, but I faked right, then twisted left, slipping past his outstretched arms. Monoma's fists were already up. I adjusted my approach at the last second, flaring my wings to kill my momentum. Instead of colliding, I landed right in front of him, inside his guard. His eyes barely widened before I struck. I slammed my knee into his stomach, then spun, bringing my bringer's sword down toward his shoulder. Clang. My blade hit solid metal. Monoma staggered but recovered instantly, smirking. Nice try. He lunged at me, swinging a heavy punch. I dodged, twisting mid-step, but suddenly I felt it. A shift. Like something had just stopped. Monoma's swing followed through, but something was wrong. The metallic sheen on his skin flickered, then vanished. His fist connected, but it wasn't steel anymore. Just flesh and bone. His smirk froze. I didn't fully understand what had just happened, but Monoma's reaction told me everything. He scrambled backward, clutching his wrist like he'd just realized something awful. He meant it. The time limit. I blinked. Time limit? I filed that away for later. I didn't need to understand it right now, just take advantage of it. I countered instantly. I grabbed his wrist, pivoted, and launched him straight into Tetsu. They collided, stumbling back in a heap. Tetsu groaned. The hell was that? Monoma scrambled up, glaring at his own hands. His quirk had worn off. I exhaled. So that's how it works. Before I could press the attack, I heard a faint sound, like a gust of wind whipping past my ear. I barely had time to react before, Abby. Thin, sticky strands wrapped around my wrist, jerking me backward. What? I turned sharply, following the strands to their source. A tall student with nozzle-like protrusions on his head stood at a distance, his hands raised. Kojiro Bando, He introduced himself, voice calm. You should probably stop struggling. I pulled hard, trying to break free, but the adhesive held firm. He could immobilize me if I wasn't careful. From the other side, a short-haired girl with an eerie, neutral expression lifted her fingers slightly, and suddenly, the rocks near my feet lifted into the air. She tilted her head. Reiko Yanagi. And then, the floating debris launched at me. I barely managed to pull my wings in and twist aside as the first rock shot past my head. The second clipped my shoulder, knocking me slightly off balance. I was being pulled and attacked at the same time. Hananuki smirked from the sidelines. Now that's teamwork. Monoma dusted himself off, regaining his composure. That's fine. I'll just copy again. Monoma lunged toward Tetsu, ready to copy his quirk again. I gritted my teeth. I needed to break free, fast. Bando's adhesive strands still clung to my wrist, keeping me from moving freely. Yanagi's floating debris hovered nearby, ready to be launched at any moment. Tetsu was recovering, Monoma was resetting, and Hananuki was waiting for an opening. If I let them regain control, I'd be overwhelmed again. No more holding back. Time to finish this. I flipped open my Moberates. Gokai change. The fiery red energy of Red Hawk dissolved, morphing back into a familiar form. Gokaiger. A red coat, golden trim, and a pirate's emblem shining on my chest. Gokai red. I gripped my weapons tight, Gokai saber in my right hand, Gokai gun in my left. Bando's glue strands were still attached, so I yanked hard, pulling him off balance. At the same time, Yanagi flicked her fingers, sending a barrage of floating debris at me. I slashed through the first few chunks, then raised my Gokai gun, blasting the rest out of the air. Bando steadied himself. You're tough. Yanagi remained expressionless. But you're still outnumbered. I smirked. Not for long. Monoma lunged again, metal coating his arms once more. Tetsu followed closely, grinning. Here we come, Midoriya. I wasn't planning on dodging. I pressed my thumb against the emblem on both weapons. The cylinders snapped open as I grabbed 2 ranger keys from my belt, inserting them into the saber and gun with a sharp twist. Final wave. The gun hummed with power, glowing with crimson energy, while the saber vibrated, extending a brilliant red blade. Monoma's eyes widened. Oh, that's new. Tetsu laughed. Bring it. I fired the gun first. Boop. A massive, supercharged blast shot forward, a spinning red energy bullet tearing through the battlefield. Tetsu braced for impact, but as the blast hit, I followed up with a wide arc swing of my saber, releasing a massive energy slash. Gokai slash. The 2 attacks collided midair, combining into a devastating shockwave. Monoma barely reacted before being blasted off his feet. Tetsu skidded backward, his metal armor cracking under the force. Bando raised his hands to throw more adhesive, but I redirected my saber's energy slash toward him. He leaped aside just in time as the ground exploded. Yanagi tried to lift more debris, but the shockwave knocked her back, scattering her projectiles. Hananuki clenched his jaw, attempting to soften the terrain beneath me, but he was too late. I surged forward, closing the distance, spinning to deliver a final slash with my saber, sending the remaining opponents flying. Boom. The battlefield erupted with dust and debris. I stood still, dust settling around me as I lowered my weapons. The battlefield was wrecked, with cracked concrete, scattered debris, and scorch marks from my last attack. In front of me were downed fighters. I took a slow breath, rolling my shoulders as I counted them off. Tetsu, Monoma, Hananuki, Kamakiri, Bando, Yanagi. I exhaled. That's only 6. That meant, a shadow moved, then another. I glanced up, my stomach sinking. More figures stepped forward from the smoke and rubble. The rest of Class 1B. A girl with a high ponytail and sharp teal eyes cracked her knuckles, stepping into position. Another with horns crossed her arms, watching me with a calculating stare. There were more, a lot more. I sighed, stretching out my neck. Of course. I flipped open my Moberates. Gokai change. A surge of mechanical red energy erupted around me as my suit shifted. My pirate coat and saber vanished, replaced by a bulkier, armored form. My shoulders expanded, and my arms became thicker, heavier. Zangyack. A massive greatsword materialized in my grip, humming with power. Zenkai Yuran. The transformation locked in just as my next set of opponents stepped into attack range. I exhaled, tightening my grip on my sword. Part 1 was over. But Part 2? Just getting started. I exhaled, gripping the Yuran sword tightly. My new form felt heavier but in a good way. Strength surged through my limbs, my stance more grounded than before. Zenkai Yuran wasn't built for speed. He was built to dominate. Across from me, a girl with a high ponytail cracked her knuckles. I barely had time to react before she charged. Her hands enlarged instantly, becoming massive fists twice the size of her head. I raised my Euron shield, bracing for impact. Boom. The impact shook my entire arm. She was fast, powerful, and her attacks weren't just wild swings. She aimed precisely, testing my defenses. I dug my feet in, holding my ground. She grinned. Not bad. You can take a hit. I pushed back against her weight, sword still locked against her massive hand. You always charge in first? She smirked. I'm the leader, aren't I? Leader? So she was in charge of this group. I started to push her back, forcing her to step away. The shadows around me shifted. Something lunged from the darkness. I barely twisted my shield in time to block a sharp kick, but the force sent me staggering back. I couldn't see who hit me. The girl took the opening, stepping forward with another massive punch. I dodged, but not fast enough. Her fist clipped my side, knocking me back. I rolled with the impact, raising my sword again. Where was that second attacker? A low chuckle came from the darkness. You're looking for me, aren't you? My eyes flicked around, trying to find the source. You won't. A figure melted into view from the shadows. I tensed. Another one. The girl glanced to the side. You're taking your time. The shadowy figure shrugged. I prefer to let my opponents feel paranoid first. I kept my stance steady. Attacking from the dark? Feels a little underhanded. All's fair in a battle, he replied smoothly. And trust me, I'm just getting started. The girl rushed me again, her fists swinging. I caught her next punch with my shield, but the shadowy fighter struck at the same time, forcing me to divide my attention. I needed to change my approach. I took a quick step back, flipping my sword in my grip. You like surprises? The girl's eyes narrowed. What are you? I flipped my mobirates open and pressed the button. Gokai change. A surge of black energy engulfed me, my bulky armored frame shifting into something sleeker, lighter. My Euron sword and shield vanished, replaced by a weapon that felt different in my grip, lighter, more compact. I glanced down. A strange-looking gun rested in my hand, shaped like a gas pump nozzle. Jonja. The moment the transformation finished, I felt it. My body felt lighter, faster. Go on black. Before the girl in front of me could react, I moved. Not just faster, blurringly fast. I shot forward, closing the gap between us instantly. She barely had time to raise her massive hands before I ducked low, spinning my weapon into rod mode and sweeping at her legs. She jumped back, but I was already moving again. The shadowy fighter lunged at me from my blind spot, but I was gone before he could land the hit. This speed was insane. The girl's eyes widened. Whoa dash, I appeared at her side, striking out with the Manten rod. She blocked, staggering slightly from the impact. So you're fast now, huh? I smirked. Not bad at keeping up. The shadow fighter melted into the darkness again, voice amused. He won't be fast forever. I tensed. I still couldn't track him well. Suddenly, a giant word bubble exploded in front of me. I barely managed to twist away, flipping over the shockwave, only for another one to appear. A concussive force slammed into me midair, knocking me off my path. I flipped, landing hard. What was that? The girl grinned. Welcome to the real fight. I wiped my mouth. Gotta say, your quirks are ridiculous. Thanks, a new voice chimed in, a loud, almost exaggerated tone. I turned toward the source. A student with a speech bubble-shaped head stood a few feet away, grinning as he lifted his hands. Let's make this fight a little louder, huh? I clenched my jaw. Grit. Another one. I kept my stance low, eyes flicking between my opponents. The girl with the oversized fists adjusted her footing, ready for another charge. The shadowy fighter had already vanished again. And the speech bubble-headed guy was grinning, his hands glowing as more floating words began to appear around him. They weren't letting up. I exhaled, gripping my Manten rod. If they wanted to overwhelm me, I just have to keep moving. Let's make this fast. I vanished. The girl swung where I had been, but I was already behind her. A quick strike to the ribs, she staggered. The shadow moved, an attack from behind. I felt it coming and flipped over the incoming kick, landing several meters away. Then another exploding word appeared midair. I had to twist again, dodging just as another one went off in front of me. The comic-style attacks were unpredictable. Man, you really don't stand still, huh? The speech bubble-headed fighter chuckled. That's fine. I'll just fill the whole place with sound. I gritted my teeth. I couldn't keep dodging forever. The girl smirked. What's wrong? Getting tired? I wasn't, but I needed a way to turn the fight around. I raised my gun, flipping it back into gun mode. Let's see how fast you can react. I fired. She braced, but the shot wasn't aimed at her. Instead, I shot at the floating words. One of them exploded prematurely, sending a chain reaction through the others. The speech bubble guy barely had time to react before his own quirk backfired, blasting him off balance. The girl's eyes widened. Oh, that's smart. I grinned. Thanks. I shot forward again, moving too fast for them to adjust. But then, something whistled through the air. I barely had time to shift my body before two sharp projectiles slammed into the ground next to me. They twitched, then pulled back, retracting through the air. Remote-controlled projectiles? A new fighter stepped forward. Blonde, with horn-like protrusions. She smirked. You won't dodge these forever. I sighed. Another one? This wasn't getting easier. I dodged another strike from the giant-fisted girl, barely. Her attacks weren't just powerful, they were precise. If I mistimed my movements, one clean hit could send me flying. She smirked. Not bad. You're keeping up. I exhaled. I'd rather not get crushed, thanks. Before I could counter, the air shifted. A whistling sound. I turned, just in time to see two sharp projectiles flying toward me. I ducked, rolling to the side, but they curved mid-air, adjusting their trajectory. They were tracking me. I raised my Manten rod, knocking them away at the last second. The girl responsible, a blonde with horns, smirked. You won't dodge those forever. Didn't plan on it. I glanced at her. You control them? She nodded. Pony Tsunotori. I can fire my horns and bring them back whenever I want. Great. So now I had homing projectiles to deal with. The giant-fisted girl rolled her shoulders. Pony's great for locking people down. I scoffed. You think I'm running? She smirked. You tell me. I barely had time to move before she charged again. Her massive fist swung wide. I dashed right, but Pony's horns cut off my escape. They were working together, forcing me into a disadvantage. I needed to change things up. I jumped straight up. Bad move. A shadow stretched toward me. I twisted midair, barely avoiding a blackened hand reaching out from my own shadow. The shadowy fighter reappeared, smirking. Got you. I clicked my tongue. As soon as I landed, the comic eye moved. Another word exploded behind me, forcing me forward. The girl with the fists was already waiting. She swung full power. I braced. Her punch sent me skidding backward. I managed to stay on my feet, but my arm ached from the impact. She huffed. You're pretty tough. I rolled my shoulder. You hit hard. Of course. She smirked. It's Suka Kendo. Strong, huh? A new voice chimed in, lighthearted and teasing. Let's see how long that lasts. I turned. A floating hand flew straight at my face. I barely dodged before a detached foot swept my legs out from under me. I flipped mid-air, landing on my feet. What the? The pieces of the person reassembled a few feet away, snapping back together with a smirk. You're a little slow, she teased. Setsuna Tokij. She stretched her arms, her fingers already separating again. You can split apart, I muttered. Individually control every part of your body. Bingo, she grinned. And guess what? That means I can attack from every direction at once. I exhaled. Great. Just what I needed. She wagged her finger. Come on, pirate boy. You should be honored. This is way more fun than I expected. I sighed. I needed to shift the momentum. I flipped my mobirates open. Gokai change. A surge of deep purple and silver energy erupted around me, my sleek black suit shifting into something more regal, more commanding. A long staff materialized in my grip, its design elegant yet sturdy. A trigger was built into the hilt, ready to fire at a moment's notice. I felt the shift immediately. This form was different. Ryu Commander. The moment the transformation locked in, I spun the Ryutswader once, adjusting to the weight. Pony blinked. Oh, a new form. The girl with the ponytail tilted her head. That's different. I didn't respond. I moved. Pony's eyes widened. She fired two horns at once, sending them straight for me. I sidestepped the first, twisting my staff to deflect the second. She grinned. Her horns weren't stopping this time. They circled around, coming back toward me from behind. I shifted my stance, gripping the Ryutswader tightly. Wait for it. The horns got closer, almost there. I spun, pulling the trigger. A purple energy blast shot from my staff, hitting one of the horns midair. It shattered into pieces. Pony's smirk vanished. What? The second horn kept coming. I didn't stop. I dashed forward, closing the gap between us instantly. She barely had time to react before I swung the Ryutswader, smacking the second horn out of the air before bringing the staff down in a sweeping arc. The hit landed clean against her side. She gasped, stumbling backward. I didn't let her recover. I pulled the trigger again, a second energy blast striking her square in the chest. She flew back, hitting the ground hard. Silence. Pony groaned, coughing. She wasn't getting up. I exhaled, lowering my staff. One down. Kendo's eyes narrowed. That was fast. Tokij whistled. Pony, you good? I flicked my staff, the energy humming in my grip. Told you I wasn't running. Kendo cracked her knuckles. All right, no more holding back. I sighed. Of course. This fight wasn't over. Pony groaned from the ground, rubbing her side. She was out. I flicked my Ryutswader, the energy humming as I adjusted my grip. Who's next? Kendo exhaled, cracking her knuckles. Alright, no more playing around. Tokage smirked, her fingers already detaching into floating pieces. I dunno, I think this is pretty fun. The shadowy fighter, who still hadn't said his name, disappeared again, slipping back into the darkness. I clenched my jaw. I had to stay on guard. Fukidashi raised a hand, his speech bubble-shaped head practically glowing. Hey, let's not forget about me. I barely had time to react before a massive boom appeared midair. I dashed left, just before it exploded. Bang! Another appeared, blocking my path. I flipped my staff, using an energy blast to destroy it before it could detonate. Fukidashi grinned. Oh, smart. But can you keep up with all of them? 3 more words materialized. Crash. Slam. Pow. All of them barreled toward me at once. I exhaled sharply. I could dodge, barely, but that would just let them control the fight. I needed a new angle. I planted my foot, raising my Ryutswader. I fired an energy blast straight at the ground. The force kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring their vision. I moved immediately. Speed wasn't my strongest point in this form, but the dust gave me the cover I needed. I twisted around the first floating word, ducked. Under another, and my staff collided with something solid. Kendo had stepped in, blocking my attack with her enlarged forearm. I tensed. She was waiting for me. She grinned. Nice try. I barely had time to register her other hand swinging. A massive fist was coming straight for my face. I raised my staff, but before I could block, something grabbed my wrist. A floating hand. Tokage's detached fingers had latched onto my arm, pulling it away. I cursed. They were working together again. And Kendo was about to land a clean hit. I barely had time to react. Kendo's massive fist came down, and I couldn't block. The hit landed square in my helmet's face. I felt the force rattle through my skull, sending me flying backward. I crashed against the ground, skidding several feet before flipping onto one knee. My head was ringing. Tokage laughed from somewhere above. Oof, that looked like it hurt. I exhaled sharply, wiping a trickle of blood from my nose. Yeah, it did. Kendo rolled her shoulders, stepping forward. You okay, Midoriya? You took that pretty well. I let out a breath. I've had worse. Fukidashi grinned, bouncing slightly on his feet. Oh, he's still standing? Guess we'll just have to hit him harder. I was already moving. Kendo lunged at me again, but this time I was ready. I twisted, ducking under her punch. A floating foot flew toward my ribs. Toge. I caught it midair and swung her own detached limb like a weapon, smacking Fukidashi across the chest. He yelped. What dash? Tokage's foot snapped back to her body. Okay, rude. I flicked my Ryutswader, aiming at Kendo. She raised her massive hands to block. I didn't fire. Instead, I dashed forward. She expected another ranged attack, so I hit her with a melee strike instead. My staff slammed into her side, knocking her balance off. For the first time, she staggered. I smirked. Not fun when you're the one getting pushed back, huh? Kendo clenched her jaw. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Kendo recovered fast. I barely had time to reset my stance before she was already charging again. No hesitation, no wasted movement. This time, she wasn't just swinging wildly. She was adapting. I raised my Ryutswader, preparing to counter, but something grabbed my ankle. I glanced down. A detached hand had wrapped around my leg. Tokage. Before I could react, another exploding comic word went off right next to me. The shockwave knocked me sideways, straight into Kendo's path. She grinned. Got you. Her massive fist slammed into my gut. I felt the air rush out of my lungs as I was lifted off the ground. Before I could hit the floor, something wrapped around my wrist. Tokage's floating arm. She pulled me down, right into another punch. Bam. I hit the pavement, skidding several feet. Okay, I muttered, groaning. That hurt. Tokage whistled. Wow, we're actually landing these hits. Fukidashi crossed his arms. Teamwork, baby. Kendo exhaled, shaking her hand. He's still getting up, though. I pushed myself onto one knee, catching my breath. They were getting faster, their coordination improving. I was getting outpaced. Kendo cracked her knuckles. All right, Midoriya. Let's see what else you got. I wiped my mouth, shaking off the dizziness. I flipped my Mobarates open. Gokai change. A rush of deep blue energy swirled around me, transforming my Ryu Commander armor into something sleek and wild. Jungle Fury. 2 curved blades materialized in my grip, shimmering like shark fins. The weight felt different, fluid, flexible, like they were meant to flow with my movements. Thought this would be Gekkiranger. Even with the confusion, I still smirked. Jungle Fury Shark Ranger. Tokage blinked. Okay, now that's cool. Kendo tensed, shifting her stance. She could tell something was different. I rolled my shoulders, twirling my shark sabers. Let's see how well you handle a close-range fight. I moved. Kendo swung a punch. I ducked under it effortlessly, weaving through her range. Her eyes widened. What dash? I twisted behind her, both shark sabers flashing out. She barely raised her massive forearm to block. Slash. A clean X-shaped cut appeared across her oversized hand. She hissed. Tisich, those actually sting. Tokage split apart instantly, her floating hands swiping toward me from both sides. I flipped back, then spun, bringing both sabers together. They snapped into a single, heavier blade. I swung in a full arc, forcing Tokage's pieces to scatter further. Fukidashi shouted something, another boom, forming in the air. I was already moving. I sidestepped the explosion, closing in on him before he could react. His eyes widened. Oh no, I swept his legs out from under him with the flat of my blade. He hit the ground hard. I pressed forward, fully taking control of the fight now. Kendo grit her teeth. Okay, now he's a problem. Tokage chuckled. Yeah, but isn't that what makes it fun? I flicked my sword, exhaling slowly. This fight wasn't over, not yet. I adjusted my grip on the shark sabers, rolling my shoulders. Kendo was breathing harder now. The cut across her oversized hand was minor, but the real problem for her wasn't the damage, it was the shift in momentum. She knew it. I knew it. This form, she muttered, flexing her fingers. It's different from before. I twirled my shark sabers, feeling how they moved like extensions of my arms. You're catching on late. Kendo exhaled sharply, rolling her neck. Maybe, but don't think that means I'm giving up. I kept my eyes on her, but something felt off. The shadows around us shifted. I barely had time to react before something lunged from the darkness. Shurhai Kurwaro himself in the flesh, he said with a grin. His body melted into the shadows, twisting and reforming as he came in fast from my blind spot. I moved, but Kendo was already swinging. She faked a punch, forcing me to dodge right into Kurwaro's attack. A darkened fist shot out of the ground, striking me hard in the ribs. I grunted, staggering from the impact. Then Kendo followed up immediately. A massive fist came down, crashing toward me. I barely managed to raise my blades in time, blocking most of the force, but the impact still sent me skidding backward. Kendo exhaled, shaking out her enlarged hand. That's more like it. Kurwaro rose from the shadows behind her, smirking. Come on, Midoriya. You didn't forget about me, did you? I wiped my mouth. I was just waiting for you to show yourself properly. Kendo cracked her knuckles. We're ending this now. Kurwaro's grin widened. You're surrounded. I rolled my shoulders. Then I'll just have to take you both out at once. Before they could react, I moved. I blurred past Kendo's guard. She barely had time to raise her hands before I slashed in an upward arc slash. The energy from my blades ripped through the air, slamming into her torso. She lifted off the ground, the force launching her backward. At the same time, Kurwaro lunged. I twisted my body, catching him mid-motion, and struck. The flat of my blade slammed into his chest, knocking him out of the air. He crashed down hard, rolling across the pavement. For a moment, silence. Then, Kendo groaned. Da-dow. Kurwaro lay still, his body half submerged in a shadow, unmoving. Tokage let out a slow whistle. Yeah. They're done. Fukidashi adjusted his visor. Wow. That was intense. I exhaled, flicking my blades to the side, turning my gaze back to the remaining fighters. I adjusted my stance, my grip firm on the shark sabers. Kendo and Kurwaro were down, but the fight was still ongoing. I kept my eyes on Tokage and Fukidashi, watching their movements carefully. But then, something felt wrong. A strange tingling sensation spread across my wrist. Before I could react, a force yanked me back. Gotcha! The voice came from behind me, too close. I twisted, ready to strike, but my feet wouldn't move. My eyes widened. I was stuck. I tried pulling my arms free, but my shark sabers wouldn't budge. It wasn't just my grip, they were fused to me. I looked down. My boots were stuck to the ground. I gritted my teeth. What was this? A figure stepped into view, calm, focused. He had dark hair, a serious expression, and glowing hands. You should probably stop struggling, he said smoothly. It won't help. I frowned, still tugging at my weapons. Who are you? The guy smirked slightly. Doesn't really matter, does it? I narrowed my eyes. Another one I didn't know. I jerked my arm again, but my sabers wouldn't budge. The guy exhaled, shaking his head. Yeah, that's not coming off. My quirk, let's just say you're gonna have a hard time moving now. I clenched my jaw. A quirk that locked me in place? Tokage whistled from the side. You sure took your time a ways? The guy shrugged. I like to wait for the right moment. I didn't like this. He had gotten too close without me noticing. I tugged harder. Nothing. His smirk widened slightly. You're stuck, Midoriya? I didn't answer. I was already searching for a way out. I was stuck. No matter how much I pulled, twisted, or strained, the weld wasn't breaking. My shark sabers were fused to my wrists, my boots stuck to the pavement like they had been bolted down. This was bad. Away stood just outside my range, arms crossed, watching me struggle. Relaxed. Smooth. Like he had already won. I slowed my breathing, rolling my shoulders as much as I could. If I couldn't break free physically, I'd fight him mentally instead. I lifted my head, staring directly at him. Wow, I said, voice flat. You really waited this long just to be a letdown? Aways blinked. What? I smirked, shaking my head. I mean, seriously. That's it? This is your quirk? I jerked my arms, rattling my fused weapons. You stick people to stuff? What are you, a walking bottle of glue? His smirk twitched. It's more than that. Oh yeah, I can tell, I interrupted, mocking interest. You totally caught me by surprise. What an incredible ability. You must be so proud of yourself. Look at me. I can make things stay in place. I'm the best inconvenience ever. Away's jaw tensed. I leaned forward slightly, pressing the attack. You know what's crazy? I laughed, shaking my head. Out of all the quirks I've fought today, yours is the first one that doesn't scare me. Tokage raised an eyebrow. Wow, okay. Fukidashi let out a low whistle. Brutal. Away scowled. You're talking a lot for someone who's stuck. I grinned. And yet, I'm still more dangerous than you. That hit something. His fingers twitched. I exhaled, my expression dropping. Colder now. Sharper. You really think this makes you strong? My voice lowered, almost casual. You think holding me down means anything? You must be used to feeling helpless, huh? His brows twitched down. You're one of those guys, aren't you? I continued, tone slow, dissecting. Always getting overlooked. Always in the background. Your class barely knows your name, do they? You're not a fighter. You're not a leader. You're just there. Away's fingers curled slightly. His stance wasn't as relaxed anymore. You wait. That's all you do, I said, tilting my head. You hide in the shadows, waiting for your moment, but it never comes. Does it? Silence. Yeah, I muttered, nodding to myself. I know exactly who you are now. Away stiffened. I had him. I let my smirk fade, my voice dropping to something colder, sharper. You're a coward. His entire body locked up. Bingo. That's why you wait, I continued, voice almost casual. You're too scared to actually fight. You let your classmates do all the work, and when someone's already tired, then you step in. After the real fighters put in the effort. After they've already bled. After the battle is almost decided. That's when you show up, pretending you were part of it all along. Away's hands clenched. His eye twitched. I didn't stop. You call this a fight? I scoffed. You're just stalling. That's all you are. A delay. A weak, forgettable roadblock that people step over before moving on to real opponents. Tokage blinked. Is this still about the fight? Fukidashi rubbed his neck. Bro, I think you're making this too personal. I didn't even acknowledge them. My focus was locked onto Away's. He was breathing harder now. You ever win on your own? I asked, tilting my head. Or is this your whole life? Sneak in. Stick someone down. Then hope your friends handle the rest. His hands were trembling now. I took a slow, deliberate breath. How does that feel? My voice dropped to something colder. Knowing you'll never be strong enough to finish a fight yourself? Away's jaw tightened. His breath hitched. I smiled. And then, he unwelded me. Just like that. I felt the tension snap as my boots came loose, my sabers shifting freely in my grip. Away's hands shook slightly at his sides. He took a slow step back, his breath unsteady. Then his fists clenched. He lifted his head, eyes burning with something raw, furious. Shut up, he muttered. I blinked. A tense silence stretched across the battlefield. I rolled my shoulders, adjusting my grip on my new weapon. The weight felt solid yet fluid, like it was ready to shift at a moment's notice. Across from me, the remaining fighters watched carefully, their stances tense. Then, all right, enough waiting. The speech bubble-headed fighter took a step forward, his whole body practically vibrating with excitement. You're strong, Midoriya, but let's see how you handle this. His hand shot up. A massive floating word appeared midair, forming in bold, blocky letters. Boom. I barely had time to react before the word exploded outward, the shockwave barreling toward me. I gritted my teeth, my fingers tightening around my weapon. No time to dodge. I take it head on. I pressed my hand against my jacket, feeling the symbols stitched into the fabric. My fingers found the right patch, an emblem shaped like rolling ocean waves. I slammed my palm against it. Champion Customized Marine. A surge of blue energy rippled outward. The air around me twisted, bending like the surface of water. Then, in an instant, a massive dome of water erupted around me, swirling in a controlled vortex. The explosion from the floating word slammed into the water barrier, but instead of breaking through, it was absorbed. The energy rippled across the dome's surface, diffusing harmlessly before fading away. Fukudashi's speech bubble twitched. Oh, come on. I stood inside the protective barrier, watching as the water continued to swirl around me. Then I smirked. Not bad, I called out. But you'll have to do better than that. Tokage blinked, staring at the massive dome of water. That's actually kinda cool. Fukudashi huffed, shaking his fists. Fine. Let's see how long you can keep that up. I spun my weapon in my grip, feeling the energy pulse beneath my fingertips. Fukudashi gritted his teeth, stepping forward. You think a water wall is gonna stop me? I didn't answer. Instead, I moved. I shot forward, breaking through the water dome as it collapsed behind me. I pressed another symbol on my jacket. Name echoing in my mind. I clicked on the article, my heart pounding. Pro hero, Ingenium, severely injured in Hosu attack. Hero killer Stain strikes again, third victim this month. Hero killer. That was the first time I saw that name, a name that carried the weight of dread. I muttered it under my breath. Stain. Once I had a name, the rest came fast, a torrent of information flooding my senses. Stain. A vigilante turned serial killer. A former hero who had abandoned the system, disillusioned and enraged, and taken it upon himself to eliminate heroes he deemed unworthy. The guy was a ghost, targeting specific heroes based on his warped ideology. He wasn't after fame or power. He was after purity. Only the worthy could be called heroes. Everyone else? Eliminated. I exhaled slowly, running a hand through my hair, the weight of the information pressing down on me. This wasn't just some random villain attack. This was deliberate, personal, calculated. And Iida. I pulled up Tensei Iida's status report, my fingers trembling slightly. Hospitalized. Permanent injuries. Career likely over. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Iida wasn't upset about his internship. He wasn't distracted because of manual. He was planning something. Something dangerous. Because his brother was nearly killed by Stain, his career and life irrevocably altered. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. This wasn't my business. This wasn't my fight. And yet, I closed my eyes, pinching the bridge of my nose, trying to quell the rising tide of unease. I sighed, shaking my head, a wry smile tugging at the corner of my lips. The things UA is making me into. I glanced at the screen again, the article still open, the words, Hero Killer Stain, burning into my retinas. What am I doing? I scoffed, but the bitterness didn't stick. It felt forced, a flimsy mask over a deeper truth. I wasn't doing this solely for heroism. I was doing this because Iida was about to make a mistake. A potentially fatal one. And I couldn't just stand by and watch it happen. I ran a hand through my hair, already making plans in my head. Hosu City. Stain. Iida. I was gonna have to break a few rules. I started to gather more information on Stain, his past, any patterns in his attack. I also looked for any information on the manual hero agency to get a layout of the area Iida would be operating in. This is going to be a mess, I said to the empty room, a glorious, chaotic mess. I pulled up a map of Hosu City, marking areas of interest where Stain might be hiding or places Iida might patrol. I needed to get to Hosu quickly. It was late, too late for most people to be awake, but I was never one to follow the norm. I needed to find a way out of my house arrest. Aizawa would be furious, but if I didn't stop Iida, something much worse could happen. I started to formulate a plan involving a lot of sneaking and some rule bending. Time to cause some trouble, I whispered, a grin spreading across my face as I tapped the new belt Mei Hatsum had given me. UA was a fortress, with top-tier security, trained pro-heroes patrolling the grounds, and robots programmed to detect suspicious activity. If Nizu wanted someone contained, he made sure it stuck. Yet, here I was, standing at the edge of UA's wall, just outside the camera's blind spots, wearing a stolen UA security ID badge. I flicked it between my fingers. Thanks, power loader. Not that he gave it to me, but he should be more careful where he left his tools. A small pang of guilt hit me. Power Loader was a good man, and this was a betrayal of trust, even if it was for a greater good. Getting past the censors had been easy with some sleight of hand, a well-timed roll, and creative hacking. I glanced at my Mobarates. Lupin X's abilities were great for sneaking out, but Hosu was far. Even using rooftops or a stolen bike wouldn't get me there fast enough. Iida, driven by vengeance, was walking into a trap, and I had to stop him. I needed something faster. I exhaled. Guess it's time for another first. I flipped the Mobarates open, scrolling through my Ranger keys. Each key represented a power, a history, a responsibility, but none were fast enough. Then I pulled out a key I had never used before. A different shape. A different symbol. Not a Ranger key. A Rider key. I held it between my fingers, rolling my shoulders. Let's see if this works. A flicker of doubt, a moment of hesitation. This was uncharted territory. I turned the key and slammed it into the Mobarates. Gokai change. Kabuto. Light surged around me, my pirate coat shifting, reshaping, armor forming over my body, a metallic blue and crimson beetle-like chestplate locking into place. The transformation was intense, almost painful, as if my body was being forced into a new mold. A belt materialized at my waist, and I felt the sudden weight of a completely different fighting style settle into my muscles. My senses sharpened, the world around me becoming a series of calculated movements and potential threats. Kamen Rider. Kabuto. I looked down at my new armor. I felt lighter and fast, like the whole world had just slowed down around me. The air itself seemed to vibrate, the distant hum of UA's generators suddenly crystal clear. I reached for the Kabuto Zector on my belt, clicking it into position. Clock up. The world blurred. I vanished from UA's perimeter in an instant. Hosu City appeared before I could even process it. 1 second I was in Mizudafu. The next I was in Hosu. The transition was seamless, a blink can you'll miss it teleportation. I felt my body automatically compensate for the sudden stop, momentum balancing out like my muscles already knew how to move in this form. A strange, almost unsettling, sense of control. I stood on a rooftop, my heart pounding. That was fast. I shook off the shock, forcing myself to focus. I didn't have time to admire how effective Kabuto's clock-up was. I had a mission. I deactivated the transformation, the armor retracting, leaving me in my usual pirate coat. The sudden return to normal speed was disorienting, a dizzying readjustment. I wasn't here to show off. I was here to find Iida. I exhaled. Alright, now to start the hunt. The city stretched out before me, a labyrinth of shadows and secrets. I landed softly on a rooftop, my boots skidding slightly against the worn concrete, the impact jarring my knees despite my practiced landing. The rooftop's gravel crunched beneath my soles. The first thing I noticed wasn't the usual cityscape, the glittering neon signs, the bustling streets, the organized chaos of urban life. It was the smoke. Thick plumes of black and gray curled into the night sky, blotting out the stars like a monstrous ink spill. The air, usually crisp and cool, was thick with the acrid stench of burning materials. Fires raged in the distance, liking at the buildings, illuminating the skyline in a flickering orange glow that painted the scene in a macabre, dancing light. The air smelled of burning concrete, twisted metal, and something worse, a cloying sweetness mixed with the metallic tang of ash. The city was under attack. I clenched my fists, the knuckles turning white, a surge of adrenaline mixing with a cold dread. What the hell? My voice was a low growl, barely audible above the distant crackle of flames. From my vantage point, I could see the devastation below. Wrecked cars, flipped and mangled, littered the streets like discarded toys. Shattered storefronts gaped open, their display windows reduced to glittering. Charts. Figures moved in the chaos, some running in panic, others stumbling in confusion. And not just civilians. I squinted, my eyes straining to pierce the smoke-filled darkness. Giant, hulking figures lurched through the streets, their silhouettes grotesque against the fiery backdrop. Their movements were unnatural, jolted, twitching, like puppets with broken strings, like they weren't fully alive. They weren't just big, they were wrong. There was a fundamental wrongness to their forms, a disquieting lack of coordination, a disturbing, vacant stare in their glowing eyes. I breathed in a sharp breath, my stomach twisting into a knot of fear and disgust. What are those things? One of them snatched up a street lamp, bending the thick metal pole like it was paper, its strength terrifyingly casual. Another slammed a car aside, sending it rolling and tumbling into a storefront with a deafening crash of glass and metal. And then, a scream, sharp and desperate, cut through the cacophony of destruction. My eyes snapped downward, focusing on the source. A civilian, a young woman, barely in her 20s, her face pale and streaked with tears, was pinned under a chunk of fallen debris. One of those things was lumbering toward her, its twitching movements getting faster, its intent clear. I moved before I could think, my body reacting on instinct. I dropped from the rooftop, landing hard against the pavement with a resounding thud. The woman gasped, her tear-streaked face frozen in fear, her eyes wide with terror. "Stay down!" I shouted, my voice rough with urgency, already gripping the jagged slab of concrete trapping her leg. The creature's heavy footsteps shook the ground behind me, each thud a promise of impending violence. I ignored it, focusing on the task at hand. I pushed, every muscle straining, the force of my quirks surging through my limbs, until the debris shifted, grinding against the asphalt. The woman gasped again, a choked sob escaping her lips as I yanked her free, pulling her out just as the thing lunged forward, its shadow falling over us. Boom. I twisted my body, flipping her away just in time as the creature's fist slammed into the pavement where she had been a moment before. The impact sent a shockwave through the street, splintering the asphalt like brittle glass, the force of the blow reverberating through my bones. I didn't stop to fight it, not yet. I grabbed her arm, my grip firm but gentle. "Run!" She stumbled to her feet, her legs shaking, and bolted without looking back, disappearing into the smoke-filled alleyways. I turned, ready to fight, but the creature was already shifting its focus, its glowing eyes turning towards something else in the distance. It didn't care about me, not yet. I watched it twitch unnaturally, its movements jerky and erratic, before disappearing into the chaos, swallowed by the smoke and the shadows. I exhaled sharply, my heart still pounding in my chest, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. That was the first time I had saved someone on Earth, the weight of the moment settling on my shoulders. A strange mix of fear and exhilaration washed over me. But I didn't have time to think about it, not now. "Iida." I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus, pushing aside the fear and the confusion. The city was falling apart, crumbling under the weight of the attack. More people needed help, and I couldn't afford to waste a single second. But if Iida went after Stain alone, he was as good as gone, a grim certainty settling in my stomach. I clenched my fists, the knuckles white, taking one last look at the burning skyline, the flames casting long, dancing shadows across the ruined cityscape. Iida first. Then I'd deal with the rest, with those monstrous creatures, with whatever was orchestrating this chaos. "I'm counting on you pro-heroes," I whispered, a desperate plea to the absent protectors, a silent promise to myself. The smell hit me before I even saw it. Metallic. Bitter. Blood. Thick and cloying, it saturated the air, a stark reminder of the violence that had taken place. I landed softly on the edge of a rooftop, peering down into a narrow alley. The flickering streetlight cast long, distorted shadows, making the scene even more macabre. A hero lay sprawled against the wall, his costume shredded, his breathing shallow. The crimson pool beneath him was still fresh, glistening under the artificial light. His eyes were open, filled with a mixture of pain and terror. I narrowed my eyes. He was still alive, which meant Stain had left recently. Or, I stiffened. Or he wasn't done yet. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Slowly, I scanned the shadows, searching for any sign of movement. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone. The air crackled with tension, a silent warning. I reached for my moberates, but, step. A single, deliberate footstep echoed through the alley, the sound amplified in the stillness of the night. My grip tightened. And then, from the darkness, a figure emerged. Tattered red scarf. Armor plate smeared with dried blood, reflecting the dim light like morbid jewels. A jagged, curved blade glinting under the streetlight, its edge stained dark. The hero killer. He stopped a few feet away from the dying hero, his head tilting slightly, like he was sizing me up, analyzing every detail of the scene. For a moment, neither of us moved. The silence was heavy, broken only by the ragged breaths of the injured hero. Then, "You don't belong here." His voice was raspy, like it had been carved from stone, each word laced with contempt. I exhaled slowly. "Neither do you." Stain let out a low chuckle. "Bold." His eyes narrowed, something calculating flickering behind them, a predatory gleam. I expected another foolhardy hero. Stain tilted his head, his gaze piercing. "You don't smell like them," he said. I raised an eyebrow. "Smell?" Stain grinned, showing sharp, predatory teeth. "Heroes reek of ambition. Of false justice. Have the scent of a warrior. A soldier." There was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. It wasn't just the cut, it was something else. Something in his blood, on his blade. "My quirk," Stain rasped with satisfaction, "paralyzes those whose blood I taste. The more you resist, the longer it lasts." He took a step closer, his blade dragging along the ground, sending sparks flying. "You fight well. But your spirit, it is misguided. You believe in a false heroism. A tainted ideal." He paused, scanning me. "So tell me, why go all this way saving them? You think I don't know that? I said, gritting my teeth. Heroes are some of the most selfless people in the world. Just because I'm not a hero, it doesn't mean I can't admire their work. The paralysis tightened its grip, my limbs feeling like lead. They risk their lives every day. Stain let out a slow exhale. Your words mean nothing. The world will not change with false convictions. He raised his blade, the tip glinting under the streetlight. You will be purged. My vision began to darken, the edges of my consciousness fading. I struggled against the paralysis, desperate to break free. I could hear the dying hero's ragged breaths, a faint counterpoint to the pounding in my ears. No. I managed to whisper. I won't. I had to protect him. Stain's blade descended, a dark silhouette against the flickering light. Then, a sudden sound of footsteps shattered the silence. A blur of white and blue erupted from the side of the alley, momentarily clearing the fog of paralysis. Get away from him. Voice roared, filled with raw fury. Iida stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with rage. He stood between me and Stain, his posture radiating fierce protectiveness. You're the one who attacked my brother, Iida growled. Stain's eyes narrowed. Another child, playing hero. I'm not playing, Iida snapped. I'm going to stop you. And then he charged. Iida launched forward, his engines roaring with explosive force. His speed was faster than before, but also more reckless, driven by blind fury. Stain sidestepped easily, dodging the first kick with fluid motion. You're angry, Stain mused, sloppy. Weak. Iida snarled, twisting midair, throwing another kick. Stain deflected it with his blade, the metal scraping against Iida's armored leg. I gritted my teeth, forcing my body to move, to respond. Nothing. Iida kept attacking, his movements frantic. I forced my mouth to move instead. Iida, stop. He didn't listen, his focus locked on Stain, his rage blinding him. You don't understand. Iida snapped. This is about my brother. I felt something snap inside me, a surge of frustration. You think I don't get it? My voice boomed through the alley. Iida stumbled, caught off guard by the outburst. You think I don't know what it's like to lose someone? My fists shook against the paralysis. Stain took the opening, slicing across Iida's arm. A shallow cut. Just a graze. But it was enough. Iida froze, his body locking up. His eyes went wide with realization. He was paralyzed. I felt my heart stop. Not like this. Iida was going to move. My body strained against the paralysis. Move. Pain seared through my muscles. My fingers twitched. I let out a scream, a primal cry of defiance. And suddenly, I wasn't paralyzed anymore. I staggered, my legs wobbling, my body trembling with the aftershocks. My breathing was ragged, my heart hammering. Iida was still frozen, his eyes wide with fear. My mind raced. I recovered. But he didn't. Why is he still down? My hands shook with fear and adrenaline. Did Stain hit him harder? No, it was just a scratch, a shallow graze. It clicked, the pieces falling into place. I was only down for a minute. Iida is still frozen. It's not random. His quirk isn't just paralysis. It's affected by something else, something specific. Blood type? I didn't know for sure, but I had no time to figure it out, no time to analyze. Stain was already raising his sword again, his movements deliberate, his intent clear. I flipped open my moberates, my fingers trembling slightly. If you won't listen to me, I'll just have to stop him myself. I slammed the key inside, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence. Gokai change. A crackle of purple lightning surged through me, engulfing my body, a raw, untamed energy. My body shifted, transforming. Stain's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening, his expression shifting slightly. But violet. And then, I vanished, a blur of purple lightning, a sudden, almost supernatural movement. My heart pounded in my ears as I vanished in a flash of purple lightning, my body becoming a weapon, a force of pure, kinetic energy. Reappearing behind Stain in an instant, my Boom Boom controller was already charged, ready to unleash its power. Beyond snipe. A point-blank energy shot exploded against Stain's back, sending him skidding across the alleyway, the force of the impact shaking the very ground beneath us. I barely had time to breathe before he recovered, twisting midair like a predator regaining its footing. The second he landed, he was already moving, his body a coiled spring of lethal intent. His blade came fast, a blur of steel cutting through the air in a brutal, almost savage arc. I barely dodged, purple lightning crackling off my boots as I twisted to the side, the air hissing where his blade had been a moment before. He was fast. Inhumanly fast. But now, I was faster. My movements were a blur, a storm of purple energy. I zigzagged, my body nothing but a blur, moving faster than the human eye could track, a phantom in the dimly lit alley. Stain's gaze followed, calculating, adapting, his eyes tracking my every movement with a cold, predatory intensity. His instincts were incredible. Even with my speed, he wasn't completely caught off guard, his reactions lightning fast, his movements precise. "You're wasting your time, Midoriya." Iida's voice rang out, strained and desperate, his body still frozen on the pavement, his eyes fixed on the fight. I gritted my teeth, frustration and urgency battling within me. "Shut up, Iida." I dashed left, a sudden, explosive burst of speed. Stain's knife barely missed my throat, the cold steel whistling past my ear, a chilling reminder of his lethal precision. "You don't get it." Iida snapped, his voice raw with frustration, a desperate plea. "This isn't your fight." I ducked low, a hair's breadth from another strike. Stain's sword cut through my coat, the fabric tearing with a sharp rip, a near miss. I twisted midair, flipping over him, using the momentum to gain distance. I hit the controls, my fingers moving in a practiced blur. Biunbium Gatling. The Boom Boom controller flashed, shifting forms as I pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of energy. A storm of rapid-fire energy arrows shot toward Stain, each one screaming through the air like a bullet, a relentless barrage. He dodged, weaving between the projectiles with an almost supernatural agility. No. He predicted it, his movements anticipating my attacks, his reactions almost preternatural. I barely had time to react before he came at me again, his sword flashing toward my chest, a deadly strike aimed at my heart. "Why do you care so much?" Iida shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "This is my vengeance." I blocked, just barely, the impact sending a jolt through my arm. The force behind it sent me skidding backward, my boots scraping against the pavement, leaving trails of scorched asphalt. I flicked the controller into sniper mode, pressing the buttons with practiced speed. Iida was still talking, his voice filled with a desperate, almost pleading tone. "Do you think you can stop me from avenging Tensei? From making sure justice is served?" I vanished, appearing above Stain, a sudden, unexpected attack from a blind spot. Beyond snipe. A high-velocity energy shot blasted down at his blind spot, a concentrated burst of power. For a second I thought I had him, that I had finally landed a decisive blow. Then, a dagger spun through the air, a sudden, deadly projectile. Straight at my face. I barely tilted my head, feeling the blade slice my helmet, a close, terrifying miss. He was too close, his movements too fast, his reactions too sharp. I landed, immediately rolling back as his sword came down, inches from splitting my skull, the air whistling with the force of the blow. "You think you're better than me?" Iida snapped, his voice filled with a raw, almost desperate anger. "That you can just walk in here and tell me how to feel?" I clenched my fists, frustration and determination battling within me. Then I shot forward, button mashing as fast as I could, unleashing a flurry of attacks. I rapidly pressed the controls, my fingers moving in a frantic, almost desperate rhythm. The Boom Boom controller overloaded, flashing multiple colors, a chaotic burst of energy. Boom Boom combo drive. I fired a continuous barrage of energy shots, the different modes stacking together, a chaotic storm of power. Sniper rounds. Gatling bursts. Rapid-fire arrows. A storm of attacks, a relentless onslaught. Weaved between them, his agility unreal, his movements fluid and precise. I gritted my teeth, pushing myself to the limit. "You think I'm doing this for me?" I snapped back, my voice filled with a raw, desperate urgency. I fired another Biunbium arrow drive, a concentrated burst of energy. Stain deflected it with his sword. His strength was monstrous, his movements powerful and precise. "I'm trying to keep you alive, you fool." I twisted, flipping my Boom Boom controller back into melee mode, slamming the hilt into Stain's side, a brutal, bone-jarring impact. He stumbled, momentarily thrown off balance. Iida was still fighting against the paralysis, his face twisted in rage, his body locked in a desperate struggle. "You don't understand, dash." I spun toward him mid-dodge, mashing buttons even harder, unleashing a flurry of attacks. "Of course I do." My voice boomed louder than even Stain's blade cutting through the air, a raw, desperate cry. "You think you're the only one who's lost someone? The only one who's angry?" Iida froze, his eyes widening slightly, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. But I couldn't stop now, I had to reach him, to break through his rage. "You want revenge? But do it smart. You're fighting like a fool and you're gonna get hurt before you can even finish your sentence." I dashed backward, dodging another slash from Stain, the air whistling with the force of the blow. "And if you get hurt, dash," my voice was quieter now, a desperate plea. Iida's eyes locked onto me, his gaze intense, searching. "What happens to Tensei then?" The alley was silent for half a second, the air thick with tension. Even Stain paused, his movements halting, his gaze shifting between Iida and me, his expression unreadable. Then Iida squeezed his eyes shut, his fists clenched, a silent struggle raging within him. His body trembled with the force of his emotions. "That you're wrong." I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "Then prove it." I turned back to Stain, my focus sharpening, my determination unwavering. Stain studied me carefully, his gaze intense, almost analytical. "You do not fight like a hero," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly. "You fight like a pirate, a warrior, driven by something else." I smirked, tapping red, blue, my fingers moving with practiced precision. A final charge built up in my boom boom controller, a surge of raw power. "DMN right I do." Then I shot forward, a blur of purple lightning, a force of pure, kinetic energy. Our blades collided midair, sparks flying, a shower of light against the darkness. I fired another Biunbium arrow drive, a concentrated burst of energy. Stain deflected it with his sword. His strength was monstrous, his movements powerful and precise. I twisted, flipping my boom boom controller back into melee mode, slamming the hilt into his side, a brutal, bone-jarring impact. He stumbled, momentarily thrown off balance. I dashed forward, faster than ever. Then a massive wave of ice exploded between us, a sudden, blinding flash of cold. I skidded to a stop, my boots scraping against the icy surface. Stain turned sharply, his expression shifting, his gaze narrowing. I looked up, my eyes widening slightly. Todoroki stood there, his breath visible in the cold air, his posture calm but alert. "You two sure picked a bad time for an argument," he said, his voice calm and steady, a stark contrast to the chaos of the fight. Stain adjusted his stance, now facing another opponent, his eyes scanning the alleyway, calculating his options. "Finally got my message, huh?" I smirked, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. "Let's finish this." Hours earlier, before the chaos of Hosu City, a decision weighed heavily on me. The darkness of my dorm room, illuminated only by the faint glow of my phone screen, mirrored the uncertainty churning within me. A risky, perhaps foolish choice. My thumb hovered over the send button, the cool glass a stark contrast to the sudden heat of anxiety that prickled my skin. Todoroki wasn't oblivious. He'd dissect my message, piece together my reckless intentions. But the alternative, facing Iida's potential descent alone, was far more terrifying. A deep breath, a silent prayer, and I pressed send. "Midoriya, Iida's acting weird." "Midoriya, Hosu City." I waited until I heard my phone vibrate. "Todoroki, yeah, I've noticed. I'm worried to be honest." "Todoroki, what about Hosu?" "Midoriya, you have to trust me on this, Todoroki." "Todoroki, Midoriya, what are you on about?" "Izuku, if I stop responding, you know where to find me." The seconds stretched, each one a silent judgment. Then, "Todoroki, what are you doing?" "Midoriya, something reckless." "Todoroki, that I'll keep an eye out." The simple acknowledgement, the unspoken promise, was a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. The alleyway, a narrow chasm of concrete and shadow, became a stage for Todoroki's sudden intervention. A wall of ice, a glacial eruption, slammed into the already scarred walls, separating me from Stain. The air hissed, the sudden drop in temperature stinging my lungs. My boots skidded, the RBB soles scraping against the slick, frozen surface, the echoes of the recent clash still ringing in my ears. Stain's eyes, cold and calculating, flicked towards the newcomer, his grip on his bloodied blade tightening. Todoroki stood at the alley entrance, a silhouette against the dim streetlights, steam rising off his skin like a ghostly aura, a testament to the residual heat of his fire. His mismatched eyes, one cold blue, the other burning gray, locked onto Stain, an unreadable intensity in their depths. "You two sure picked a bad time for an argument," he said, his voice steady, a low rumble that cut through the tension. A strained smirk tugged at my lips. "Finally got my message, huh? I wasn't going to let you have all the fun." Stain slowly exhaled, a low hiss, stepping back, widening the distance between us. His gaze, sharp and predatory, drifted between us. "Another one. But you're different." The fire and ice. A unique combination. Todoroki's expression remained unchanged, a mask of cold determination. "I'm not here for a speech." And then the fight resumed. Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice, jagged shards erupting from the ground, shooting forward with deadly precision. The air crackled with the sudden chill, the faint scent of frost mingling with the metallic tang of blood. I dashed to the side, my movements mirroring his, my bun-violet form crackling with volatile purple lightning. We moved in a synchronized dance, a pincer attack designed to trap Stain. He dodged left, a blur of motion, avoiding the icy projectiles, only to find himself facing my Biunbium Gatling. The Boom Boom controller, a familiar weight in my hands, responded to my frantic commands. A flurry of rapid energy arrows erupted, a storm of vibrant purple light. Stain twisted his body midair, a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught, but I adjusted my aim, anticipating his movements. One shot, a searing bolt of energy, clipped his shoulder, drawing a grunt from him. He landed on a dented crate, his stance solid, his eyes locked onto me with a flicker of grudging respect. You're adapting. Learning. DMN right I am. Todoroki, seizing the momentary distraction, unleashed a torrent of fire, a searing blast aimed directly at Stain. Stain dodged barely. The flames singed his scarf, the smell of burnt fabric filling the air. For the first time, I saw him grit his teeth, a flicker of pain in his eyes. We almost got him, muttered, flipping through my Gokai keys, the cool metal a reassuring presence. But Todoroki was frowning, his brow furrowed in concentration. We're close but we're out of sync, he said, his voice tight. You fight fast, a chaotic burst of energy. I fight methodically, a calculated approach. I rolled my shoulders, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. Yeah, sounds like a get better at keeping up problem. Todoroki gave me a dry look, his eyes narrowing. You just hit buttons until something works, don't you? Yes. Unbelievable. It works surprisingly well, you know? There was no time for further debate. Stain was already moving again, his eyes burning with renewed intensity. Iida was still paralyzed, his breathing obred, his body trembling. Todoroki stood beside me, his gaze locked onto Stain, a cold determination in his mismatched eyes. But me? I clenched the Boom Boom controller tighter, the plastic buttons warm under my fingers. My breath was ragged, the weight of exhaustion settling into my muscles, but I wasn't done. Not yet. I flicked my fingers over the controller's buttons in rapid succession, activating Gatling mode again. The Boom Boom controller shifted, the muzzle extending, the internal mechanisms whirring as I raised it. Bienbium Gatling. A barrage of purple energy arrows rained down on Stain, their glow illuminating the alleyway in flashes of violet light. Stain ducked and weaved, moving with a calculated, inhuman grace. He was fast, but I was faster. I mashed another button combo, activating sniper mode. Beyond snipe. A high-energy shot launched forward at blinding speed, aimed directly at Stain's center mass. He twisted midair, the shot grazing his shoulder, a flicker of pain flashing across his face. But instead of retreating, he used the momentum, flipping off the side of a dumpster and launching himself at me, his blade gleaming under the dim light. I barely had time to react before his knife was inches from my throat. I pressed the final combo just in time. Bienbium Arrow Drive. The Boom Boom controller charged, a pulse of energy surging into the weapon as I pulled back on the trigger. The powerful, electrified arrow shot out in a streak of violet lightning, colliding with Stain at point-blank range. The explosion sent us both skidding backward. My boots scraped against the pavement, my arms trembling from the sheer force of the attack. Stain landed hard, rolling across the ground before pushing himself up on shaky arms. His breathing was ragged now, his movements slower, but his eyes, those wild, fanatical eyes, never wavered. He was still standing. Sheet, I muttered, flipping open my moberates. The fight was dragging on, and as much as I loved Bun Violet's speed, I needed a different kind of power. Something stronger. Something precise. I slammed the new key inside. Gokai change. The surge of crimson energy enveloped me, the Boom Boom controller dissolving in light, replaced by the weight of dual swords in my hands. Zyranger. I stood firm, gripping the Rujiki sword, my breath steadying. Stain's eyes flicked over the change, his expression unreadable. Tyranno Ranger, I announced, the words solidifying my resolve. The fight wasn't over. The new transformation settled. Stain was upon me, his blade a blur of motion. I blocked, the clash of steel against steel echoing through the alleyway, the impact rattling my arms, the vibration stinging my palms. I held my ground, the strength of the Tyranno Ranger flowing through me. I twisted, using the Ranger stick to SWS to gun mode, the transformation seamless, the weapon clicking into place. A point-blank shot, a burst of red energy, slammed into his chest. He grunted, flipping backward to create distance, right into Todoroki's hastily acted ice wall. The impact, a resounding thud, stunned him for a fraction of a second. And that was enough. I ran 2 fingers along the Rujiki sword, activating its finisher, the blade humming with power. Tyranno Slash. 3 attacks, a relentless barrage, each one a testament to the Tyranno Ranger's strength. Vertical Slash. I leapt, the sword arcing down in a devastating strike, a flash of crimson against the dim light. Horizontal Slash. I spun midair, the blade slicing across his side, a whirlwind of red. Energy Slash. I charged the blade, the energy coalescing into a crimson shockwave, A wave of pure force aimed directly at him. Stain dodged the first two, his movements fluid, but the third hit home, the energy blast slamming into his chest. The impact sent him skidding, crashing into a rusted dumpster, the metal groaning under the force. I exhaled, a wave of relief washing over me. Hell yeah. But Stain was already getting up, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. Is that all? Stain sneered, his voice a low growl, wiping blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Iida, still paralyzed, his body trembling, struggled against the invisible bonds that held him captive. His fists, clenched tight, shook against the grimy concrete, his face twisted in a mask of rage and frustration. This is wrong, he whispered, his voice hoarse, a desperate plea. Todoroki glanced at him, his expression unreadable, a flicker of something akin to understanding in his eyes. Then, Iida, he said, his voice clear and steady, do you remember the sports festival? Iida's head snapped up, his eyes wide with surprise. Todoroki stepped closer, his gaze never wavering from Stain. You told me I was shackled by my past. That if I never used my full strength, I wasn't truly moving forward. Iida's breath hitched, a gasp escaping his lips. I frowned, confusion swirling within me. I didn't know this story, this shared history. Todoroki continued, his voice softening, just barely. You said if I kept running from my father's power, then I'd never be able to fight for myself. His eyes softened, a flicker of empathy in their depths. You helped me realize something that day, something that finally changed me. Made me able to look away from the past. And seeing you like this, I won't stand by it. Todoroki, now with even more determination, ignited his flames. I'm gonna help you like you helped me that day. Silence descended, heavy and thick, punctuated only by the ragged breaths of the combatants. Then, a crack split the air, a sharp, resounding snap. Iida's fingers moved, a tremor running through his body. I didn't wait, seizing the moment, the urgency of the situation driving me forward. I twisted the next key into my moberates, the action swift and decisive. Gokai change. Time Ranger. Time Red. The sleek, red Time Ranger suit enveloped me, the double vector swords materializing in my hands, their blades gleaming with a futuristic edge. I immediately slashed upward, the blades meeting Stain's attack, the force of the impact sending a jolt through my arms. Stain's eyes widened for the first time, his surprise evident. He wasn't accustomed to me matching his speed, his movements. I activated the vector dividing, the blades blurring, slashing 6 times in rapid succession, each strike a precise, calculated blow. Stain barely dodged the last one, his body contorting, his movements strained. He exhaled, a low, ragged breath, wiping sweat from his brow with a bloodied hand. That you're persistent. Yeah well. I flicked the swords back into ready stance, their edges glinting in the dim light. I never was a fan of giving up. And then, behind Stain, Iida moved, his body surging forward, a burst of blue flame erupting from his engines. Iida roared, a guttural sound of raw power, finally free from the paralysis that had held him captive. His engines ignited, the blue flames bursting out like twin jets, the heat radiating outwards. Stain! Stain barely had time to turn, his eyes widening in alarm, before Iida's knee smashed into his ribs, the impact a sickening crunch. I followed up, the double vector swords crossing into vector end stance, the blades humming with energy. Todoroki, seizing the opportunity, blasted him with a wave of fire, a searing inferno boxing him in, trapping him against the wall. And then I slashed, the double vector swords cutting through the air, their blades leaving trails of light. Iida kicked, his recipro burst a devastating blow, the force of his attack amplified by his determination. Todoroki fired, his flames a final, blinding burst of heat, engulfing Stain. A final, explosive surge of force erupted, a cacophony of sound and light, sending Stain crashing into the wall, the impact shaking the very foundations of the alleyway. The hero killer collapsed, his body limp, his breathing ragged. Iida was breathing, his body shaking, his engines sputtering, but his eyes were clear, the red haze of rage replaced by a steely determination. Todoroki exhaled, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. You finally got your answer? Iida clenched his fists, the knuckles white, his body trembling. Yes. I smirked, flipping my swords, the action a flourish of practiced ease. Hell of a way to learn it. Todoroki glanced at me, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're bleeding. I looked down, surprised. A dark stain spread across my side, the wound throbbing with a dull ache. So I was. Before I could respond, Stain sagged against the crumbling wall, his breathing shallow, but his eyes still burned with unshakable conviction. Even as blood dripped down his face, mixing with the dirt and grime of the alley, he refused to waver. I took a step forward, my grip tightening around the double vector swords. The sleek time-red suit hummed with energy, the red glow casting sharp shadows against the alley walls. We had won. But why did it still feel like he was in control? Stain's eyes flicked between the three of us, me, Iida, Todoroki. His gaze lingered on Iida the longest, cold and piercing, like he was looking through him. You call this justice? Stain rasped, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. You believe that just because you beat me, you stand on the side of righteousness? Iida stiffened. His breathing was still uneven, his fists still clenched at his sides. Stain's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smirk, but not quite defeat either. You are still weak. Your hands shake. Your heart is unsure. You sought vengeance, but now, what do you have? His bloodshot eyes locked onto Iida, drilling into him like an unrelenting force. Iida said nothing. His whole body trembled, but I couldn't tell if it was from exhaustion or something deeper. Todoroki took a step forward, his flames flickering at his fingertips, a silent warning. Enough. You lost. Stain exhaled slowly, the rise and fall of his chest unsteady. Did I? Something about the way he said it sent a chill down my spine. You believe in a society that is broken, Stain continued, his voice gaining strength despite his battered body. You fight for a world that breeds corruption. In a world where false heroes rise in pursuit of fame, money, and power, Stain's gaze turned to me, studying me like a puzzle. You are not one of them. You don't belong in their world. My fingers twitched slightly around the hilt of my weapon. His words hit too close. You fight like a pirate, Stain said, his voice low and deliberate. Like someone who has nothing to prove to this society. And yet, you fight alongside them. Why? The question took my breath away. I knew why, or at least I thought I did. But hearing him say it like that made it sound like a contradiction instead of a choice. I clenched my jaw. You talk too much. Stain chuckled. Perhaps. His gaze swept across us one last time. The world does not need false heroes, he muttered, his breath slowing. It needs a true one. And with that he finally collapsed. For a moment, none of us moved. The alley was silent except for our ragged breaths, the distant crackling of Todoroki's dying flames, and the faint hum of electricity still sparking off my suit. Then, a gust of wind blew through the alley, carrying the distant echoes of sirens. A shadow passed over us. I looked up as figures descended from the rooftops and sprinted through the alley entrance. Pro heroes. The first to land was Manuel, his cape fluttering as he hit the ground with practiced ease. His eyes immediately locked onto Iida, widening in shock. Iida! What are you doing here? His gaze flicked to Stain's unconscious body, then back to Iida, realization dawning. Other heroes followed. Endeavor was among them, his imposing frame and crackling flames cutting through the dark alley like a beacon of power. His eyes swept over the scene, taking in the battered Stain, the damage, the exhausted trio standing over him. I clenched my fists instinctively. Out of everyone who could have shown up, of course, it had to be him. Todoroki tensed beside me. Great, he muttered under his breath. Here comes the lecture. Endeavor's gaze locked onto his son. Shoto. Todoroki's face was unreadable. Father. Manuel knelt beside Iida, his concern evident. You're injured. What were you thinking? This isn't like you. Iida didn't answer. He kept his eyes on the ground, his expression unreadable, his body still trembling slightly. I exhaled, shifting back into my normal form, the time-red suit fading as I flipped my mobilates closed. The weight of exhaustion settled onto my shoulders, my adrenaline wearing off. That's when I saw Endeavor looking directly at me. His eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized me. Who is this? He asked, his voice deep and commanding. Manuel turned, his brows furrowing in confusion as he finally noticed me. Wait, you're before he could finish that thought, a low, guttural growl echoed from above. The air grew heavy. A massive winged figure loomed over us, perched on the rooftop, its glowing red eyes watching, waiting. A Nomu. Todoroki muttered. I frowned. Oh, so that's what they're called, huh? The battle wasn't over. The chaos of Hosu's city roared in the background. Sirens wailing, the distant shouts of panicked civilians, and the thump-thump-thump of approaching helicopters. Deku, Todoroki, and Iida stood over Stain's battered form, their bodies aching, their breathing ragged. The fight was over. At least, that's what they thought. A sudden, monstrous roar shattered the moment. A heavy gust of wind rushed through the alley, sending loose debris flying. Deku's instinct screamed. He snapped his head up just as a massive, grotesque creature landed on a nearby rooftop, its beady red eyes locking onto them. A Nomu. Its hunched body twitched, its veins bulging, muscles pulsating unnaturally, as if something inside it was struggling to break free. It sniffed the air, then suddenly jerked its head toward Deku, like an animal catching the scent of prey. Sheet, Deku muttered under his breath, reaching for his mobilates. Todoroki's hands flared with fire and ice, his muscles tensing. Another one? Iida's fingers twitched. His engines spluttered, but his body was still weakened from Stain's paralysis. And then, it lunged. Faster than something that size should have been able to move. Deku barely had time to react. Boom. A massive wall of fire erupted between them and the Nomu, forcing the beast to skid to a stop. The heat was so intense that Deku had to shield his face with his arm. A new presence landed in front of them. A figure wrapped in flames and authority. Endeavor. Deku immediately tensed, his grip tightening around his mobirates. This guy. Behind Endeavor, more pro-heroes flooded into the alleyway, Manual, and a squad of sidekicks moved swiftly, surrounding the area. You are done here, step back. Endeavor's voice boomed, leaving no room for argument. Deku felt his entire body bristle at the command. He wasn't used to standing down. Todoroki hesitated, his fists still ignited, his expression unreadable. His father, Iida, despite the exhaustion in his body, took a step forward and bowed his head. His voice, though weak, was firm. This is where we stop. Deku turned to him, surprised. What? Iida, still catching his breath, clenched his fists. We've done enough. We have to let them handle it. Deku's teeth gritted. His gut screamed at him to keep fighting. He was not someone who stepped aside. But then he saw Iida's face, saw the way his entire body trembled not from fear, but from the weight of understanding. He hated it. But he wasn't wrong. Deku clicked his tongue in frustration but lowered his stance. Todoroki lingered a moment longer, his mismatched eyes locked onto his father, before finally extinguishing his flames. They had played their part. Now it was the pro-hero's turn. Endeavor didn't even glance at them as he charged toward the Nomu, flames surging to new heights. Manual moved to support Iida, placing a steady hand on his shoulder. You three did enough. Let us handle the rest. Endeavor's eyes flicked to Deku, sharp and knowing, before he turned toward the battle. Deku exhaled sharply, forcing himself to step back. The Nomu snarled, its grotesque muscles bulging as it locked onto Endeavor. The number 2 hero raised a burning fist. Burn! Just as he was about to launch his attack, a blur of movement. A sharp, sudden sound. The Nomu stiffened, a gurgle escaping its throat. Then, its head fell clean off. Silence. Blood splattered onto the pavement. The Nomu's headless body swayed, twitched, then collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Standing behind it, his blade dripping, was Stain. Stain stood among the chaos, his breathing ragged but his posture unshaken. His blade dripped, his torn clothes barely holding together, but his presence, his conviction, remained unbreakable. And then he spoke. False heroes. His voice was raw and venomous, carrying across the ruined alley with a weight heavier than any blade. You infest this world like roaches. The pro-heroes stiffened. Cowards in costumes. Chasing fame. Chasing money. Chasing the illusion of justice while rotting beneath the surface. Stain took a slow, deliberate step forward, dragging his sword along the concrete. The harsh screech of metal against stone sent a shudder through the crowd. Not one of you fights for the weak. His gaze locked onto Endeavor. You, especially. The flames around Endeavor's fists flared hotter, his muscles tensing, but he didn't move. Because he couldn't. Because none of them could. A man who chases power. A man who builds his legacy through cruelty. A man who calls himself the number 2 hero, while stepping on the broken backs of others. Stain's lips curled into something between a grin and a snarl. You disgust me. The air in the alley thickened. Deku felt it claw at his throat, making it hard to breathe. Stain turned, his feral gaze scanning the heroes before him. Look at you. His voice dropped to a whisper, but somehow it was more terrifying than his roar. You who take endorsements. You who sell your names for brand deals. You who smile for the cameras and wave to the crowds, while the helpless are left behind. His fingers tightened around his blade, knuckles white. Heroes are meant to serve the people. But all you serve is yourselves. No one spoke. No one could. Because his words felt like absolute truth. Stain's gaze shifted. And then his eyes landed on Deku. Deku's stomach dropped. The weight of Stain's stare was suffocating, like the man was peeling him apart, layer by layer, searching for something deep inside. Then, Stain smirked. But you, Deku's fingers twitched, his body refusing to respond. Stain tilted his head. You're different. Deku gritted his teeth. The hell does that mean? You don't call yourself a hero. Stain's smirk widened. And yet you act like one. Deku tensed. You fight. You save lives. You step into battles that aren't yours to fight, not for glory, not for power, but because you refuse to stand by and do nothing. Stain let out a rasping chuckle. You remind me of him. Deku's breath caught in his throat. Stain's eyes burned. All Might. That name sent a shockwave through the alley. All Might stiffened, his face unreadable. Stain took another unsteady step forward, his presence still suffocating. He is the only one who deserves the title of hero. His voice rose, his intensity amplifying. The only one who fights with nothing to gain. The only one who stands unshaken at the front lines. His arms spread wide, as if daring the world to strike him down. All Might is a true hero. The rest of you are parasites. His eyes snapped back to Deku. And you? Deku felt his heart hammering in his chest. Stain grinned. You don't belong to them. Deku exhaled sharply. He hated that those words felt so break. The heroes, the ones who smiled for the cameras, who took sponsorships, who followed a broken system, Deku wasn't one of them. But he wasn't a villain either. Stain took a final, ragged breath. The world does not need false heroes. His eyes darkened. It needs a true one. His body gave out. And then, Stain collapsed. And just like that, the spell was broken. The pro-heroes gasped for air. Todoroki's fists clenched, his entire body shaking. Deku exhaled sharply, stepping back as his muscles finally loosened. For the first time in his life, he had felt true, unrelenting fear. And it had nothing to do with power. It had everything to do with conviction. The sterile white walls of Hosu General Hospital were painfully bright. The air smelled of antiseptic, and the low hum of machinery filled the quiet room. Deku stared at the ceiling. His body ached. Every muscle screamed at him, bruises layered over bruises. The fight with Stain, the paralyzing weight of his speech, the Nomu, all of it sat heavily in his mind. To his left, Todoroki was propped up against his pillows, staring out the window. His arms were wrapped in fresh bandages, his hair slightly damp from an earlier cleanup. To his right, Iida sat stiffly on his bed, posture too perfect, hands clenched into the sheets. His injuries weren't as visible, but the turmoil in his eyes was impossible to miss. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then, Iida, Todoroki said. Iida flinched slightly but didn't look at him. Todoroki's voice was steady. You were brave. Iida's fingers tightened around the blanket. His throat bobbed. I don't deserve that. Deku, still staring at the ceiling, muttered, Yeah, well, none of us deserved that storm, but we got through it anyway. Iida exhaled through his nose. That's not what I meant. Todoroki glanced at him. Iida's voice was quiet but firm. I let my emotions control me. I chased revenge, not justice. Iida's grip on the sheets tightened. I almost became the very thing I despised. Deku turned his head slightly, watching him. But you didn't. Iida let out a bitter chuckle. No. You stopped me. Deku clicked his tongue. Yeah, well, consider it payback for when you tried to stop Todoroki from self-sabotaging at the sports festival. Iida blinked, caught off guard. Todoroki huffed softly, shaking his head. He's not wrong. Iida's shoulders slumped. I still don't think I deserve any praise. Todoroki leaned back against his pillows, closing his eyes. Maybe not. But you helped stop Stain. Iida let out a deep, shuddering breath. Deku sat up slowly, groaning as his ribs protested. Honestly, you should be happy. At least you're not me. Iida frowned. What do you mean? Deku stretched his arms with a wince. Oh, I dunno. Maybe the fact that the pro-heroes recognized me on sight. He glanced at Todoroki. Your dad definitely did. Todoroki sighed. Yeah. He's going to ask me about you. Deku smirked. Gonna tell him the truth? Todoroki looked thoughtful for a moment, then deadpanned. No, Deku snorted. Smart choice. Iida, despite himself, looked mildly amused. Then the mood shifted again. Todoroki's gaze darkened. That speech. Silence. Deku exhaled. Yeah. Iida swallowed hard. I've never felt fear like that before. Todoroki stared at his bandaged hands. We weren't afraid of his power. We were afraid of his beliefs. Deku flexed his fingers. The memory of that paralyzing, suffocating feeling still clung to him. Conviction, Deku muttered. That's what it was. Iida frowned. Conviction? Deku nodded. It wasn't just some villain spewing nonsense. Stain believed in every word he said. So much so that it became reality. Todoroki's expression was grim. That kind of belief, it's dangerous. Deku scoffed. You're telling me. He rolled his shoulder. But, you know, the other two looked at him. Deku leaned back, his head hitting the pillow. He wasn't completely wrong. The room went still. Todoroki's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Deku sighed. I mean, he was full of it, sure. But, when he looked at the pro-heroes and called them frauds, he hesitated. Then he muttered, some of them are. Iida's fingers twitched. Deku closed his eyes. They're not all Might. Todoroki's brow furrowed, but he didn't disagree. Iida, after a long silence, finally spoke. Maybe that's why we have to be better. Deku cracked an eye open. Iida sat up straighter, his expression resolute. Maybe Stain was right about the corruption in hero society. But that doesn't mean we should let his words dictate our path. We can't let ourselves become the heroes he despises. Todoroki stared at him for a moment. Then, finally, he nodded. Well said. Deku huffed a soft laugh. Alright, don't get all inspirational on me. My head already hurts. Iida huffed, and even Todoroki smirked slightly. The heavy mood lifted, just a bit. Then, a knock on the door. The three turned as the door swung open, revealing Manuel and Endeavor. And behind them, a tall man with a dog-like face, dressed in a formal police uniform. Todoroki tensed. That's, Manuel stepped forward, his expression tense. This is Chief of Police Kenji Tsuragami. He's here to talk to you three. Deku's gut twisted. This wasn't going to be good. The air in the hospital room shifted the moment Chief of Police Kenji Tsuragami stepped inside. His presence wasn't loud. He didn't radiate raw power like a pro-hero. He didn't bark orders like a commanding officer. And yet, Deku felt a weight settle over the room. Kenji wasn't here to fight. He was here to decide. Manuel, standing at the doorway, looked nervous. His hands were balled into fists at his sides. Endeavor, in contrast, stood stiff and unreadable, arms crossed over his chest, a silent pillar of judgment. Deku, still sore, forced himself into a more relaxed position on the bed. His body ached, his ribs protested, but he refused to look weak in front of an authority figure. Beside him, Todoroki's expression was guarded, though his sharp eyes flicked toward his father every few seconds. Iida, however, was the worst. His posture was rigid, his hands clenched so tightly around the blanket that his knuckles had gone white. The weight of everything, his actions, his failure, the burden of his family name, pressed down on him like an iron brand. Kenji's dog-like face remained calm, but his sharp eyes scanned all three of them with practiced precision. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, you three understand what you've done? Deku didn't flinch. Here we go. Iida was the first to speak. His voice was low but steady. Yes, sir. Kenji's eyes flicked to him. Then you know that stepping into battle without your guardians or supervisors was a direct violation of hero laws. Iida swallowed hard. Kenji continued, his tone even, but firm. The Hero Public Safety Commission has strict policies for a reason. It exists to keep civilians, heroes in training, and society safe. His gaze swept over them, lingering on their bandages. And yet, despite these policies, 3 unlicensed students engaged an active serial killer. His voice hardened. Had things gone even slightly differently, I would not be standing here having this conversation with you. I would be reading your obituaries. Silence. Deku let the words settle, let them press down on him like a weight. He didn't regret fighting Stain. But he wasn't dumb enough to ignore the very real consequences. Kenji let out a slow exhale. That being said, for the first time, his eyes softened. You also saved lives. Iida stiffened. Todoroki straightened slightly. Deku remained still. Kenji looked at Iida. You saved Native. You saved each other. And despite your recklessness, you stopped a threat that even seasoned pro-heroes struggled to capture. His tail flicked once behind him before he continued. But laws exist for a reason. No matter how noble your intentions, the law does not bend for emotion. Kenji turned, pacing the room with measured steps. Kenji addressed the group. As such, you, along with your guardians, will be punished. Iida tensed. Punished? Kenji nodded. Under normal circumstances, unlicensed quirk use in a combat situation would warrant an immediate criminal record. However, he turned back to them, his expression unreadable. There is no official record of what transpired in that alley. Deku's fingers twitched, and Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. Kenji continued, unfazed. No civilians saw what happened. The only witnesses were pro-heroes, all of whom understand what's at stake. As such, unless it is officially disclosed. His voice lowered. There will be no punishment. Iida's mouth parted slightly. You mean dash, I will cover it up. Silence thickened the room. Deku's thoughts moved fast. He's protecting us. Kenji closed his eyes. It is not because I approve of your actions, but because I will not punish those who have done what true heroes should do. Iida bowed his head deeply. Thank you, sir. Todoroki nodded in understanding. We won't waste this chance. Deku, still processing, smirked slightly. Guess that means no medals for us, huh? Kenji opened his eyes. No. No recognition, no headlines, no credit. He straightened his posture. Your actions will remain in the shadows. Deku shrugged. I can live with that. Kenji gave a slow nod, then bowed deeply, showing genuine respect. Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki Shoto. Iida Tenya. His voice was firm. You have a promising future ahead of you. Then, as quickly as he had arrived, he turned toward the door. Press. You'll need it. And with that Endeavor said nothing, shooting one last unreadable glance at Todoroki before following the chief. Manuel hesitated, looking at Iida, pride and relief warring on his face, before stepping out after them. As soon as the door clicked shut, Todoroki sighed, rubbing his temples. That was intense. Iida's shoulders finally slumped, his whole body sagging with the weight of relief. We're free. Deku smirked, rolling his sore shoulder. Oh. Except for me. Todoroki quirked a brow. You're still in trouble? Deku sighed dramatically. Oh yeah. You think Yue is just gonna let this slide? Iida sat up, frowning. Midoriya. Are you going to be expelled? Deku paused. That was a real possibility. Aizawa wasn't the type to let something like this go. And Nizu? Well, who knew what he was thinking? Deku stretched his arms over his head, wincing as his ribs protested. Guess I'll find out soon enough. Todoroki and Iida shared a look. The tension wasn't gone. Not yet. Because while the police may have let this go, Yue wouldn't. A few days later, Deku sat in the center of the faculty meeting room, arms crossed, legs stretched out, looking about as casual as someone on trial could be. Across from him sat Nizu, Aizawa, and the rest of the UA faculty. The air was heavy. Deku could feel the weight of the teachers' gazes, their judgments pressing down on him. To his left, Todoroki and Iida sat stiffly, shoulders squared, their expressions unreadable. They weren't just here to listen. They were here to fight for him. Aizawa, sitting at the head of the table, let out a slow sigh before speaking. Midoriya. Deku raised an eyebrow. Yeah. You do realize how badly you've messed up. Deku smirked. You'll have to be more specific. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. You fought a dangerous villain. You engaged in battle outside of school grounds. You directly violated the rules set for hero students. Deku rolled his shoulders. You're acting like this is the first time I've broken a rule. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was sharp. Deku leaned back, unbothered. Alright, yeah. I get it. He glanced around the table. So, what's the punishment? Nizu, sitting on his usual elevated chair, tapped his paws together thoughtfully. That, the principal said, is what we are here to discuss. The room fell silent. Snipe crossed his arms. Expulsions on the table. Deku smirked. Yeah, I figured. Iida's jaw tightened. That is an excessive reaction. Vlad King grunted. Is it? He looked at Iida, then Todoroki. The three of you directly ignored authority, engaged a dangerous villain, and nearly got yourselves killed. Todoroki spoke for the first time. And if we hadn't? His voice was calm but firm. If we had waited for pro-heroes to arrive, Iida and Native would be in grave danger. Vlad opened his mouth to argue, then paused. Because Todoroki was right. Iida sat up straighter. We understand the consequences of our actions, but we do not regret them. Ectoplasm, silent until now, narrowed his eyes at Deku. And what about you? Do you regret your actions? Deku's smirk didn't waver. Nope. Aizawa sighed deeply. Of course you don't. Nizu hummed, his small paws tapping against his chair. Regret or not, we must consider the precedent this sets. If we allow Midoriya to stay without severe punishment, what does that say about our rules? The question lingered in the air. Aizawa finally sat forward, staring Deku down. You're reckless. You don't respect authority. And despite everything, you still don't call yourself a hero. Deku shrugged. That about sums it up. Aizawa's gaze didn't waver. Then why are you still here? Deku's smirk faded slightly. Iida and Todoroki turned to look at him. Nizu tilted his head, genuinely curious. Deku exhaled, tapping his fingers against the armrest. Because, he said finally, whether I like it or not, this place keeps pulling me back. The room was silent. Deku leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I didn't come to you looking for a place to belong. I didn't come here to be a hero. He smirked faintly. Hell, I still don't want to be a hero. Snipe narrowed his eyes. Then why stay? Deku's smirk faded entirely. His voice dropped. Because I protect what's mine. Todoroki's gaze flickered. Iida inhaled sharply. Nizu's ears twitched. Deku leaned back, crossing his arms. I don't care about the title. I don't care about hero rankings, public image, or any of that. But if something threatens the people I care about? His emerald eyes sharpened. Then I don't hesitate. Aizawa stared at him, something unreadable in his expression. Nizu, for once, was silent. Then, that he's not wrong. Everyone turned to Ectoplasm, who had been quiet until now. The loudest teacher in the room, Present Mike, leaned back in his chair, arms behind his head. Kid's been a challenge since day one, but let's be real, he's not a villain. Snipe let out a deep sigh, shaking his head. He's got a point. Midnight smirked slightly. Besides, what's UA without a little chaos? Vlad King muttered, a functional school. Aizawa exhaled slowly. Then he looked at Nizu. Well, Nizu, ever the enigma, smiled. I believe I have made my decision. The room tensed. Deku's fingers drummed against his armrest. Nizu clasped his paws together. Midoriya Izuku, he said. You will remain a student of UA. Aizawa closed his eyes briefly. Figured as much. Deku smirked. Oh, how generous. Nizu's eyes twinkled. However, Deku stopped smirking. You will be under tighter restrictions. Nizu's tone was light, but firm. Your actions in Hosu cannot be ignored. Therefore, you will receive extended house arrest, limited off-campus privileges, and mandatory evaluations with Aizawa. Deku groaned. You're making me do check-ins? With him. He pointed at Aizawa. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Trust me, I don't like it either. Nizu continued. Furthermore, should you engage in another unsanctioned battle, we will revisit the discussion of your expulsion. The weight of that sentence settled in the air. Deku clicked his tongue. Fine. Todoroki finally relaxed. Iida let out a breath of relief. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. This is going to be a challenge. Deku stretched his arms, wincing slightly. Hey, could have been worse. Nizu smiled. It could have. And with that, the meeting was over. Deku was still a student. And the next chapter of his time at UA had just begun. The air at UA buzzed with renewed energy as Class 1A finally reunited after their internships. For Deku, Todoroki, and Iida? Well, it had been a tough week. Though their hero training had only lasted a week, it had been packed with grueling experiences, some eye-opening, others downright terrifying. Still, now that they were back in the comfort of their classroom, the students couldn't help but get caught up in the excitement of seeing one another again. Clusters of students gathered around, swapping stories and teasing each other about their experiences. The room echoed with laughter, playful jabs, and the occasional exaggerated retelling of an internship event. Eijiro Kirishima, Hantashiro, and Izuku Midoriya stood off to the side, eyeing a very specific change in their classmates' appearance. Kirishima was the first to speak, unable to hold back his grin. Yo, Bakugo, he called out, elbowing Hanta as he nodded toward the explosive blonde. Loving the new look, man? Shiro chuckled, crossing his arms. Yeah, the wild spikes were one thing, but this? It's like someone ran a comb through your head while you were asleep. Izuku, smirking, took a moment to tilt his head and examine Bakugo's slightly flatter, less explosive hair. I honestly didn't think it was possible for your hair to change. Katsuki Bakugo, who had been minding his own business, immediately stiffened. His hands twitched, tiny sparks crackling between his fingers. He turned toward them with a glare sharp enough to cut steel. Shut the heck up, all of you. He jabbed a finger at Kirishima first. You shitty hair, like you got any room to talk. Hey. Then at Deku, who was laughing the hardest. And you Dash. He took a step closer, his red eyes burning with irritation. You're laughing way too hard for someone who looks like a broccoli. Hey. And finally he turned his glare to Hanto, and you're just a wannabe ripoff of Spider-Man who uses tape instead of webs. Hey. Deku raised his hands in mock surrender, still grinning. Hey, I've been through a lot worse. This is harmless fun. Harmless my foot. Bakugo barked, clenching his fists. My hair's just growing back from the stuff I had to deal with during that internship. He turned away with a frustrated huff, grumbling under his breath. Annoying extras. Shiro wiped a tear from his eye. Man, I miss this. Kirishima chuckled. Yep. Some things never change. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Mina Ashido clapped her hands together, drawing attention to Tsuyu Azui and Kyokajiro. You two had it rough out there, huh? I heard you actually went up against real villains. Tsuyu nodded, her usual calm expression unshaken. Yes. It was difficult, but we managed. Jiro, however, scratched the back of her head, still feeling a bit off about the whole thing. Yeah, well, it wasn't fun, that's for sure. Achiko Uraraka, stretching her arms behind her head, joined the conversation with a cheerful grin. Man, I had a pretty fruitful internship too. She then struck a small fighting pose, mimicking Gunhead's combat stance. Gunhead's been teaching me some awesome close-quarters combat techniques. Denki Kaminari blinked at her. Whoa, you actually changed a lot in just a week. Minoru Mineta, who had been eavesdropping, scoffed and shook his head. You don't even know the half of it. He crossed his arms dramatically. I learned the ultimate truth about women during my internship. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. And that is... Mineta's expression darkened as if he had uncovered some forbidden knowledge. All women are complicated. A collective sigh spread through the group. Momo Yaoyorozu pinched the bridge of her nose while Tsuyu blinked slowly, unimpressed. Mina folded her arms. Oh really? And what brought you to this profound conclusion, Mineta? Mineta huffed. MD lady. She used me as a prop. A stepping stool. A weight for endurance training. I was basically an accessory to her workout routine. He threw his hands up in frustration. And she laughed the whole time. Evil, I tell you. Jiro rolled her eyes. Right. Because that totally justifies generalizing half the population. Okay, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Momo muttered. Before the conversation could devolve further, Kaminari raised his hand. But real talk, the guys who went through the most last week were definitely Todoroki and Iida. At that, the room fell into a brief silence. Everyone turned toward Shoto Todoroki and Tenya Iida, curiosity flashing in their eyes. Ojiro furrowed his brow. The Hosu incident. What exactly happened? Todoroki exchanged a glance with Iida and Deku, who stiffened slightly before composing himself. Before Iida could speak, Shoto calmly replied, Endeavor saved us from the hero killer. Some students nodded in understanding, but a few others, like Mashireo and Denki, still looked unconvinced. Ojiro exhaled, rubbing his chin. Still, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if Stain had attacked us at USJ instead. Deku blinked. USJ? Kaminari, despite the heavy atmosphere, rubbed the back of his head. You gotta admit, though, he's kinda cool. Silence. Deku's eye twitched. He turned sharply toward Kaminari, his voice dropping. What? Kaminari immediately raised his hands in defense. I mean dash. Not like what he did. Just, his whole taking down fake hero speech. He had a point dash. Izuku's expression darkened, his gaze sharp. Denki, Stain may have had ideals, but he was still a villain. He hurt people to push his ideology. That's not cool, that's dangerous. Kaminari gulped. Yeah, okay, I get it. My bad. You don't gotta pull first names. Jiro rolls her eyes and nudges Deku and says, Geez, pirate boy, lighten up. We're talking about Kaminari, not some intergalactic warlord. She smiles, very amusingly. Just calm down a bit, okay? Deku lets out a slow breath, tension still lingering in his shoulders. He glances at Jiro, the sharp edge in his gaze softening just a little. Sorry, he mutters, running a hand through his messy green hair. I don't like when people brush off the damage guys like Stain cause. Jiro smirks, nudging him again. Yeah, we get it. But you're gonna pop a vein if you keep getting this worked up over Kaminari's brainless takes. Kaminari frowns. Hey, rude. Jiro just shrugs, and Deku, despite himself, exhales a small chuckle. Alright, fine, he concedes. I'll try to lighten up. A little. Iida, having remained silent through the exchange, suddenly straightened his posture, adjusting his glasses with a sharp motion. His voice carried a firm, unwavering conviction. Midoriya is right. The entire class turned toward him as he continued. Hero Killer Stain was unwavering in his beliefs, but in the end he was still a villain taking lives to prove a point. True heroes don't enforce their ideals with violence. They protect and inspire. That is our duty. A moment of silence stretched through the room. Then, something shifted in Iida's demeanor. His eyes burned with renewed determination, and his voice carried its usual commanding tone, the same one the class had grown so used to before his brother's attack. And as heroes in training, we must not falter. We must press forward and dedicate ourselves to justice. He suddenly slammed his hands down on his desk. Class, take your seats. The rest of the class groaned at his sudden return to his usual loud self. Ugh, and he's back, Kaminari muttered, slumping into his chair. Mina leaned toward Jiro. Well, that didn't take long. Jiro smirked. Nope, not at all. But Deku? He simply smiled. He's back to his old self. As the class settled into their seats, Deku leaned slightly towards Todoroki, lowering his voice so the others wouldn't overhear. Hey, what exactly happened at USJ? He asked, his tone casual but laced with curiosity. You weren't there, Shoto stated rather than asked, his voice as even as ever. Deku shook his head. No, I was elsewhere when it happened. Space stuff. Todoroki adjusted his uniform, hesitating for just a moment. It was a villain attack. A large-scale one. Deku's eye narrowed. How bad? Todoroki exhaled quietly, glancing away. Bad. The League of Villains launched a surprise assault on us during a training exercise in USJ. Deku tapped his fingers against his desk, his mind still turning over what he had just learned. A full-scale villain attack on UA? The League of Villains? He had never heard of them before. He leaned in again, keeping his voice low. Who exactly are the League of Villains? They're a villain organization that appeared during the USJ attack. Their goal was to kill All Might. Deku's expression darkened. A group that targets All Might? Todoroki nods. He brought with him a group of low-level villains, but they also had something much more dangerous. Nomu. Izuku's eye narrowed. Nomu? You mean those ugly things at Hosu? Todoroki nods again but twitches slightly. But this one was different, a creature engineered to kill All Might. It had multiple quirks and insane durability. Aizawa fought hard to stop it, but he trailed off, his jaw tightening. But it was All Might who ultimately defeated it. Barely. Todoroki finishes. Deku absorbed the information. An unstable leader. Enhanced creatures. A direct attempt on All Might's life. And they just disappeared after that? He asked. Todoroki shook his head. Not exactly. They've been quiet but they haven't stopped. The Hosu incident? The Nomu there were theirs too. Deku exhaled slowly, leaning back in his chair. A villain group targeting All Might, creating monsters, and staying in the shadows? Todoroki's gaze flickered to him, reading his reaction. You really didn't know? No, Deku admitted. No one ever mentioned it to me. Todoroki frowned, clearly piecing things together. You weren't at UA yet. The attack happened just before the sports festival. Deku leaned back slightly, his mind racing. And you all fought? Todoroki nodded. Some of us. Aizawa held them off the longest. We barely got out alive. There was a pause. Deku's fingers curled slightly. I wasn't there for that. He took a breath, pushing down the unease. Guess I've got some catching up to do. Todoroki tilted his head. You say that like you regret not being there. Deku smirked, though there was no humor in it. I don't like missing important things. Todoroki studied him for a moment before nodding. Then consider yourself caught up. Deku exhaled. Yeah. Thanks. Elsewhere, the room was dark, save for the eerie glow of multiple screens lining the walls. The only sounds were the steady hum of medical equipment and the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor. The faint scent of antiseptic lingered in the air, a reminder of past battles lost. A heavily bandaged figure sat in a chair, his breathing shallow but controlled. He shifted slightly, his muscles aching with every movement. His body was broken, scarred beyond recognition, yet his mind remained sharp, focused on the grand design ahead. The largest screen flickered, showing a news report, footage of Stain's arrest, pro-heroes standing victorious over his fallen form. The reporter's voice was distant, almost drowned out by the static interference, but the message was clear. The hero killer Stain has been captured after a violent confrontation in Hosu City. Authorities have confirmed that the infamous vigilante, whose ideology has sparked a wave of unrest, is now in police custody. A slow, deliberate chuckle echoed through the room. Stain has been captured, but everything is proceeding as I foresaw. The voice was dry, almost rasping, yet laced with amusement. The figure turned his head slightly, his lone visible eye gleaming in the dim light. Even as pain racked his body, his conviction remained unshaken. Across the room, a hunched man in a white lab coat adjusted a set of medical instruments. His glasses reflected the flickering screens as he worked, his expression unreadable. Your wounds have not yet fully healed, the doctor murmured, checking a series of charts. Your body is still recovering from its last encounter with him. The bandaged man let out a slow breath, the air rattling in his throat. Him. The very word burned like acid in his mouth. He curled his fingers into a weak fist, feeling the strain of his injuries but refusing to acknowledge the pain. Patch me up faster, he ordered, his voice gaining a sharp edge. I do not have the luxury of time. Tamura must learn. He was born to be my successor. The doctor glanced at him, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. That boy is still undisciplined. He acts on impulse, without strategy. If you truly wish for him to inherit your will, he requires more than just power. He requires guidance. The figure chuckled, a dry, unsettling sound. And he will receive it. In time. His rage is still raw, unrefined, but that is exactly what makes him perfect. The world does not need another Stain. It does not need another self-righteous fool clinging to ideals. It needs chaos. His single visible eye gleamed with a cruel light. And Tamura will deliver it. The doctor sighed, reaching for another set of bandages. Your obsession with him may be your undoing. The bandaged man's grin widened, his teeth barely visible through the layers of wrappings. Perhaps. But obsession is what drives revolution, Doctor. The system is already crumbling. Stain may have fallen, but his message lingers. The weak will rally behind his ideology, and the strong will question their place in a rotting world. And when the time is right. He slowly turned his gaze toward the screen once more, his expression darkening as an image of All Might appeared. The symbol of peace stood tall, victorious as ever, ignorant of the storm brewing in the shadows. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried the weight of a promise. Enjoy your peace while it lasts, All Might, because soon it will be nothing more than a fleeting memory. The heart monitor beeped steadily. The shadows deepened, and the darkness loomed ever closer. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of UA's training facility, casting a warm glow over the metal labyrinth known as Field Gamma. The towering industrial structures stretched into the sky, their twisting pathways and endless steel walkways promising a challenge unlike any we'd faced before. I stood among my classmates, arms crossed, idly listening as they buzzed with excitement. Another day, another test. All right, class, listen up. All Might's booming voice cut through the chatter, commanding our attention. He stood before us, still exuding that ever-present symbol of peace energy, but today, there was something different in his stance, something that hinted at excitement. For today's hero basic training, we'll be running a special exercise. You'll be engaging in a rescue race through Field Gamma. Murmurs spread through the class, a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. A race? Kirishima grinned, cracking his knuckles. Sounds fun. All Might nodded. That's right. This exercise will test your mobility, problem-solving skills, and adaptability. A distress signal will be sent from deep within the course, and your goal is to navigate the terrain and reach the target as quickly as possible. He then pulled out a clipboard, scanning over the team list. You'll be running in groups of 5, and we'll go one team at a time. First up, Midoriya, Iida, Ashido, Siro, and Ojiro. I tilted my head. Guess I'm in this one. All Might gave me a knowing smile. Indeed. You'll be balancing the uneven numbers. Iida immediately straightened, already taking this far too seriously. Understood, All Might. We shall approach this with maximum efficiency. Mina grinned, stretching. Time to show off my slick moves. Siro rolled his shoulders. Oh, this is my kind of thing. Ojiro simply nodded. Should be a good challenge. I smirked. If only they knew how much navigating tight spaces in a battlefield had become second nature to me. As we stepped forward, positioning ourselves at the starting line, All Might raised his hand. Remember, speed and strategy are key. Ready, go! The rescue race began with Siro shooting ahead, using his tape to slingshot between the metal structures like a high-speed pendulum. I'll take the lead. Iida kicked his engine quirk into gear, blasting forward in a blur of movement. Maximum efficiency activated. Mina slid along a set of pipes, leaving a slick trail to control her movement. Ooh. Speedy time. Ojiro moved swiftly, using his tail to propel himself forward, expertly flipping over obstacles with acrobatic precision. I, however, didn't even bother running. Instead, I transformed, crimson wings bursting from my back. Zayuo Eagle. With a single, powerful flap, I soared past all of them. For a moment, I relished the weightlessness, the feeling of the wind rushing past my face. Compared to dodging enemy warships in deep space, this was... Then I heard the inevitable. Wait, what? Siro nearly lost his momentum mid-swing. Oh, come on. Mina flailed as she skidded along a pipe. As expected from you, smart-thinking Midoriya. Iida called out, somewhat keeping up with me on the ground. Ojiro exhaled. That's definitely an advantage. I smirked, banking hard through the steel labyrinth. It's called using your resources. I smirked. Now, let's see just how far I can push this form. Tucking my wings, I dived straight into the heart of the industrial maze. The narrow pathways were lined with smokestacks, tangled wires, and twisting metal beams, a nightmare for anyone stuck on the ground. But for me, it was a playground. I angled my body and snapped my wings outward, gliding between narrow gaps barely wider than my shoulders. As I weaved through the labyrinth, my enhanced instincts kicked in, letting me feel the air currents, read the wind pressure, and react before an obstacle even became a problem. I spotted a rapidly closing ventilation hatch ahead. Too tight for most people to get through. Not for me. I twisted midair, wings snapping into a tight, controlled fold as I spun through the gap with centimeters to spare. Perfect. The next obstacle? A rusted-out bridge hanging by a single chain. Let's test something. Instead of flying over, I dove toward it, letting my momentum carry me beneath before I performed a tight roll and shot back upward just as it collapsed behind me. A wicked grin spread across my face. This was way too much fun. Behind me, my classmates were fighting tooth and nail to keep up. Siro gritted his teeth. All right, Midoriya, two can play at this game. Instead of following his usual swing pattern, he attached multiple tape strands at once, turning himself into a human slingshot that rocketed him forward. Iida, realizing that speed alone wasn't enough, started using walls to redirect his trajectory, kicking off surfaces to maintain momentum. Mina expanded her trail, creating a more efficient sliding path that let her shift directions on the fly. Even Ojiro, typically a grounded fighter, used his tail to grab onto overhead beams, swinging like a martial artist in an action movie. I glanced back and laughed. They're actually catching up? All right, let's take it up a notch. A sudden steel beam appeared in my path, too close to go around. Without missing a beat, I kicked off at mid-flight, flipping upside down and launching myself into a rapid barrel roll. I straightened out just as I hit a vertical leading to the next section of the maze. No time to fly up normally. Instead, I beat my wings once, hard. The sheer force propelled me backward, letting me backflip up like a stunt pilot performing an inverted climb. As I emerged on the other side, a cluster of pipes blocked my view of the finish line. I didn't hesitate. I tucked my wings again and entered a controlled spiral dive, threading my body through the narrowest gap between the pipes. Almost there. With one final burst of speed, I snapped my wings open at full force, creating a shockwave of wind behind me. In that instant, I knew I had won. I landed first. The beacon flashed. Race complete. A second later, Zero crashed onto the floor, breathing. I'm officially never racing you again. Iida wheezed. That was an unbelievable display of aerial maneuverability. Mina collapsed onto her back. I was so close. Ojiro exhaled. That was a good challenge. I folded my arms, letting my wings fade as I deactivated my transformation. Not bad. You guys actually made me try. Mina groaned. Ugh, stop sounding so smug. Zero grumbled. You literally flew through half the course. Before the debate could continue, All Might clapped his hands, beaming. Excellent work, class. Then he turned to me. And you, young Midoriya, that was an incredible display of movement and adaptability. I scratched the back of my head. I have spent a lot of time dodging laser fire in space. All Might leaned in slightly, lowering his voice so only I could hear. You've improved tremendously, young Midoriya. Keep it up. Then, with a subtle yet unmistakable gesture, he gave me a thumbs up. For a moment I just blinked. Then, slowly, a smirk tugged at my lips. Thanks, All Might. As the next team stepped up to race, I leaned back against the railing, watching the course reset. After an exhausting, but exhilarating, training session, Class 1A returned to the locker rooms to change. Sweat, exhaustion, and lingering competition filled the air. I felt great. The transformation had pushed my flight skills to the next level, and even though the others had adapted quickly, I had still come out on top. As I pulled off my coat, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. Mineta was creeping toward me, his face practically glowing with excitement. That was never a good sign. Hey, Deku buddy, Mineta whispered conspiratorially. I sighed, already regretting this conversation. What, Mineta? He looked around, ensuring no teachers were nearby, then leaned in like he was about to share some forbidden knowledge. I found something amazing. I raised an eyebrow. Do I even want to know? Mineta grinned. There's a hole in the wall. I blinked. And? A peephole. His voice dropped to a giddy whisper. And guess where it leads? I didn't need to guess. Mineta, I deadpanned, already unimpressed. Mineta ignored me, rubbing his hands together. The girls' locker room. Before I could even react, Iida materialized out of nowhere. Mineta. His booming voice startled the entire locker room, making a few guys flinch as they turned toward us. Iida's hand chops were already in motion. That is highly inappropriate behavior. Mineta waved him off. Come on, man. It's the chance of a lifetime. You're telling me you're not even a little bit curious? Iida's face twitched with barely restrained fury. Of course not. Mineta, completely unfazed, crouched beside the wall, eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he peered through the hole, he whispered each name under his breath like a fanboy checking off a legendary roster. Momo, Uraraka, Mina, Su, Hagakure. His eyes gleamed. Ah, perfection. Truly, a gift from the heavens. But then bonk. Without thinking, I smacked him on the head. Mineta let out a pathetic squeak before slumping to the floor, unconscious. Iida adjusted his glasses and nodded approvingly. Thank you, Midoriya. Kirishima whistled from the other side of the room. Dude. You didn't even hesitate. I shrugged. I knew where that was going and I didn't feel like dealing with it. Zero chuckled. You saved us all from whatever horrible excuse he was about to give. Iida crossed his arms, standing over Mineta's motionless body. Truly, Midoriya, your heroism extends beyond combat. Kaminari sighed, shaking his head. You'd think he'd learn by now. Shoji, silent as ever, just shook his head in disapproval. Bakugo, who had been completely ignoring everyone up until now, glanced at Mineta's limp form and scoffed. Should have hit him harder. I smirked. Noted for next time. As the guys finished changing, I noticed that Mineta was still knocked out. Should we do something about him? Kirishima asked, pointing at the unconscious grape gremlin. Zero shrugged. He'll wake up eventually. Iida nodded. Yes, and when he does, he will reflect on his disgraceful actions. Kaminari grinned. Or he'll just try again next week. Same thing, Iida muttered. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my uniform jacket, heading for the exit. You guys do what you want. I'm outta here. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, Jiro felt it first. Her earphone jack twitched as it picked up the faintest trace of Mineta's muttering through the wall. Momo, Uraraka, Mina, Su, Hagakure. Her eyes narrowed. No. In one smooth motion, she plugged her jacks into the wall and amplified her hearing, just in time to hear bunk. Then, silence. Uraraka, who had been toweling off, raised an eyebrow. Something up, Jiro? Jiro unplugged her jacks, smirking. Mineta tried something dumb. Deku knocked him out. Momo sighed heavily, rubbing her temples. Honestly, when will he ever learn? Hagakure waved her invisible hands in exasperation. I swear, we need actual punishment for him. Mina smirked. At least Deku handled it fast. Jiro leaned against the locker, idly twirling one of her jacks. Yeah. Good job for Captain Broccoli. Then she froze. Her mind replayed the last few seconds of Mineta's muttering before he got knocked out. He had been listing names. Momo, Uraraka, Mina, Tsu, even Hagakure who was invisible. But not her. Mina, noticing Kyoka's expression, tilted her head. Yo Jiro? You good? Jiro blinked rapidly, snapping herself out of it. Eicha? Oh yeah, fine. Totally fine. Momo gave her a questioning look. You sure? You look a bit dark. Dash. Jiro grabbed her uniform and quickly turned away, stuffing her belongings into her bag. As she zipped it up, she muttered under her breath, barely audible. Why am I the only girl he didn't talk about? She said, in a defeated tone. Back in the boys' locker room, Mineta finally regained consciousness. His bleary eyes opened to the sight of Bakugo standing over him, arms crossed. Get up, you DMN pervert, Bakugo growled. Mineta groaned, rubbing his sore head. Wadash. Then he remembered what happened. Then he realized. He never even got to look. Tears welled up in his eyes. My one chance dash. Before he could even start whining, Kaminari clapped a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, cry about it later. We got class, dude. Mineta slumped forward, utterly defeated. I was so close. Ciro rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure you were. As the guys filed out of the locker room, Mineta wiped his eyes dramatically, muttering under his breath. Next time, I'll succeed. He then felt a presence behind him. A massive, looming shadow. He turned slowly. Shoji stood there, his mask concealing his expression, but his 6 arms crossed in a way that radiated nothing but judgment. Mineta gulped. And no? Shoji nodded. Mineta collapsed again. The morning light filtered through the classroom windows as the students of Class 1A took their seats, still buzzing from yesterday's training. Conversations filled the air, some still debating the rescue race, others already worrying about the next challenge. For me, I was just enjoying the quiet moment before whatever fresh chaos awaited us. Then the door slid open. Aizawa-sensei stepped inside, looking half dead as usual. His capture weapon was loosely wrapped around his shoulders, his hair disheveled, and his eyes carried the eternal exhaustion of a man forced to deal with our class daily. He took one slow step toward his desk, grabbed his coffee thermos, and took a long sip before addressing us. We're going to a forest lodge for summer training. Silence. The classroom erupted with excitement. A training camp? Kaminari cheered. Sounds awesome. Kirishima grinned, pumping his fist. I wonder what kind of training we'll be doing, Momo mused, already deep in thought. Even Bakugo looked interested, though he just scoffed and crossed his arms. Aizawa took a slow sip of coffee before raising a finger. But silence fell. His gaze swept across the room, sending a chill through the air. If you fail the end-of-term test, you'll be staying behind for remedial lessons. You could hear a pin drop. Then kiss. Wait. Kaminari screeched, nearly falling out of his chair. Ciro grabbed Kirishima's arm in panic. Bro, we need to pass. Kirishima nodded gravely. Agreed. I refuse to be stuck in remedial hell. Mina slammed her hands on her desk. This isn't fair. It's supposed to be summer training, not summer school. Momo, meanwhile, barely reacted. She simply adjusted her uniform and smiled. If you all studied more, this wouldn't be a problem. Kaminari turned to her dramatically. Easy for you to say. You're a genius. Midoriya leaned back in his chair, smirking. Yeah, Momo, let's not pretend you aren't built different when it comes to academics. Seconded, Jiro said with a smirk. Aizawa set his thermos down, rubbing his temples. You have 1 week to prepare. Study. Or don't. I don't care. But if you fail, remedial classes will be waiting for you. More groans. Uraraka sighed in relief. Okay, I should be fine. I think. Tsuyu blinked. You think? I hope. Ciro slumped over his desk. Ugh, this S6. Kaminari leaned back, arms behind his head. Well, there's always one solution. Everyone turned to him. He grinned. Cheating. Silence. Then Aizawa immediately threw his capture scarf, wrapping Kaminari in it like a burrito. Godash. Kaminari flailed helplessly. IT was a joke, I swear. Aizawa tightened the scarf. Do I look like I have the patience for your jokes? Kaminari squeaked. No sir. Satisfied, Aizawa released him and turned toward the board. Good. Now, class dismissed problem children. And with that, homeroom was dismissed. Izuku Midoriya felt the weight of the situation. We haven't studied at all. Mina and Kaminari's panicked voices echoed, snapping him out of his thoughts. He hadn't studied for anything. Ever since the USJ incident, the sports festival, and the internships, I haven't had a single moment to sit down and crack open a book. Kaminari groaned, slumping over his desk dramatically. You and me both, brother. Mina sniffled, throwing a dramatic arm around his shoulders. With a determined nod, they slapped their hands together in a bizarrely intricate handshake, their unspoken bond of academic suffering solidified. Midoriya exhaled through his nose, watching their antics with mild amusement. Weirdos, he muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, his whisper wasn't quiet enough. Hey, we heard that, you know, they both shouted in unison, glaring at him. Midoriya sighed, rubbing his temples. He was definitely feeling the pressure. Midoriya, a deep, solemn voice spoke beside him. I sense a great sorrow within you. He turned to see Tokoyami standing there, arms crossed, his usual stoic expression barely concealing his own inner turmoil. Is it that obvious? Midoriya muttered, frowning. No. Tokoyami said, hey. Bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Because I am experiencing the same sorrow at this very moment. Midoriya stared at him for a moment, then sighed again. DMN. The midterm exams weren't too bad since we had just been admitted, Sato muttered, loud enough for Midoriya to hear. But now. Koda stood beside him, nodding silently in agreement. Sato let out a small sigh, crossing his arms. Sure, there were a lot of school affairs and stuff keeping us busy, but the end-term tests? Those are totally gonna be different. Way harder than the midterms. Midoriya swallowed hard, as if he needed another reminder of how challenging things were. Man, Mineta said, lounging smugly in his chair. The fact that there's also a practical test? Pretty rough, huh? His lips curled into a snicker, clearly enjoying himself. Mina, Kaminari, and Midoriya all turned to glare at him, their collective suffering only making his smugness more unbearable. I thought you were one of us. Mina shouted, dramatically pointing a finger at him like he'd committed some great betrayal. Yeah, you're supposed to be the lovable one. Who's gonna want your attitude now, huh? Kaminari added, jabbing a finger at him. Mineta hummed, pretending to think it over before flashing an infuriating smirk. Dunno. He leaned back in his chair. The entire world, probably. Midoriya clenched his fists. If he got the chance, he was definitely going to give Mineta a piece of his mind. Smug little, he muttered under his breath, still glaring at Mineta. Nearby, Iida adjusted his glasses with a sharp motion. Everyone, do your best, he declared with his usual enthusiasm. We all want to go to the training camp together, don't we? Then we must strive for excellence. Beside him, Todoroki gave a small nod, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. Iida's right, he said simply. If you all just attended class normally, you wouldn't be in danger of failing. Mind your own words. Mina, Kaminari, and Midoriya all shouted at the same time. Mina and Kaminari turned to look at me in shock. Brother, they said in unison. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. Don't even start. Mina and Kaminari exchanged a look before bursting into laughter. Oh, he's one of us now. Mina cheered, throwing an arm around my shoulders. Kaminari nodded sagely. Welcome to the realm of the academically challenged, my friend. Population's us. I groaned. This isn't exactly something I want to be welcomed into. Acceptance is the first step, Deku, Kaminari said, patting my back as if I had just suffered a great loss. My excuse is I spent 10 years in space, can't blame me. Iida sighed dramatically, rubbing his temples. You three do realize that if you fail, you'll have to stay behind and miss the training camp, right? That shut us up real quick. Hey, you three, Momo's voice called out, drawing our attention. She approached us with her usual composed demeanor, a warm smile on her face. If you'd like, I might be able to assist you all with classroom lecture material. Mina and Kaminari perked up immediately. Was this divine intervention? A lifeline from above? However, Momo suddenly muttered to herself, her expression turning slightly gloomy. Though when it comes to the physical side of the exam, I may not be as much help. Huh. I took note of that, storing the thought away in my mind. Before I could say anything, Mina and Kaminari practically threw themselves at her. Why El Momo? They cried in unison. Our savior, thank you. Momo blinked in surprise before letting out a small chuckle at their dramatic gratitude. You two are giving me too much credit, she said, smiling softly, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Just then, Jairu stepped forward, hands in her pockets. Look, I'm not them or sea shanty broccoli over here dash. Hey, I interjected with a deadpan look. She smirked and continued, but I always get tripped up when applying quadratic functions. Mind if I join too? Momo tilted her head. Huh. Before she could process that, another voice chimed in. Yo, Yayarozu. Siro called out from across the room. Sorry to ask, but mind if I join in too? I just don't get classical lectures at all. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Momo looked stunned as yet another person joined the growing study group. Then Ojiro stepped up as well, his expression slightly nervous. Me too, if you don't mind, of course. Silence filled the room as all eyes turned to Momo, waiting for her response. Then, in a sudden burst of enthusiasm, she shot to her feet. Absolutely. You are all invited to study at my house. A collective cheer erupted. Yay! Let's go! Kaminari grabbed Mina by the shoulders, shaking her excitedly. We might actually have a chance, sister. What kind of tea do you all prefer? Momo asked, practically bouncing in place with excitement. Ojiro and Siro exchanged bewildered glances. Tea. They both said at the same time. Momo, completely unfazed, continued with a graceful smile. In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood tea, she said matter-of-factly. So if you have any preferences, do let me know. She clasped her hands together. Of course, you can also trust me to help you study. I will show you just how much I can help. Kaminari, staring blankly, let out a defeated sigh. It's like she just casually highlighted the massive gap in how we were born. Jairu smirked. But her enthusiasm is so charming that I honestly don't care. I nodded in agreement. Seconded, I murmured to Jairu. Kaminari clears his throat and turns to Momo. What was that tea again? Harry's. Momo giggled, shaking her head. Harrods, Kaminari. Kirishima chuckled, nudging Bakugo with his elbow as they watched the chaos unfold. Bakugo scowled, already looking annoyed before Kirishima even finished his sentence. I'm as virtuous as they come, you dumbass, he snapped, glaring daggers at him. How about I tutor you until you're nothing but a puddle, huh? Instead of being intimidated, Kirishima grinned wide, eyes practically sparkling. Oh ho ho, that sounds manly. I'll gladly take you up on that. Bakugo scowled. What the heck is wrong with you? Aoyama sat elegantly at his desk, watching the growing chaos unfold around him with an amused expression. He took a moment to adjust his cape before letting out a small, dramatic sigh. Mon Dieu, everyone's panicking now, as if last-minute cramming will suddenly grant them wisdom, he mused, shaking his head. Across from him, Shoji crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shouldn't you try cramming at least a little? He asked, tilting his head. Aoyama gasped, placing a hand over his heart as if personally offended. I don't know what you're talking about, he said smoothly, offering Shoji a dazzling smile. A shining intellect such as mine does not require such desperate measures. Shoji stared at him. You do realize you're ranked 18th, right? Aoyama waved a dismissive hand. Ah, but grades are merely numbers, mon ami. True brilliance cannot be measured by such mundane means. Through all the chaos and excitement, I finally managed to get a word in. Hey, Momo. She turned to me, still riding the energy of the moment. Ah, yes, Midoriya? I sighed, leaning back in my chair, disappointment written all over my face. As much as I'd love to join in, I can't. Momo blinked in confusion. Why not? I exhaled through my nose before giving her a deadpan look. House arrest. Silence. Momo's eyes widened slightly. Oh. From across the room, Kaminari and Mina simultaneously gasped. Brother, no. Oh right. I forgot about that detail, Momo murmured, her expression softening. I guess we've just gotten used to having you around. She smiled, though there was something bittersweet about it. Yeah, no kidding, Kirishima added with a chuckle. Sometimes I forget you're the guy who fought All Might. I smirked. Glad to know I'm that forgettable. Nah, it's not like that, Greenie, Jiro cut in, leaning back in her chair. You just fit in. She shot me a smirk. Feels like you've been here since day one. I blinked. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Because I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. Lunch rush eatery. I muttered, staring at my untouched tray of food. Across from me, Uraraka tilted her head, leaning in slightly. Thinking about something? I blinked and looked up. Just the practical exam, I said, which was only half true. My mind was juggling a lot more than just that. She chuckled. Still stressed out about it? I exhaled, rubbing the back of my neck. Look, I'm just a bit uneducated for this exam. Or, well, anything on Earth, really. 10 years away kinda does that to you. Yeah, I know. Space stuff, she said with a smirk, waving a hand. I nodded. The practical test I can probably deal with. That's my kind of style. I sighed, slumping slightly. But the written exams? All the normal subjects? Yeah, that's probably what's gonna be tough. Uraraka winced in sympathy. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I muttered, staring at my tray again. It'll be fine. I mean, I have a plan. Not a plan I like. Not a plan I know will work. But a plan nonetheless. Anyway, Uraraka said, shaking off the tension, what do you guys think the practical exam will be? I'm not sure, Iida said, adjusting his glasses. Something that isn't too extreme, I'd imagine. Aizawa-sensei did mention that it would basically be a summary of everything we've learned this semester, Hagakure added, suddenly popping into the conversation. Yeah, but that's all he told us, Sue chimed in, resting her chin on her hand. No details beyond that. Ribbit. Uraraka tapped her fingers against the table. Everything we've done so far. So, basic training, combat training, and rescue training. I nodded. In addition to studying, we'll have to keep in good physical condition. Before I could finish my sentence, my instincts screamed at me. I twisted around just in time, my hand snapping up to block an incoming elbow aimed straight for my head. The impact sent a dull vibration up my arm, but I barely flinched. Oi, I growled, glaring at Monoma. The blonde stood there, arm still pressed against my palm, grinning like he hadn't just tried to hit me. Oh my, so sorry, he said, voice dripping with mock politeness. Your head is just so big, I almost couldn't miss it. I scoffed, pushing his arm away. That it, huh? Absolutely, Monoma said, not missing a beat. I narrowed my eyes, a smirk creeping onto my lips. Big words for someone who lost to me in a 20 versus 1 fight. His eye twitched. The tension in the air spiked for a split second, then Monoma flipped his hair dramatically, recomposing himself. Had I copied the right quirk at the time, things would have gone differently, he said, voice oozing exaggerated sophistication. Kaibara, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. You wouldn't have known how to use it. Monoma flinched. Irrelevant. I shook my head, amused. Class 1B really was something else. Now, where was I? Thwack. Before Monoma could finish his sentence, a sharp karate chop landed square on the top of his neck. His eyes rolled back for a second, and with a quiet thud, he collapsed onto the floor, completely knocked out. The entire table went silent. I blinked. Then, without even needing to look, I sighed. Oh. Hi, Kendo. Sup, Midoriya? She greeted casually, cracking her knuckles as if she hadn't just sent her classmate into an unscheduled nap. I glanced down at Monoma's twitching form. Sure he's okay? Kendo waved a dismissive hand. He'll be fine. This happens a lot. That's concerning. You get used to it. Kendo sighed, rubbing her temples. Sorry, class. This guy's heart is just kinda, you know. I raised an eyebrow, smirking. No, finish that sentence. I'd love to hear it. She rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed, before suddenly flicking me on the nose. I flinched slightly, more out of surprise than anything. Kendo smirked. You and Monoma? You're pretty similar. I blinked. Excuse me? Just without the class rivalry, she added smoothly, crossing her arms. I opened my mouth to argue then hesitated. Hagakure gasped. Wait, oh my god. Siro leaned forward, pointing at me dramatically. Holy see, she's right. Jiro, barely hiding her amusement, nodded. You do both talk a lot. I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose. I hate that you guys are agreeing with her. Kendo grinned triumphantly. See? Told you. Meanwhile, Monoma, still flat on the floor, mumbled weakly. Kendo rolled her eyes at Monoma's unconscious form before turning back to us. Anyway, I heard you guys talking about how you don't know what's going to be on the practical exam for finals, right? That got everyone's attention. We all turned to her, eyes wide with curiosity. Even Kaminari, who had been lazily slumped over the table, suddenly sat up straight. You know what it is? Mina asked, leaning in. Kendo nodded. Looks like it'll be combat against robots, like in the entrance exam. A brief silence followed. Huh. I blinked. Robots? You guys had to fight robots in the entrance exam. Yup, Kirishima confirmed, cracking his knuckles. We had to take down a bunch of them to rack up points. The stronger they were, the more points we got. I let out a long sigh, shaking my head. What did I miss? Uraraka chuckled awkwardly. Oh, a lot. Every time I learn something new about you, it makes less sense. I groaned, rubbing my temples. Robots? Seriously? Kendo chuckled. Welcome to the top hero school in Japan, where logic is optional and stress is guaranteed. I sighed, leaning back slightly. How'd you even find out about this? An upperclassman friend told me, she said with a shrug. Ah. I exhaled, leaning back on the table. Gotcha. Across the table, Kaminari and Mina let out identical sighs of relief, their shoulders visibly relaxing. Oh, thank goodness, Kaminari groaned dramatically, slumping in his seat. I was already mentally preparing my funeral. I even started drafting a will in my head. Mina snickered, crossing her arms behind her head. Same. I was fully prepared to go out in a blaze of silliness. But robots? Kaminari suddenly perked up, his usual confidence returning. Oh, that's a different story. No need to hold back. Exactly. Mina clapped her hands together, eyes gleaming with excitement. No worrying about friendly fire, no holding back on the big moves, we just go all out. Kaminari smirked, moving a finger into the air. That means no adjusting my voltage for actual people, and no adjusting my acids. Mina shot back, mimicking his stance with equal enthusiasm. They turned to each other at the same time, grinning ear to ear, then shouted in unison, "We're saved." Izuku and Jiro exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into amused smirks as they watched Kaminari and Mina celebrate. Sister. Brother. Their synchronized enthusiasm was almost comical, fists pumping in the air. Grins stretching ear to ear, practically bouncing in their seats. Izuku shook his head, chuckling under his breath. Weirdos. Jiro nodded in agreement, her smirk widening. Weirdos, she echoed. Before they could tease them any further, a loud, irritated voice suddenly cut through the moment. Are you an idiot, Kendo? Everyone turned toward the source, only to see Nito Monoma jolting upright, his eyes burning with frustration as he pointed an accusatory finger at his class representative. Izuku tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Oh, someone's back from their slumber. Monoma whipped his head toward him, scowling. Quiet. He turned his focus back to Kendo, his anger undeterred. We had an information advantage. This was our chance to get ahead of Class A. Kendo let out a long-suffering sigh, rubbing the bridge of her nose. They're not detestable, she said firmly before narrowing her eyes at him. And you should still be asleep. Monoma's bravado faltered for a second. Wait. What? With a swift and practiced motion, Kendo delivered another sharp karate chop to Monoma's neck, cutting his protest short. His eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the floor. Silence. Everyone stared at the unconscious Monoma, then at Kendo, who simply dusted off her hands with a small, satisfied nod. Izuku let out an impressed whistle. You really are the big sister of Class B, huh? Kendo sighed, placing a hand on her hip. Trust me, I wish I wasn't sometimes. Jiro chuckled. Could have fooled me. Kendo just shook her head, muttering under her breath as she grabbed Monoma's collar and started dragging him away. The plan. I stood inside Nisa's office, facing the deceptively tiny principal of UA High. The room, lined with bookshelves and a massive desk, had an almost scholarly atmosphere, filled with an air of quiet authority. But right now, that atmosphere felt suffocating. Nizu, seated behind his desk, clasped his paws together, his small, beady eyes locked onto me with the kind of piercing intelligence that always made me feel like I was under a microscope. He took a slow sip of his tea before setting the cup down with an almost deliberate clink. So, he finally spoke, his voice polite, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of amusement. You're telling me that you, after violating your house arrest a mere few days ago, now wish to go out again? Chapter end. You have everything set, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, his gaze heavy with the expectation that something would go wrong. Midoriya let out a small groan. Yes, I have everything. Aizawa remained unmoved. Show me your ankle. Midoriya rolled his eyes but lifted his foot, revealing the small tracker securely fastened around his ankle. See? Still here, still working. You gonna pat me down next? Aizawa ignored the sarcasm, giving a short nod. Good. Keep it on. Midoriya crossed his arms. So, are you gonna walk me to Momo's place like I'm a lost puppy, or dash? Aizawa cut him off with a deadpan look. I'm not your babysitter, but I am making sure you get there without incident. Midoriya raised a brow. You don't trust me? Aizawa sighed. No, I don't trust whatever nonsense gravitates toward you. Midoriya smirked. Fair. Behave yourself, Aizawa said, rubbing his temples. And don't turn the study session into a Midoriya special. No fights, no disasters, no sudden space travel, no declaring war on anyone. Midoriya gasped dramatically. You think so little of me. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Go. Now. Chuckling, Midoriya headed out. The Yayorozu estate. The mansion was massive. It wasn't just a house, it was a statement. The gates alone were taller than most buildings, and the sprawling estate behind them looked straight out of a billionaire's daydream. Kaminari let out a low whistle, spinning in place as he took it all in. Man. I knew she was rich, but I didn't think she was this rich. Midoriya stared up at the estate, a little dazed. Living in a spaceship for most of my life. I think I just got financial whiplash. Mina nudged him. Speaking of, how does that even work? Midoriya blinked. How does what work? Mina gestured vaguely. A pirate ship being a spaceship. Midoriya shrugged. You're expecting logic from me? Mina thought about it for half a second before nodding. Fair enough. Before anyone could continue, the mansion's enormous doors swung open, and Momo stepped out with an eager smile. Everyone, I've been waiting for you. Please come in. Her enthusiasm was almost infectious. Almost. Ojiro hesitated just inside the doorway, his tail twitching. That I feel so out of place. It's making me nervous. Shiro gave a half-hearted laugh. Yeah, this place is too nice. Like, I feel like I need a tax bracket upgrade just to breathe in here. Kaminari leaned in, whispering, what if we break something? Midoriya snorted. If they do, this is where they keep them. Momo tilted her head. What are you all whispering about? Nothing. Kaminari and Shiro chimed in unison. Inside, the mansion was somehow even more extravagant. Crystal chandeliers, towering bookshelves, walls that probably cost more than an entire UA dorm building. Momo practically bounced with excitement. I hope you all came prepared to study. I've set up everything we need in the library. Midoriya and Jiro exchanged a glance. She's so cute when she bounces, Jiro murmured. Midoriya stifled a grin. Right? Like a really fancy bunny. Momo blinked at them. What is it? Midoriya cleared his throat. Nothing, nothing. Jiro smirked, but before Momo could press further, Kaminari clapped his hands together. So, where's the snack table? The only way I'm surviving this is with food. Momo beamed. I anticipated that. There's tea, fresh pastries, and a variety of snacks already set up in the study room. Shiro whispered to Ojiro, Dude, we're in heaven. Ojiro nodded solemnly. A very intimidating heaven. Momo gestured for them to follow. Come on. We have a lot to cover. Midoriya exhaled, mentally preparing himself. A study session should be simple. But with this group? Not likely. The study room inside the Yaoyorozu estate looked more like a miniature library. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves, the massive table in the center already stacked with textbooks, notebooks, and neatly organized stationery. There was even a whiteboard set up at the front of the room. Momo, ever the prepared hostess, had also arranged an entire spread of snacks, fresh pastries, an assortment of teas, fruit platters, and even energy drinks for those who would inevitably crash. Kaminari sighed dramatically as he flopped onto a chair. This is it, guys. The battle of our lives. We fight with knowledge, Ojiro said solemnly, flipping open a textbook. Shiro nodded. And snacks. Midoriya sat down, glancing at the books in front of him. He wasn't intimidated, he'd spent years surviving in space, learning should be easy. But the sheer structure of it all was still a bit foreign. He could learn, sure, but formal studying? That was new territory. Momo clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Alright, everyone. We'll start with math, since it's a subject many of us need improvement in. Great, Jiro muttered, slumping in her seat. Just start with the hardest one. Momo smiled sympathetically. Don't worry. I've prepared some practice problems to help you all understand the formulas. Midoriya leaned over to Jiro. She's so cute when she's in teacher mode. Jiro smirked. Right? Like a nerdy bunny. Momo, overhearing, blinked in confusion. What was that? Midoriya and Jiro straightened up immediately. Nothing. Mina Ishido stretched her arms. Okay, but real talk, how much math do we actually need? Like, is calculus ever gonna save my life? Midoriya hummed, thinking. If you're calculating escape velocity for space travel, then yeah. Kaminari raised a hand. Okay, but we don't do that. At all. Yet. Midoriya smiled cryptically. Mina narrowed her eyes. See, that's what I mean. Every time you say something like that, I feel like I'm gonna wake up in space one day. Momo cleared her throat. Let's try to stay focused, everyone. She wrote a problem on the whiteboard. Let's start with something simple, solve for x. Kaminari stared at the equation like it personally offended him. I don't want to solve for x. I think x should figure itself out. Shiro snorted. Dude, same. Ojiro, already writing, shook his head. You guys are hopeless. Midoriya, meanwhile, was scribbling in his notebook at an alarming speed. Momo leaned over to check. Oh, Midoriya, you're using a completely different approach. That's impressive. Midoriya looked up, blinking. Oh, I just brute forced it. Jiro raised an eyebrow. You what? I just ran through every possible value for x in my head until one worked. The room fell silent. Momo's eye twitched. That is not an efficient method. Midoriya shrugged. Worked though. Kaminari threw his hands up. Why is he like this? Mina sighed. See? This is why logic doesn't apply to him. Momo rubbed her temples. Let's try to actually learn the proper method. Jiro smirked. Midoriya, I think you broke her. Midoriya chuckled. It happens. Momo straightened up, regaining her composure. Alright, let's go over the correct way to solve it. And so, the study session continued, half serious, half chaos, but at the very least, everyone was learning. For better or worse. Momo, ever the patient teacher, went through the proper steps for solving the equation, neatly explaining each one on the whiteboard. So, if we isolate x by moving this term to the other side, we get, Midoriya suddenly sat up. Oh, that makes way more sense than brute forcing it. Jiro smirked. Wow. Learning? Midoriya shot her a look. Hey, I do learn. But in weird ways. Kaminari propped his chin on his hand. Men must be nice. My brain just short-circuits when I look at numbers. Mina nodded in solidarity. Yeah, I think my brain rejected math a long time ago. I physically cannot absorb it. Ciro leaned back in his chair. What's the brain version of lactose intolerance? 'Cause I think that's what you two have. Math-tose intolerance, Ojiro said without looking up from his notes. Kaminari snapped his fingers. That's me. Momo sighed but smiled. I promise, it's not as bad as you think. Let's try another one. She wrote a new equation on the board, this one a bit more complex. Midoriya leaned forward, studying it closely. His mind started breaking it down in different ways. Normal methods, weird shortcuts, and even some strategies he'd picked up from analyzing mechanical systems on his ship. Jiro nudged him. You thinking of another unhinged way to solve this? Midoriya grinned. Maybe. Before he could test his theory, Momo turned to the group. Alright, who wants to try this one? A brief silence. I got this. Everyone turned in mild horror as Kaminari stood up confidently. Momo blinked. Oh, alright, Kaminari, go ahead. Kaminari strode to the board, grabbed the marker, and immediately began writing. The room watched in quiet anticipation as he worked, the marker squeaking aggressively against the board. Then he stepped back. The equation was now somehow worse. Mina tilted her head. Kaminari? Kaminari nodded, looking proud. Yeah. She pointed at the board. That's not math anymore. That's a crime scene. Ojiro squinted. Why is there a smiley face in the middle of the equation? Kaminari turned back to the board, horrified. Wait, how did that get there? Ciro leaned forward. Did you seriously just vibe your way through the problem? Kaminari groaned, rubbing his temples. I swear it made sense in my head. Momo pinched the bridge of her nose. Let's go over this again. She quickly erased the mess and rewrote the equation. How about we all work on it together this time? Ojiro, ever the responsible one, took charge. Okay, so first we distribute. Midoriya cut in. Or we could factor it first and cut out a step. Ojiro's eyes lit up. That's actually very efficient, Midoriya. Great thinking. Midoriya beamed. See, I can do math. Jiro smirked. Yeah, when you don't brute force it like a caveman. Midoriya shrugged. Whatever works. Kaminari, meanwhile, had his head down on the table. I hate this. I hate math. I hate numbers. Mina patted his back. Don't worry, buddy. If we fail together. Ciro chuckled. That's not comforting. Momo clasped her hands together. Alright, let's move on to physics next. A collective groan filled the room. Momo, completely unfazed, smiled brightly. Come on everyone. Learning is fun. Midoriya and Jiro exchanged a look. She's so cute when she's enthusiastic, Jiro muttered. Midoriya nodded. Yeah, but it's terrifying. And so, the study session continued, equal parts learning, chaos, and whatever it was that Kaminari was doing. Momo turned to a fresh page on the whiteboard and wrote physics review in neat, elegant handwriting. Now, physics is all about understanding forces, motion, and energy. Let's start with a simple kinematics problem. Kaminari groaned dramatically. Momo, none of that sounded simple. Momo gave him a patient smile. It will be once we break it down. She turned back to the board and wrote an equation, dvt plus 1/2 at superscript 2. Ciro leaned forward, reading it. Okay, I know I've seen this before, but my brain is rejecting it. Ojiro scratched the back of his head. This is the one with, like, acceleration and stuff, right? Midoriya, now focused, was already scribbling in his notebook, breaking down the problem in different ways. Jiro glanced over his shoulder. Are you solving it already? Midoriya nodded absent-mindedly. It's basically just predicting movement. Like aiming a cannon shot in space. Factor in gravity, velocity, and timing, and you can hit a target even if it's moving. Momo clapped her hands. Exactly. That's a great way to think about it, Midoriya. Midoriya perked up at the praise. Really? Momo nodded. Physics is all about applying these formulas to real-world scenarios. And in your case, space travel definitely counts as real-world experience. Jiro smirked. You just got complimented for space piracy. Congrats. Midoriya grinned. Best day ever. Kaminari, meanwhile, squinted at the equation. Okay, but why do we even need this? Like, when am I gonna be calculating velocity in a fight? Midoriya tilted his head. Literally every time you throw an attack. Kaminari paused. Wait, what? Momo took over. He's right. Even simple things like the arc of a thrown object or how long it takes for your electricity to hit a target follow these formulas. Kaminari looked genuinely shaken. Are you telling me science has been controlling my moves this whole time? Mina gasped dramatically. Kaminari, you're just now realizing that physics exists? Kaminari pointed at the board. I thought this was all just, like, suggestions from the universe. Siro burst out laughing. Bro, you thought gravity was optional? Kaminari threw up his hands. I don't know, man. I just assumed stuff happened. Ojiro shook his head. This explains so much. Momo sighed, but she still smiled as she turned back to the board. Alright, let's work through an example together. Say Kaminari launches an attack at an opponent 20 meters away. Midoriya immediately raised a hand. What angle? Is there air resistance? Does his electricity arc? Are we on Earth or in space? Momo blinked. Let's start simple. Jiro snickered. He really can't turn it off, huh? Mina grinned. Nah, he's full mad scientist mode now. Momo, ever composed, continued. If his attack takes 0.5 seconds to reach the target, what was the initial velocity of the discharge? Siro scratched his head. So we just plug the numbers in? Momo nodded. Who wants to try? Midoriya was already writing. Oh, that's easy. The answer is... Kaminari grabbed his wrist. Wait, let me try first. Midoriya blinked. Oh, yeah, go for it. Kaminari took a deep breath and slowly started working through the equation on paper. Everyone watched in quiet suspense as he, miraculously, did not ruin it this time. After a tense moment, he put his pencil down. 40 meters per second. Momo beamed. That's correct, Kaminari. Kaminari stood up. I did math. And it worked. Mina jumped up and high-fived him. Look at you using science. Siro whistled. Honestly, I'm impressed. Ojiro nodded. This might be a historical moment. Jiro smirked. So how's it feel to be controlled by physics? Day 1. The atmosphere inside Class 1A's exam room was grim. Desks were arranged neatly in rows, stacks of test papers waiting at the front, and Aizawa stood at the head of the class with his usual dead-eyed expression. The clock ticked down the seconds with an almost mocking rhythm, each tick a reminder that they were about to face a challenge. Momo, seated at the front, adjusted her pen with a calm, confident expression. Midoriya, in the middle, tapped his fingers anxiously against his desk. Kaminari looked like he was already going through the 5 stages of grief. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. You have 3 hours. Do not talk. Do not cheat. Do not pass out on your desks. He slid the first stack of papers onto the desks of the front row. If I catch anyone using their quirk, I will personally make sure you regret it. As the tests were passed back, students braced themselves. Then finally, begin. Midoriya flipped his test over, expecting the usual equations. Quadratics, algebra, maybe some probability. Instead, his brain stopped functioning. Q1. If All Might is running at 85 meters per second while carrying 5 hostages, and Endeavor is running at 102 meters per second in pursuit of a villain with a hostage-to-speed ratio of 3:2, at what point does rational thought abandon you? Midoriya blinked. What? He read it again. Then he read it a third time. This wasn't a math question. This was a philosophical crisis in disguise. Around him, he could already hear the quiet thump of Kaminari's forehead hitting his desk. Mina let out a choked whisper. What does hostage-to-speed ratio even mean? Siro, 2 seats away, was staring at the paper like it had personally insulted him. Bro, I think this test is a villain. Ojiro squinted. Wait, is Endeavor gaining on the villain or? Meanwhile, Todoroki, completely unfazed, had already started writing. Bakugo scowled at the paper, muttering, trick question. You just confront the villain and skip the math. Momo, on the other hand, was thriving. She had already filled half a page with a structured response, looking way too happy about the sheer insanity of the test. Jiro stared at her, horrified. Momo, what is wrong with you? Momo blinked. What? It's simple physics. Simple? Kaminari wheezed. Midoriya gritted his teeth. He refused to be beaten by a piece of paper. He would solve this, even if it meant losing his sanity in the process. Q3. A villain is charging at you at 30 meters per second. You have 5 seconds to react. Using calculus, determine how long it takes for you to accept your fate. Midoriya ran the numbers and came to the conclusion that the answer was 2 seconds. Q5. Solve for x if the equation is 3, x superscript 2, 4, quirk factor? Midoriya groaned. I hate it here. A few seats down, Tokoyami had already set his pencil down and was quietly contemplating his own mortality. Sato, the class best bet at brute-forcing answers through sheer sugar-fueled intellect, was chewing on a cookie furiously. Mineta, meanwhile, had just written, sacrifice Aoyama and run, as his answer to Q3. Aoyama read over his shoulder, gasped dramatically and muttered, how dare you? The second part of the test was worse. The moment Midoriya flipped the page, his heart sank. Q8. If a villain drops you from a 40-story building and you have no quirk, list 3 ways to survive. Show your work. Midoriya immediately started calculating air resistance, potential grappling hook trajectories, and the exact angle to bounce off a building to minimize damage. Zero, meanwhile, just wrote, Step 1. Hope for the best. Q11. Morality question, you are fighting a villain in a hostage situation. Do you A. Prioritize hostages, B. Prioritize the villain, C. Consider existentialism and let the universe decide, D. Ask, what would Aizawa do? Kirishima frowned. Wait, isn't the answer just Bakugo scoffed. Obviously, B. Confront the villain before they do anything. Meanwhile, Aoyama had circled C and added a note, C'est la vie. Momo had written a full essay for D. Q15. If you're in a 5-on-1 battle and your teammates are struggling, calculate the probability of your survival. Midoriya smirked. 100%. Mineta, however, was muttering to himself. Okay, let's assume I'm the struggling teammate dash, Jiro sighed. That's not an assumption. That's a fact. By the final stretch of the exam, Class 1A was in shambles. Kaminari had his head down, unmoving. Mina was poking him. Dude, wake up. You're still in the exam. No, Kaminari whispered. I live here now. Ojiro had given up writing and was staring at his paper with dead eyes. I am not built for this. Shoji, the most reasonable person in class, muttered, I thought hero school would be more normal. Meanwhile, Iida, despite struggling, was still following proper exam etiquette. He kept whispering, remain calm, like a mantra. Zero was just drawing stick figures at this point. And Midoriya? Midoriya was still fighting. His test was covered in equations, battle scenarios, and detailed survival plans. He was taking this far too seriously, eyes burning with determination. Jiro glanced at his paper, then at his borderline manic expression. Dude, it's just a test. Midoriya didn't even look up. No, it's war. Jiro leaned back. He's too far gone. Momo, meanwhile, finished her test early and looked around at her suffering classmates with mild concern. Are you all right? The entire class turned to her, eyes hollow, souls drained. Kirishima just whispered, you thrive in this madness. Momo, confused, tilted her head. It was fun. Fun. Kaminari wailed. Before anyone could protest further, Aizawa's voice cut through the room. Time's up. Put your pencils down. A collective groan echoed through Class 1A. As the students slumped in their seats, defeated, Midoriya leaned back, exhaling. His body was exhausted. His soul crushed. But he had survived. Barely. And there were still 2 more days to go. The second day of written exams dawned upon Class 1A like an unstoppable force of nature, cold, merciless, and entirely too early. Barely surviving mathematics and foundational hero studies, the students trudged back into the exam room, their spirits fractured, their wills questionable. Aizawa sat at the front, looking equally as exhausted despite having done nothing but watch them struggle the day before. Sit down. No talking. No crying. No throwing yourselves out the window. Kaminari groaned. You say that like someone actually would. Aizawa's gaze slowly shifted to Midoriya. Midoriya, who absolutely looked like he had considered it, simply gave an innocent smile. Aizawa sighed. Begin. Midoriya flipped his exam paper over and immediately frowned. Q1. A villain with a speed-enhancing quirk is running in a straight line at 75 meters per second. You fire a grappling hook at a 43 degrees angle to intercept. Calculate the time it takes for you to regret this decision. Midoriya muttered, Why do these keep attacking me personally? Jiro, 2 seats away, whispered, Because you keep taking them personally. Uraraka, already gripping her pencil like a weapon, nodded seriously. I love physics, but why does it sound like the school wants us to fail? Zero, flipping through the questions, had a completely blank expression. Guys, Q6 just says, explain quantum mechanics. Mina slammed her forehead into the desk. I don't even know regular mechanics. Tokoyami, looking at Q9, muttered under his breath, "What manner of cursed knowledge is this?" Midoriya, meanwhile, was actually enjoying himself. He was thriving in physics. Calculating trajectories? Momentum? Escape vectors? This was his entire existence. His pencil moved so fast it was almost audible. Jiro leaned over. "You're actually having fun?" Midoriya didn't even glance up. "If we're calculating force, why stop at basic physics? What if we account for aerodynamics, friction, and propulsion? If I build a suit specifically designed to manipulate kinetic energy dash?" Jiro slowly leaned away. "Momo. He's doing it again." Momo looked up from her own test, glancing at Midoriya's completely derailed answer sheet. "Midoriya, I don't think you need to redesign an entire exosuit for one problem." Midoriya blinked. "But I could." Jiro sighed. "Aizawa, I think we lost him." Aizawa didn't even look up. He was never with us to begin with. The physics section had been manageable. Biology, however, was a crime against humanity. Q14, how many bones can a human break before they should reconsider their life choices? Midoriya, absent-mindedly, wrote. Jiro looked at him. "Dude, no." Midoriya blinked. "What? That's all of them?" "Well, yeah." Q18, what percentage of the human body can be replaced with cybernetics before one is legally considered a robot? Mina frowned. "Wait, can you become a robot?" Aoyama looked thoughtful. "Oh la la, where does humanity end?" Iida, furrowing his brow, muttered, "This feels ethically questionable." Midoriya, meanwhile, was really thinking about it. Because he had met cyborgs before. Did a 70-30 organic-to-metal ratio still count as human? At what point did consciousness separate from flesh? If someone uploaded their mind, Jiro kicked him under the desk. "Stop spiraling." Midoriya inhaled. Right. Staying normal. He was not staying normal. Chemistry should have been straightforward. Should have been. Q23, a villain is attacking. You have the following compounds: ethanol, sulfur, and potassium nitrate. How do you escape? Midoriya immediately began writing. His entire page became a battle plan. If he combined sulfur and potassium nitrate, he could create a low-grade smoke bomb. Ethanol as an accelerant. Diversion tactics. Chemical warfare. Momo, glancing at his paper, visibly paled. Midoriya. That is not the intended answer. Midoriya frowned. But it's efficient. Siro, reading over his shoulder, muttered, "Bro, I think you just accidentally committed a war crime." Midoriya sighed. "Fine, I'll rewrite it." He did not rewrite it. Aizawa, seeing him scribble more aggressively, made a mental note to never let him near a chemistry lab. The last section of the test was literature. It should have been safe. It was not. Q27. In a tragic hero narrative, at what point should the protagonist accept their inevitable downfall? Jiro smirked. "Right now." "That's when." Kaminari, now fully checked out, just wrote, "Never give up, never surrender." It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take what's ours. Q30. Analyze this excerpt from a pro-hero's memoir and explain its deeper meaning. The excerpt? Sometimes, you just gotta punch a guy really hard. Gang Orca Todoroki, frowning, actually wrote an entire analysis. The use of sometimes suggests moral deliberation. The phrase, really hard, implies, Bakugo, unimpressed, simply wrote, "Yeah." Midoriya, though? Midoriya went feral. He overanalyzed every word. He broke it down structurally, philosophically, the implications on hero ethics, the nuance of Gang Orca's doctrine. His entire paper became an obsessive dissertation. Jiro sighed, rubbing her temples. He's so far gone. We shouldn't have made him study. He has unlocked a part of himself that he never knew before. Being a nerd? Bakugo said out loud. Momo, scanning Midoriya's increasingly unhinged writing, whispered, "Should we stop him?" Aizawa at the front muttered, "He's already lost." Aizawa finally mercifully called, "Time's up." The room exhaled. Kaminari collapsed onto his desk. "I'm gonna sue." Mina, face down on her exam, mumbled, "Never again." Siro groaned. "We still have one more day." Ojiro whispered, "I don't think I'm making it." Iida, despite his exhaustion, still straightened his papers perfectly before handing them in. Midoriya, his hands still twitching from writing 14 pages too many, leaned back in his chair, muttering, "Gang Orca is a poet." Jiro put her head down. "I can't do this anymore." Momo smiled brightly. "I think that went well." Everyone turned to her. Mina, looking utterly defeated, croaked, "You are a menace." Momo blinked. "Oh dear." The class, exhausted and defeated, barely dragged themselves out of the room. Tomorrow was the final day. If they survived that long. Day 3. By day 3, The students of Class 1A were no longer the bright-eyed, ambitious heroes in training they once were. They were shells of their former selves. Kaminari was slumped over his desk before the test even started, his forehead resting against the cool surface like it was the only thing keeping him tethered to reality. Mina looked like she had aged 10 years. Ojiro just whispered, "We were not built for this." Midoriya? Midoriya was still fighting. Not just surviving, thriving. His hand twitched with anticipation as he waited for the final set of questions. Aizawa handed out the papers, his usual deadpan expression intact. 3 hours. No talking. No collapsing. Kirishima, his soul long departed from his body, muttered, "That last one wasn't a rule before." "New rule." "Got it." Aizawa sighed. "Begin." Midoriya flipped his paper over and immediately squinted. Q1, translate the following sentence into English. All Might once said, "A hero's job is to make sure everyone smiles." What is the deeper meaning behind this quote? Midoriya started writing. And he did not stop. Kirishima, sitting beside him, peeked over his shoulder and recoiled. "Bro, why are you writing an essay?" Midoriya didn't even glance up. "Because it deserves analysis." Kaminari, who could barely string together a coherent sentence in English, groaned. "Dude, I am so doomed." Momo, already halfway done, looked at him sympathetically. "Would you like a quick breakdown of sentence structures?" "No." "Are you sure?" "No, because I do want it, but there's no time, Momo, I'm struggling." Jiro sighed, flipping through the test. "Wait, Q5 just says, explain Shakespeare." Zero snorted. "Explain all of Shakespeare? Bro, I barely know one Shakespeare." Mina frowned. "Isn't he the guy who wrote that one romance thing?" Iida looked personally offended. "That one romance thing is Romeo and Juliet. Right? That's the one where the two don't communicate and face consequences, right?" Iida audibly gasped. Midoriya, meanwhile, was deep in the trenches of analyzing the literary significance of hero speeches, his page filling up with advanced linguistic breakdowns. Jiro kicked his chair. "Dude. Chill." Midoriya scribbled faster. Jiro sighed. "He's gone." By the time the second half of the test started, morale was at an all-time low. Q12. Analyze the artistic influence of modern heroes on pop culture. Kirishima frowned. "What does that even mean?" Zero shrugged. "I think it means, like, action figures in movies and stuff." Q18. With great power comes with great. Finish the sentence. Midoriya instantly wrote. With great power comes with great government regulations. Then he sat back, satisfied. Bakugo peeked at his answer and barked out a laugh. DMN right. Jiro snorted. "You really think that's what they want us to say?" Midoriya nodded. "It's the correct answer." Mina, who had been writing responsibility, before seeing Midoriya's answer, immediately erased it. Aoyama, flicking imaginary dust off his sleeve, hummed. I believe the correct answer is fashion sense." Iida pinched the bridge of his nose. Q22. If a hero's costume is considered art, where does practicality end and expression begin? Momo lit up. She immediately started filling her page with in-depth costume analysis, complete with diagrams. Meanwhile, Midoriya was frowning, very seriously contemplating the fine line between functionality and self-expression in hero design. Jiro, skimming the questions, muttered, Q27 is just, draw a hero costume you design for yourself. Zero grinned. Oh heck yeah. Mina immediately started sketching something ridiculous. Midoriya? Midoriya was making blueprints. Dude. Kaminari squinted. Why are you designing a full-body mech suit? Midoriya frowned. Because I can. Momo, glancing at his paper, nodded approvingly. Bakugo scoffed, glancing at his own drawing. Just his usual outfit but with bigger explosions. Overthinking it, nerd. Midoriya pointed at Bakugo's sketch. You didn't think enough. Bakugo scowled. Shut up. The moment the final test papers were collected, Class 1A collectively exhaled. Some slumped in their chairs, others stretched like they had just finished a battle, and Kaminari had yet to lift his face from the desk. Is he alive? Mina poked Kaminari's arm. Zero leaned down. I think he left his body behind. Aizawa, completely unfazed by the suffering in front of him, sighed. Don't get too comfortable. Get your hero costumes or, in Midoriya's case, your coat. It is very comfortable. Aizawa shrugs and continues. The practical test starts now. That got everyone's attention. Iida immediately straightened. Sensei, isn't there usually a break between the written and practical portions? Aizawa blinked at him. No. Iida looked betrayed. As they shuffled toward the training grounds, a heavy tension settled over the class. Jiro, always perceptive, narrowed her eyes. Is it just me, or are there way more teachers around than usual? The class instinctively glanced around. Sure enough, Several UA staff members were stationed at various points, standing just far enough away to look casual, but their watchful gazes said otherwise. I dunno guys. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck. This is kinda weird, right? They don't usually show up like this. They're here to watch me excel, of course, Midoriya said, grinning. Jiro, without missing a beat, punched him in the shoulder. Midoriya winced. Ow, what was that for? You know what that was for. I was kidding, seriously, of course you were, Bakugo grinned, shoving his hands into his pockets. Obviously, they're here to watch me excel. Jiro sighed, massaging her temples. I swear, the two of you. I expect that you all have gathered information ahead of time and have some idea of what you'll be doing, Aizawa interjected. Denki Kaminari immediately shot up, looking way too confident for someone who had been on the verge of a mental breakdown hours ago. We already know we're fighting robots like at the entrance exam, right? Mina Ashido grinned, practically vibrating with excitement. Fireworks. Curry. Test of courage. I just need to pass and I'm at camp. Before anyone could respond, a blur of white fur shot out from Aizawa's scarf. Too bad. The class recoiled as Principal Nizu dramatically landed on Aizawa's shoulder. Principal Eni? Midoriya groaned, rubbing his temple. Not this rat. Nizu beamed, completely ignoring him. For various reasons, the exam will be different this time. Momo Yaoyorozu, ever composed, blinked. Different. Nizu's smile widened. From now on, we want to focus on person-to-person combat and hero work. We'll be shifting to teaching methods that reflect real combat. Silence. Then Ochako Uraraka hesitated. Wait, you don't mean dash? Nizu clasped his paws together. We'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against one teacher. The collective realization hit Class 1A like a truck. What? Aizawa, unfazed by the rising panic, continued. The pairs, as well as the teachers you'll be fighting, have already been decided. Kirishima ran a hand down his face. This is gonna be rough. Aizawa ignored him and moved on. These matchups were determined at my discretion based on various factors. He glanced at Todoroki and Momo. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are one team. You two will be fighting me. Momo immediately straightened, nodding. Understood. Todoroki, still staring at Nizu, muttered that I should have known something was off when the teachers started gathering. Aizawa's gaze shifted. Next. Midoriya and Bakugo are a team. The tension in the air shifted. Midoriya, completely unbothered, shrugged. I don't mind. Bakugo grinned, cracking his knuckles. We both can handle it. Just don't get in my way, Deku. Midoriya smirked. As long as I get to do my part, I guess. Aizawa's expression didn't change. And your opponent? Before he could finish, a loud voice rang out in the distance. I am doing a superhero landing. Midoriya's face dropped. That voice. He turned slowly, dread creeping up his spine. Oh no. Bakugo's eyes lit up. Oh yes. The ground trembled as a muscular figure landed with a shockwave. All Might stood before them, grinning brightly. We'll do it. Midoriya's soul left his body. Oh no. Bakugo laughed. Oh yes. All Might gestured dramatically. You two must work together to defeat me. Midoriya panicked. Bakugo ecstatic. This was about to be intense. Flashback to conference room. The meeting room at UA was heavy with unspoken tension. Principal Nizu sat atop his usual perch, his small paws folded neatly in front of him, his ever-present grin in place. Around the table, the faculty members of UA listened as Snipe spoke. There's no doubt about it, Snipe said, adjusting his hat. Villain activity's been ramping up. Ain't just small-time crooks anymore, organized, tactical, dangerous. Midnight crossed her arms. And it's only going to get worse. Our students aren't ready for that. Cementos nodded. Which is why we're changing the final exams. Ectoplasm leaned forward. Robot battles won't cut it anymore. We've known that for a while. They were never practical, Aizawa muttered, looking as exhausted as ever. They were just a way to prevent complaints about injury risks. Snipe exhaled. If we're serious about training these kids, they need real combat experience. Which is why we'll be fighting them ourselves, Nizu announced cheerfully. The room went quiet. Present Mike blinked. You mean us? The teachers? Nizu's grin widened. Exactly. Cementos frowned. It still seems unfair. We're all experienced pros. If we win too easily, what's the point? That's why we'll hold back, Snipe said. The goal ain't to win. It's to push them past their limits. Nizu nodded. We don't want them broken. We want them stronger. And real fights create real heroes. There was a murmur of agreement. Aizawa leaned back, arms crossed. Let's move to matchups. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are first. Cementos rubbed his chin. Todoroki's powerful, but he still relies too much on brute force. And Yaoyoro's is talented, but she struggles with fast decisions under pressure. Midnight added. Aizawa closed his eyes for a moment. Then I'll take them on. I'll erase their quirks and force them to adapt. No one objected. It made sense. Then, what about Midoriya? The room fell into silence. Midoriya. The outlier. The enigma. The one who shouldn't be as strong as he was, but was. Aizawa sighed. He doesn't have a single obvious weakness. Snipe scoffed. Every student's got a weakness. Aizawa shook his head. Not him. He's trained in too many styles. At least one of his transformations can counter every person in this room. That made some of them pause. Nizu tilted his head. He has been a pirate for a decade. He's more than that, Aizawa muttered. He's a survivor. He fights to win, not to play by our rules. And that's a bad thing? Midnight asked. No, Aizawa admitted. It's just different. He's been fighting for 10 years while our students have been studying for tests. 13 hesitated. So, who do we put him against? Silence. Then, Aizawa opened his mouth. All Might. Heads turned toward him. Present Mike arched a brow. You're serious? Completely. Nizu tapped a paw against the table. Think about it. There's only one man Midoriya has ever lost to. A beat of silence. All Might. Cementos realized. Nizu nodded. That loss shaped him. And Midoriya and Bakugo are stronger together. Midnight smirked. You think they bring out the best in each other? Aizawa, interjecting again. They always have. Even when they don't realize it. Nizu, rubbing his paws together. Marvelous. Midoriya and Bakugo. Against All Might. Present Mike whistled. DMN. That's intense. Back in the present, monitoring room. The monitoring room was dim, its only illumination coming from the glow of massive screens displaying the chaos of the ongoing battle. The flickering light cast sharp shadows across the walls, highlighting the tension in the air. Midoriya leaned forward in his chair, elbows resting on his knees, his sharp green eyes locked onto the match unfolding before them. Beside him, Bakugo lounged in his seat, arms crossed, legs sprawled out like he had claimed the entire space as his own. So, Midoriya hummed, eyes never leaving the screen. What do you think the verdict will be on this one? Bakugo scoffed, barely sparing him a glance. What? You mean those two? Midoriya gestured toward the screen. Well, they are front and center right now. Both of them fell silent as the scene played out before them. Zero, completely immobilized, slumping to the ground in a deep sleep, courtesy of Midnight's quirk. That's not good, Midoriya observed, his voice calm but laced with sympathy. No kidding it isn't, Bakugo muttered, equally unbothered yet just as aware of the situation's inevitability. The flickering light from the screens cast shifting shadows across the walls as Midoriya and Bakugo continued watching the matches unfold. Well, what do you think? Midoriya asked, glancing sideways at Bakugo. Better than what happened to Kirishima and Sato? Bakugo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Don't even mention that first round, he muttered, arms tightening over his chest. They really thought pure strength could beat Cementos walls. Midoriya smirked slightly. I mean dumb move, Bakugo cut him off, shaking his head in disbelief. Seriously, they actually thought they could just muscle their way through Cementos. Midoriya let out a quiet chuckle. Well, considering their quirks, it makes sense they'd think that could work. He leaned back slightly, tilting his head toward the screen. But they forgot one crucial thing. Bakugo scoffed. That they have a limit? Midoriya's smirk widened. And Cementos doesn't. Bakugo exhaled sharply, shaking his head again. That doesn't give them an excuse not to strategize. True. Midoriya hummed in agreement, watching as another match began on the screens. A moment of silence settled between them, broken only by the distant sound of battle commentary. Midoriya glanced over again, this time more thoughtful. You know though, I don't think it was just a lack of strategy. Kirishima especially, he fights with his heart first. He wants to break through things. The idea of stopping, of changing tactics, it probably never even crossed his mind. Bakugo scoffed but didn't immediately snap back. He knew Midoriya had a point. Kirishima wasn't dumb, just stubborn. Bakugo muttered after a moment. Yeah, well, that kind of thinking is why he got buried under 10 tons of concrete. Midoriya chuckled. To be fair, at least he lasted longer than Sato. That sugar rush time limit really did him in. Bakugo snorted. Yeah. Guy ran out of energy and just collapsed. That was unfortunate. Midoriya smiled to himself, watching as another explosion flashed across the screen. Guess that's why we're here watching and not down there. Demon right, Bakugo muttered, shifting in his seat. Then, as if suddenly realizing what he said, he scowled. Not that I'd lose to Cementos walls anyway. Midoriya laughed under his breath. Of course not, Kaken. Midoriya shifted slightly in his chair, eyes still locked on the screen, though his mind was already on the next match in their discussion. Well, compared to Kirishima and Sato's match, Tokoyami and Tsu had a better balance. Bakugo let out a short huff, still lounging in his seat. At least they had a plan. Birdbrain used his shadow, Frogger used her tongue, they actually thought about what they were doing. Midoriya nodded, his fingers tapping idly against his knee. Ectoplasm's quirk wasn't exactly an easy one to counter either. That was a bad matchup for Tokoyami. No kidding it was, Bakugo muttered. Dumbass fights best when he's got space, and that one was all about getting swarmed. He and Frogger barely got out of there. Midoriya hummed in agreement. Still, they adapted. Once they got to higher ground, they were able to avoid most of the clones. And Azui's ability to keep them mobile was key. Yeah, Bakugo grumbled. Then they hit the end of the road, and what happens? Giant clone comes out of nowhere and nearly catches them. Midoriya smiled slightly. And then Tsu pulled off that trick she set up from the start. Swallowing the cuffs beforehand. That was quick thinking. Bakugo clicked his tongue but didn't argue. Fine. That was smart. Clever, even. But if Birdbrain had more control over his quirk, they wouldn't have needed some backup plan. Midoriya chuckled. Maybe. But it worked. They passed. Bakugo shrugged. Better than getting buried under concrete. Midoriya let the silence linger for a moment before shifting topics. Then there was Iida and Ojiro's match. Engine legs and tail boy, Bakugo muttered, finally sitting up a little. That one was actually fast. Midoriya nodded. Power loader gave them a hard time, though. Those pit traps slowed them down at first. Not enough, Bakugo scoffed. Four Eyes got smart. Spun tail boy and launched him over the whole mess. Midoriya chuckled. They definitely didn't waste time. The moment Ojiro landed, it was over. Power loader couldn't stop him from reaching the gate. Bakugo crossed his arms. At least they knew how to use their quirks right. Midoriya smirked. You just like that they didn't overcomplicate things. Demon right, Bakugo muttered. Another pause settled between them as the screens flickered, continuing to display Mineta and Siro's ongoing fight. Midoriya leaned forward again. Then there was Todoroki and Momo. Bakugo scoffed immediately. That one was painful to watch. Midoriya smiled wryly. Aizawa didn't make it easy on them. Wasn't supposed to be easy, Bakugo grumbled. Half and half thought he could just ice his way through, and Ponytail was too in her own head to do anything at first. Midoriya nodded. She doubted herself a lot in the beginning. Yeah, and look where that got them. Half and half caught off guard and her running around without a plan, Bakugo said, shaking his head. But, Midoriya interjected, she figured it out. Once Todoroki actually listened and let her take charge, she turned it around. Bakugo huffed, arms still crossed. Not bad for Ponytail, Bakugo remarked. Midoriya nodded, a small smile forming. Not bad at all. They sat in comfortable silence, watching Mineta and Siro's match. Their thoughts lingered on the last fight. I'm glad she won, Midoriya admitted, smiling genuinely. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Simp. Midoriya's smile faded as he glared at Bakugo. Don't even start with me. Bakugo grinned, enjoying himself. What? Both you and Earjacks were emotional over Ponytail passing. Midoriya groaned, rubbing his nose. Whatever. Bakugo smirked. Just say you're proud and move on, nerd. Midoriya sighed, chuckling. I'm proud. She deserved that win. Yeah. Bakugo waved him off, eyes back on the screen. Still a simp, though. Midoriya rested his chin on his hand. You think we should have strategized more for All Might? Bakugo clicked his tongue. What was there to strategize? He gestured lazily. Plan was simple, beat him. Midoriya chuckled. I guess mine wasn't much different. Punch him in the face. Bakugo smirked. Yeah, so you could finally land a clean one on him? Midoriya groaned, rubbing his temples. Don't remind me of my fight with him. Bakugo snickered. What? Ashamed of how bad you got beat? Midoriya sighed. It wasn't that bad. Bakugo gave him a deadpan stare. Midoriya looked away. Okay, maybe it was. Bakugo leaned back with a smug grin. Demon right it was. You looked like a ragdoll half the time. Midoriya rolled his eyes and leaned back, sighing. Anyways, then there was Uraraka and Aoyama. Bakugo snorted. That one was weird. Midoriya chuckled. It definitely didn't go how I expected. Laser Freak almost got them SEKD up right at the start. Again. Midoriya nodded. 13's black hole quirk was dangerous, and they had no way to counter it directly. Holding on wasn't a long-term strategy. Bakugo smirked. Would have been funny if they both got wiped out right there. Midoriya shook his head. Uraraka was smart, though. Used her combat skills to pin 13 once she saw an opening. Bakugo scoffed. Yeah, but only 'cause Laserdumps said something that made her freak out and let go of the railing. Midoriya hummed, tapping his fingers. She never did say what he told her. Bakugo shrugged. Either way they passed. Midoriya nodded. And after that, there was Kaminari and Mina. Bakugo laughed. Oh, that was a mess. Midoriya sighed. Yeah. Nisa didn't even let them get started properly. He played them like fools, Bakugo said, grinning. Little guy was swinging that crane around like it was a game. Midoriya nodded. Kaminari and Mina kept trying to run, but they didn't realize he was leading them into a trap. Not like they could have done anything about it, Bakugo pointed out. Even if they knew, what were they gonna do? Shock the steel? Midoriya exhaled. They never stood a chance. Nizu had every move planned out before they even made it. Bakugo stretched, cracking his neck. Still funny watching them run in circles before time ran out. Midoriya smiled. They learned a hard lesson about facing a smarter opponent. If they didn't already know that, they deserved to lose. They glanced at the screens again, still displaying Mineta and Siro's fight. Midoriya tapped his chin. Then there was Jiro and Koda. Bakugo groaned. That was painful. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Because of the match itself or the sound? Bakugo glared. You know the answer. Midoriya chuckled. Present Mike really didn't hold back. Obviously, Bakugo snapped. They were stuck in one spot getting their ears blown out the whole time. I felt that fight just watching it. Midoriya nodded. Jiro kept trying to fight sound with sound, but there was no way she could overpower his quirk directly. Yeah, and the other guy was afraid of bugs, Bakugo grumbled. You kidding me? What kind of person is scared of his own quirk? Midoriya hummed. But he overcame it. When he saw Jiro struggling, he pushed past his fear. Bakugo sighed, rubbing his head. Yeah, got his character moment and everything. Whatever. Midoriya smiled slightly. He managed to use the one thing Present Mike couldn't counter. Insects underground where sound doesn't travel well. Bakugo huffed. Still can't believe that was how they won. Bugs. Midoriya shrugged. It worked. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Doesn't make it less gross. Another pause. The visuals on the screens kept changing, but Mineta and Siro's match was still playing out. Midoriya leaned back slightly, smirking. If Earjack had lost, I definitely would have teased her about it. Bakugo scoffed. Teasy, Dimen right you would've. Midoriya chuckled. Though, I am glad she won. She and Koda had a tough matchup. Bakugo glanced at him. Midoriya blinked, then sat up straighter. I said, explosives are awesome. Bakugo's eyes lit up instantly. Hell yeah they are. Midoriya just nodded, trying to keep a straight face as Bakugo leaned forward, suddenly fired up. Nothing beats a good explosion. Bakugo continued, grinning. The heat, the force, the way it destroys everything in its path. Midoriya hummed, pretending to think. You know, sometimes I wonder if you like explosions more than winning. Bakugo shot him a glare. The hell kind of question is that? Winning with explosions is the best way to do it. Midoriya laughed. Yeah, I know. Bakugo leaned back again, still grinning. Midoriya adjusted his seat. Anyways, there was Shoji and Hagakure. Bakugo scoffed. That one was over in seconds. Midoriya nodded. Snipe didn't waste time. Used a smoke grenade and started firing. He had him pinned before they even thought about moving, Bakugo muttered. But Hagakure had the advantage there, Midoriya pointed out. She became invisible, so he had no way of seeing her. Bakugo snorted. Yeah, so she just waltzed up and cuffed him while Shoji played bait. It was simple, Midoriya admitted. But effective. Bakugo leaned back with a scoff. At least it wasn't another, barely scraped by, kinda win. Midoriya hummed in agreement. And finally, that just leaves Mineta and Siro. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly as he watched Mineta drag Siro toward the escape gate. The smaller student looked exhausted, but he kept moving, his face covered in tape to counter Midnight's quirk. Bakugo snorted. No way. Did that little guy actually pull it off? Midoriya leaned forward, studying the screen. Looks like it. He must have come up with a plan ahead of time. And it actually worked. Teach, Bakugo scoffed, crossing his arms. Didn't think he had it in him. Midoriya chuckled. To be fair, neither did I. He watched as Mineta struggled to haul Siro's unconscious body past the finish line. That's actually pretty impressive. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Still weird to see him actually thinking instead of being distracted. Midoriya smirked. Guess being a fan of Midnight finally paid off. Bakugo barked out a laugh. Of course it did. Bet that's the only reason he was actually motivated. They both watched as Mineta collapsed just past the escape gate, completely spent but victorious. Midoriya shook his head with a small grin. He won. Guess he really does belong at you. Bakugo scoffed again, but there was no real bite to it. Yeah, still a bit odd. Midoriya chuckled, shaking his head. Heh, can't argue with that. He exhaled and pushed himself up from his seat, stretching his arms over his head. Oh, looks like it's our turn. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he stood up beside him. Time to show what we've got. Midoriya smirked, adjusting his gloves. Or, be shown what they've got. Bakugo shot him a glare. Shut up, dude. That ain't happening. Midoriya shrugged, smiling. Guess we'll see. Bakugo rolled his shoulders, stepping toward the exit. Now we win. Plan's simple. Midoriya raised a brow. Oh, and what's the grand strategy? Bakugo smirked, eyes gleaming with excitement. Hit All Might really, really hard. Midoriya chuckled, following him. Well, that was my plan too. Bakugo barked out a laugh. Finally, something we actually agree on. Kaken, watch out. Midoriya shouted, already in his Gokai red transformation, his voice sharp with urgency. I know, nerd. Bakugo snapped back, already moving, eyes locked onto the descending figure above them. Detroit smash. All Might's booming voice echoed through the battlefield as he plummeted from above, his fist ped back, radiating raw power. The force of his impending strike sent shockwaves through the air. Oh no! Midoriya and Bakugo blurted out in unison. Reacting on instinct, Bakugo ignited a powerful explosion beneath his palms, flipping backward and launching himself away from the impact zone. His reflexes were razor-sharp, honed by countless battles. Midoriya, however, had another plan. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot to his belt, fingers wrapping around a familiar object. His secret ace. A key. With a swift motion, he held it high, his grip firm and resolute. Gokai change. Energy surged around him as he twisted the key into the morpher. A brilliant flash of blue enveloped his body, crackling with power. In an instant, the transformation completed. His stance widened, his body now clad in a sleek, high-speed combat suit designed for precision and velocity. Bun blue. The declaration rang out as Midoriya wasted no time, kicking off the ground with an explosive burst of speed. His movements became a blur, leaving behind streaks of blue energy as he tore across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding the shockwave from All Might's devastating punch. Bakugo snarled as he steadied himself midair, his teeth bared in both frustration and begrudging admiration. Tease show off. The moment All Might's fist connected with the ground, the entire battlefield quaked. A deafening shockwave erupted from the impact, sending cracks splintering through the earth like a spiderweb. Dust and debris exploded outward, engulfing everything in a thick cloud. Midoriya, now bun blue, barely had time to process the sheer force of it before the shockwave reached him. Even with his boom suit's reinforced defenses, he felt it, a gut-wrenching pressure threatening to knock him off balance. But he pushed forward, gritting his teeth, his speed cutting through the dust like a blade. Bakugo midair felt the blast vibrate through his bones. Sheet! He twisted his body, detonating another explosion to redirect himself before landing in a crouch, his boots skidding against the cracked pavement. As the dust settled, All Might slowly straightened, his silhouette towering amidst the destruction. His eyes flicked toward them, sharp and assessing. You boys sure are quick, he said, a proud yet formidable smile stretching across his face. But in a real battle, speed alone won't save you. Midoriya's grip tightened around his mobirates. His heart pounded, but he wasn't backing down. Then let's put that to the test, he declared, dropping into a ready stance. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, a wild grin spreading across his face. Finally, some real action. All Might chuckled, then clenched his fists. Very well. Show me what you've got. And with that, the battle resumed. So, the plan is still to punch his lights out, right? Midoriya asked, his tone casual but laced with adrenaline. Bakugo landed beside him with a sharp thud, his palms still sizzling from his last explosion. His crimson eyes gleamed with untamed energy. Of course. Can't beat him if we don't, he replied, rolling his shoulders like a boxer about to step into the ring. Midoriya smirked. Fair enough. He cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp in the tension-filled air. Let's make him an almighty mess. A flicker of something unreadable passed through All Might's eyes. Despite playing the role of a villain in this practical exam, a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. These kids, he thought, suppressing a chuckle. Even if I'm the villain right now, somehow, they're more terrifying than me. Without missing a beat, Midoriya reached for his belt. His fingers curled around another key, the cool metal pressing against his palm. He grinned. Gokai change. A flash of vibrant energy engulfed him as he twisted the key into the morpher. Electric pink light crackled around his form, surging like a lightning storm. His silhouette shifted, his uniform morphing into a new design. sleek, powerful, and brimming with energy. Denziman. The transformation completed in an instant. His boots dug into the ground, his body humming with newfound power. Densi Pink, he announced, his voice echoing with confidence. The moment Midoriya's transformation into Densi Pink completed, a surge of electricity crackled through his suit, amplifying his reflexes and sharpening his focus. His fingers clenched, feeling the raw energy pulsing through his Densi Punch gloves. Bakugo glanced at him, scoffing. You done powering up with Pinky, Deku? Midoriya smirked. You just keep blowing things up and I'll cover you. All Might rolled his shoulders, still standing firm despite the sheer force of his previous punch. Alright boys, show me what you've got. Bakugo wasted no time. With an explosive burst, he rocketed forward, zigzagging through the dust and debris left by All Might's attack. His speed and erratic movement made him a difficult target, forcing All Might to track him closely. At the same time, Midoriya activated the Densi scope in his helmet, his vision shifting as a glowing grid overlaid his sight. The Densi stone in his helmet processed All Might's movements, analyzing his muscle shifts, breathing patterns, and even micro-reactions. The All Might's about to counterdodge left. Midoriya called out. Bakugo reacted instantly, twisting midair and blasting himself to the left just as All Might's fist swung through where he had been milliseconds before. The hell dash! Bakugo barked, realizing Midoriya had read All Might's movements perfectly. Trust me! Midoriya shouted, closing the gap between them in a blink, the Densi jump propelling him forward in a single bound. Bakugo grinned. Fine, but don't slow me down. For the first time, they moved in sync. Bakugo unleashed a flurry of explosions, forcing All Might to keep his guard up, while Midoriya weaved in and out with blinding speed, landing precise strikes enhanced by his Densi punch. The electrically charged gloves sent shockwaves through the air with each impact, forcing All Might to take a step back. But then, good teamwork. All Might mused. But not enough. With a sudden burst of power, he stomped the ground, sending out a shockwave so strong that both Midoriya and Bakugo were blasted off balance. Sheet dash. Bakugo spun midair, trying to stabilize himself, but All Might was already there, grabbing him by the collar and flinging him toward Midoriya. Midoriya barely had time to react before Bakugo slammed into him, sending them both crashing into the rubble. All Might dusted off his hands. Not bad. You boys are starting to fight like real heroes. I'm a pirate, Midoriya said, deadpan on the ground. My mistake, All Might continued. But you're still not strong enough to take me down. Midoriya groaned, pushing himself up. Bakugo gritted his teeth, his palms sparking with frustration. But neither of them looked discouraged. Midoriya wiped his mouth, grinning. Then we'll just have to get stronger. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. And next time, we're putting you in the dirt. All Might chuckled, nodding. That's the spirit. The battle wasn't over. But today, victory still belonged to the symbol of peace. Gokai change. A burst of green light erupted around Midoriya as he twisted the key into his morpher. Jingaman. The energy surged, forming into the distinct armored silhouette of the Warrior of Wind. As the transformation completed, Midoriya stood tall, his suit now bearing the patterns of a Jingaman. Jinga Green, he announced, his voice steady with determination. Bakugo scoffed, crossing his arms. Already transforming? He asked, watching as Midoriya's boots lifted slightly off the ground. Yeah, Midoriya replied simply, a confident smirk forming beneath his helmet as he began to float upward. His movements were light, effortless, as if the wind itself carried him. Bakugo rolled his shoulders, sparks dancing between his fingertips. Well, at least this one fits your color, he muttered. Then he cracked his knuckles and spread his arms wide, palms igniting with explosive energy. Not that it'll matter when I blow him away first. Midoriya chuckled. Then let's do it. With a synchronized burst of movement, they launched into action. Midoriya and Bakugo closed the distance fast, one soaring like a storm through the air, the other rocketing forward with explosive bursts. All Might braced himself, grinning. Coming at me together this time? Now that's more like it. Midoriya struck first. He moved his palm forward, fluttering of storm. A concentrated blast of wind erupted from his hand, whipping toward All Might like a cannon shot. At the same time, Bakugo launched himself higher with a burst of explosions, flipping midair and twisting his body to fire off a barrage. The wind attack hit first, forcing All Might to slide back slightly as it rattled against him. The next instant, Bakugo's explosion detonated right where the wind struck, doubling the impact with a concussive shockwave. For a moment, the battlefield was nothing but fire, wind, and dust. But then, through the smoke, a towering silhouette emerged. All Might hadn't budged. Before either of them could react, he vanished. Too slow. The air split apart as All Might reappeared right between them. Smash! A shockwave erupted, catching them both in midair. The sheer force sent Bakugo tumbling back, flipping wildly before he managed to catch himself with an explosion. Midoriya wasn't as lucky. The air pressure slammed into him like a freight train, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Think. Star Beast Sword. Midoriya twisted mid-fall, flipping his Star Beast Sword into his grip. He felt the power of the earth coursing through it. Hurricane Gust. He swung the blade upward, slicing against the rushing wind, and in an instant, the gust wrapped around him like a cushion. Instead of crashing, he landed in a controlled slide, barely managing to stay on his feet. Bakugo, now hovering again, spat out a curse. Demenity's too fast. Midoriya exhaled sharply. Then we need to be faster. All Might cracked his knuckles. Not bad, boys. But you'll need to push yourselves even further. Midoriya and Bakugo locked eyes. They weren't done yet. Bakugo grit his teeth, his hands crackling with energy. This guy's still playing with us. Midoriya adjusted his stance, gripping his Star Beast Sword tighter. His breathing steadied. They needed to hit harder. Faster. Smarter. Then we don't give him time to breathe, Midoriya said, eyes locked onto All Might. Bakugo smirked. Now you're talking, nerd. They attacked at the same time. Bakugo blasted forward in a spiraling arc, zigzagging unpredictably to keep All Might guessing. Midoriya soared in from above, twisting midair before throwing out his hand, wind rambling. A sudden, chaotic gale filled the battlefield, carrying fragmented sounds in every direction. Footsteps. Voices. The crackling of sparks. The howling of wind. An auditory storm. All Might's eyes narrowed as the sounds disoriented his senses for just a moment, just long enough. Bakugo appeared from below. Stun grenade. A blinding explosion detonated point blank, flashing so intensely that even Midoriya had to squint behind his visor. But he wasn't done. Kiba Cutter. Through the blinding light, Midoriya dived from above, his Star Beast Sword glowing, and a new weapon, Kiba Cutter, appeared with condensed wind energy. Two swords gust. With both his Star Beast Sword and his Kiba Cutter, he executed a precise X-shaped slash, the force of wind slicing through the explosion's wake, a perfect storm of fire, light, and cutting gales. The attacks connected. A direct hit. For the first time, All Might staggered back. They had landed a real blow. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Midoriya and Bakugo both breathed, staring at the dust settling around their teacher. Then, All Might chuckled. It started low, before rising into a full-blown laugh. The dust finally cleared. He was still standing. A few scratches marked his suit. A faint red line traced along his arm where Midoriya's wind-infused blade had actually cut him. But his grin? Still just as unshaken. Now that's what I'm talking about. All Might roared, rolling his shoulders. You boys almost made me take a step back. Midoriya's stomach sank. Almost? Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH, seriously? This guy. Then All Might moved. Faster than before. In less than a second, he was behind them. Nice teamwork, he said, his voice right in their ears. One devastating punch to the air sent both of them flying like ragdolls, crashing through the battlefield before slamming into the ground. As the dust settled from All Might's devastating attack, Midoriya gritted his teeth and forced himself to move. His body screamed in protest, but he ignored it. They needed to regroup. Bakugo groaned, pushing himself up. Diamenit. That guy dash. Midoriya didn't give him time to argue. He grabbed Bakugo by the arm and, with a burst of wind, took off into the air. What the heck, Deku? Bakugo shouted, struggling against the sudden lift. Midoriya didn't answer. He shot toward the nearest alleyway, weaving through the buildings until he found a spot out of sight. With a heavy thud, he landed, setting Bakugo down before collapsing against the wall, chest rising and falling rapidly. Bakugo shook off his dizziness and shoved Midoriya's shoulder. The heck was that? Running away. We weren't winning that fight. Bakugo clenched his fists, sparks flickering in his palms. Like I care. Midoriya shot him a glare. We fought smart, Kaken. We actually landed a hit. But it wasn't enough. And if we don't think of something better, we're just gonna get beaten again. Bakugo scowled but didn't argue. He hated it, but Midoriya was right. They needed another approach. Midoriya leaned his head back against the alley wall, eyes narrowing in thought. They made All Might stagger once. That meant they could do it again. But how do we actually bring him down? He muttered under his breath. Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms. Simple. We go beyond. Midoriya blinked, then a slow smile crept onto his face. Yeah. We do. The fight wasn't over. Not yet. Midoriya took a deep breath, his mind racing. If they were going to have a shot at this, they needed to hit All Might with everything they had, all at once. His eyes flickered to Bakugo's grenade gauntlets. Kaken, he said, pushing off the alley wall. How strong are those gauntlets? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. What? Midoriya pointed at them. Your gauntlets. They store your sweat, right? The more sweat they hold, the bigger the explosion. How strong is the maximum output? Bakugo scoffed, gripping one of them. TC, strong enough to level a building if I let loose all at once. Midoriya's heart pounded. That was exactly what he needed. Then we're going to combine our powers. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. The heck does that mean? Midoriya grinned. I can control wind. You can create explosions. If we use both at the same time. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly as he caught on. Wind fuels fire. Wind amplifies explosions. Midoriya continued. I'll use Fluttering of Storm and my Starbeast Sword's wind energy to feed into your biggest blast. If we time it right, the explosion will grow even stronger, maybe even strong enough to actually knock All Might down. Bakugo smirked, cracking his knuckles. Now that's more like it. They locked eyes. This was their best shot. Midoriya extended his fist. Bakugo scoffed but bumped it with his own. Let's blow him away, Bakugo said, grinning. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. Let's go beyond. With a gust of wind and a burst of explosions, they launched back toward the battlefield. All Might was waiting. As they soared back toward the battlefield, Midoriya's Starbeast sword crackled with wind energy, its blade glowing with an intense green aura. Beside him, Bakugo's gauntlets were primed, the liquid nitroglycerin inside ready to detonate at full force. They weren't holding back. Not anymore. All Might stood in the distance, arms crossed, watching them with an amused yet wary expression. Back so soon? You boys really don't know when to quit. Midoriya's grip on his sword tightened. Kaken, now. Bakugo snarled, flipping both safety catches on his gauntlets. Double grenade blast. He pulled the triggers. Boom. A massive, fiery explosion erupted, the sheer force distorting the air around them. The blast was already powerful, but then Midoriya struck. Fluttering of Storm. Midoriya swung his Starbeast sword, channeling a furious gust of wind directly into the explosion, feeding it, amplifying it. The firestorm doubled in size. Then tripled. A swirling tornado of flames and shockwaves surged toward All Might, the combined attack roaring like a violent storm. The ground cracked. Windows shattered. The battlefield trembled. For the first time, All Might's eyes widened. And then, it hit. Boom! The explosion engulfed him, swallowing everything in its wake. For a moment, nothing could be seen. Just fire, wind, and sheer destruction. Midoriya and Bakugo landed hard, breathing, sweat dripping down their faces as they stared into the fading smoke. Did they? The dust settled. And standing there, still standing, was All Might. His hero costume was singed. The sheer force of the attack had even ruffled his hair. But his posture? His presence? Unshaken. Midoriya's heart sank. That wasn't enough. All Might exhaled, rolling his shoulders. That, he said, stretching his arms, was pretty impressive. Bakugo clenched his fists, his arms trembling. TC, you've got to be kidding me. Then, All Might moved. Before either of them could react, he closed the distance in an instant. His hand shot out, grabbing Bakugo by the arm. Gotcha! Crack. With one powerful squeeze, All Might shattered both of Bakugo's gauntlets, causing sparks and shattered metal to fall to the ground. These are a bit too dangerous for training, don't you think? He said casually. Bakugo's eyes went wide. He couldn't blast his way out. And before Midoriya could reach him, All Might swung Bakugo like a club. Slam. Bakugo's body collided into Midoriya, and the force of the impact sent them both flying backward. Smash! They crashed into a concrete wall, the entire structure cracking on impact before the two collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Midoriya coughed, his entire body aching. Bakugo groaned beside him, his arms twitching from the shock of having his weapons destroyed so effortlessly. All Might sighed, shaking his head. You boys are strong. You're pushing yourselves past your limits. He took a step forward. But you're still not strong enough. Midoriya and Bakugo struggled to stand. The fight wasn't over. But right now, they were completely outmatched. Midoriya groaned, pushing himself off the cracked wall as his limbs screamed in protest. His breath was ragged, his head was spinning. This was bad. Sheet, he muttered, forcing himself to focus. They had thrown everything at All Might, and he was still standing. Then, beside him, laughter. Low at first, then rising, growing more unhinged. What was I thinking? Midoriya turned his head just in time to see Bakugo standing up, shaking the dust off his shoulders. His entire body was trembling, not from fear, but from sheer frustration. Bakugo grinned, his lips curling into a feral, almost manic smirk. I thought I could take this fight with no risk. That I could hold back and still win. His shoulders shook as he let out another chuckle. But that's just thinking like a fool. His palms began to glow. A low, ominous crackle filled the air as heat radiated from his hands. Sparks danced at his fingertips, brighter and wilder than before. Midoriya's eyes widened. Kaken? Bakugo grinned wider, his crimson eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Deku, he shouted, slamming his fists together. I can produce the same kind of explosion as my gauntlets with my own hands, but it'll hurt like hell. Midoriya's mind raced. Bakugo's sweat stored in his gauntlets was always his trump card, but if he could create the same level of power without them, that meant he wasn't at his limit yet. Bakugo didn't wait. With a thunderous boom, he blasted forward, his body rocketing straight at All Might. Die! The explosion engulfed All Might, flames and force erupting outward. The sheer shockwave shattered the pavement, sending cracks spiraling across the ground. Before the smoke even had a chance to settle, Bakugo twisted midair, using another explosion to flip over All Might's head and land on the opposite side. He skidded to a stop, his hands still smoking, his body low in a fighting stance. He had put some distance between them. Midoriya could see it. Bakugo was thinking tactically now. He wasn't just charging in blindly. Midoriya wiped the blood from his helmet, his lips widening beneath it. Ha ha. Midoriya doubled over, hands on his knees, his shoulders shaking violently as laughter erupted from his chest. It wasn't a chuckle. It wasn't nervous or forced. It was pure, manic, unhinged excitement. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, watching him, palms still smoking from the last explosion. The hell's so funny, nerd? Midoriya straightened, his emerald eyes gleaming, an almost feral grin stretching across his face. You Kaken. You're a force of nature. Bakugo blinked. Then he scoffed, his lips quirking upward. Yeah? And what of it? Midoriya just grinned wider, reaching for his moberates. It means dash, he flicked the dial, holding it up. I'm joining in. With a flourish, he slammed a new key into place. Gokai change. A brilliant black and white energy burst engulfed him, the sheer force kicking up dust around his feet. His silhouette shifted, his suit morphing.